what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart chance to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes how you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes how you can change your destiny.
Dingus Gambit.
Oh my god, chat. I had like the worst disaster happen. It's always timing disasters, and those are the worst, right? When you've got no one to blame but the timing. So yeah, like I was partway through doing my hair and in the bathroom, and I left the bathroom, and you know, of course I have roommates, right? And right when I left the bathroom, my roommate came into the bathroom. So you know, just worst case scenario, you're in the midst of doing your hair and your comb is in the bathroom and your roommate is taking a shower. So that's what I'm dealing with today. What are you dealing with? Are you ready for, I mean, this is not going to be, I hope this is not going to be too annoying of a stream. I don't think it's going to be. I have the feeling that because of the annoyance that, you know, you're going to perceive from Keffals in this case, like it's going to be less, it's going to be more entertaining and less annoying, right? We've got a debate, the debate that Keffals tried to hide, And I wish I could tell you there's some like cool based, creator that was on the other end of the debate, but no, it's another Vaushite. It's literally at this point, Keffals is like worse than the Vaushites. I don't know what exactly is going on, but basically, in the words of a friend of the VOD, President Sunday,
this is going bad. This is going bad.
It's going bad for Keffals. It's not going good. Let's turn this down a little bit more, because I feel like I'm still competing. I'm still competing with the vocals, right? I can't compete with these vocals. These are like... There we go. That I can compete with, right? Now we're on the map. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Good to have you as always. And we've got a huge show for you today. Pretty actually, yeah, like look at that. I was blocked by Keffals. Is that pretty impressive, chat? That I got blocked by Keffals? This is what it looks like. POV, you are blocked by Keffals. Anybody, one in chat if you're blocked by Keffals. I want to know. I want to know how much, because I heard somebody say that a lot of the chatters in my Twitch chat were like banned in various places, which is weird because I've never had any problem with you. I'm given to say that maybe the problem is with those other streamers, not with you. We got one person who's blocked by Keffals. It's not hard. In fact, some of you may have earned that block really recently. What am I talking about? I am talking about the TheyFAB discourse, which if you don't know, TheyFAB is, kind of an offensive term. I feel weird saying it, but that's what the discourse is called. So if I don't say it, you won't know what I'm talking about. But, it's like a dismissive term for a non-binary person, right? That references their assigned at birth sex, right? So it's not great, and this is what the discourse is about. Now, how did this come up, right? There was, and I haven't really made heads or tails, because I gotta admit, like, look, I don't do like the heavy discourse stuff, like the discourse that's going on Twitter every day, right? There's discourse about TheyFAB housing. Apparently that is what's being talked about, and that's literally like, housing that's not like, it's not that it's like women only, it's that it's, nominally like assigned female at birth, right? So in other words, it's something that is explicitly like trying to, it's something that like it's basically a turf thing, as far as I can tell. Right? Like it's specifically, not available for trans femmes. It's specifically not available, like, right? It's like housing based on your assigned sex. So, pretty sketchy to begin with, right? And it's my understanding that some of the people that are justifying the use of the word TheyFAB are like, it's in reaction to this kind of turfy shit. And yeah, so like, please correct me, anybody, if you've been deep in the discourse and you can explain this better than I'm explaining it, because I feel like I'm doing a piss poor job explaining the TheyFAB, the cursed TheyFAB discourse, right? But some of the people that are justifying the use of this term, which like it's a term that gets used on 4chan, like it's interchangeable, like with something like trender, like somebody being called a trans trender, right? Or it's like I don't know, it's gross on so many levels. We're gonna get into that in the debate and find out, just how gross. Is Keffals trans? Wait. Didn't Keffals make a joke about this? She detransitioned to being cis. So no, Keffals is not trans. Keffals is now cis. No, that's not true. Obviously, that was a shitpost. But yes, Keffals, TheyFAB housing, aka turf grooming zone. Who will oust you when you start T? Yeah. So it's not friendly to like any of the trans community, like this TheyFAB housing thing. However, right? there's another side of this debate that seems to be blaming, like, you know, non-binary people and stereotype. Like, it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype for 4chan. It's akin to, like, you know, transgender, or, you know, saying somebody is calling themselves trans but is not, like, serious enough. So it's, you know, it's kind of like policing, you know, people's gender. So it's really cursed. It's really cursed. There's two cursed sides, you know, kind of to this debate. But yeah, I don't think that, like, you know, as much as the like right, like what makes more sense, that this is a turf thing, or that this is something that can be blamed on non-binary people? I don't really get it, right? I don't completely get it, I've got to admit. Oh, you don't know the lore about Keffals. There's so much lore to Keffals. There's so much. I don't even know where to start, right? Just other than that, this is a person that I was really friendly with early on in both of our streaming careers, and you know, I supportive of them when they were raising money for you know, trans charities, supportive of them when they were fighting against anti-trans legislation, and then they met Vaush. And they started using terms like tenderqueer and woke scold, and, you know, being like, you know, I need to stream on YouTube so I can use the slurs. I need to use my slurs. Mommy needs her slurs, and we're gonna have a nice stream that's gonna be like 75% slurs. So, you know, get ready. And we're not talking about, like, reclaiming slurs, right? Like somebody, you know, reclaiming, like, a slur that applies to them. We're talking about, you know, the pejorative version of the slur, right? Like when you use the R slur, as one of my former oomfies did, and caught the unfollow from me this morning. Yeah, that's a line that I draw, right? If you're gonna use the R slur unironically, you know, as a pejorative, right? If you want to talk about reclaiming, we can have that conversation. And I don't know, like, it's not a word that, like, the T slur is not a word that I want to reclaim, but if somebody else does, like, I guess have at it, you know, just as long as you're sure that people understand what you're doing there, and that you're not being, like, you know, transphobic, right? Because that's what happens when you get to JREG levels of irony. Nobody can tell what the fuck you actually mean. Oh my god. I'm so TheyFAB stuff is like tenderqueer. It's just basically used to saying you're not a real trans person, you're just confused. Yeah, basically. So if you use a term for somebody that, like, references their birth sex, that's, I don't know how else you're supposed to take that. I don't know how. Anyway, so we're gonna be getting into some trans discourse. We've also got Cenksgiving. Cenksgiving? I know how to pronounce his name. I know that his name's not Cink. It's Jink Uger and Hasan having their yearly conversation, which maybe there might be a little bit more agreement for this year, because I don't think that there's any. Yeah, very, very not cool. Well, look, I mean, like, we'll see what's going on with this. Like, Keffals claims that she didn't really understand, like, this discourse, and didn't. She ends up defending the term TheyFAB, right? And you know, maybe regrets it now, because this is really blown up in her face. Rabbi Shmuley says, wait, oh my god, I can't even pronounce it like Rabbi Shmuley does. Oh my god, no, audio issues. Okay, there, fixed. But yeah, we've got that, and look, like, I got something kind of special for you. I don't know for sure if we'll have time for it, okay? So this is, oh yeah, we should probably reset the sub goals. I'm so, winter, I'm just like a mess in the winter. Like, it's because the sun doesn't come up forever, and I end up sleeping too late, and then I can't wake myself up properly. And it's too cold to go out and really, like, work out. Twitch chat, what is going on with you? How are you today? Discourse on Twitter is annoying. Why should we be making arguments out of why we are arguing? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to, like, be like the arguing is the problem, because honestly, if somebody's, like, calling you something that references, like, your sex at birth as a way of dismissing you or stereotyping you or putting you with a group of people, like, right? Like non-binary people are not, you know, out there like keeping trans women from getting housing. Like that's not it should go without saying. But yeah, we got something really special, okay? I dug it up. Vaush actually debated an old friend of mine. Now I say old friend, you know, not because they're like old and they're my friend, or not because they're like still my friend and they, like somebody that was a friend of mine a long time ago. And some really confusing and bad stuff happened with them. I don't wish them ill, but this conversation that they apparently had with Vaush kind of shed some light on what was going on with them like the whole time, right? This is somebody that you know had a chance to defend me and, you know, instead chose to go along to get along, and said as much to me in DMs, right? You know, like that was like, oh yeah, no, I can't, you're right, and it's horrible what happened to you, but I can't defend you. Like, right? So yeah, not somebody I have a great, like, not somebody who left me with a great feeling or a great impression. Very complicated stuff happened. You know, they had some sort of a trans charity where they ran that was supposed to provide housing for trans people, right? And it all ended up blowing up in a way that I'm not entirely sure of. But yeah, I want to get to that, right? Because it shows you get a little bit of an insight into the old Vaush, you get a little insight into where Vaush came from, you get a little insight into some of the people that supported Vaush early on, that some of the people that we have to thank for Vaush's presence on the online left, right? That, you know, you just wouldn't think, right? You wouldn't, I certainly wouldn't have thought. So yeah, hopefully we can hit that sub goal. Wait, what happened? Oh my God, it just disappeared. You gotta hit it again. Hit it again and hit start goal. There we go. Sub goal is started. Okay, so yeah, if we can hit that sub goal today, then we will do that extra bit of content. In fact, I've got content on top of that content. If we end up getting to that content before the natural end of the stream, we've also got like Dr. Naomi Klein talked to Sam Cedar. Yeah, so that conversation happened, and it's about her new book, Doppelganger, which I have read a lot of what she's written, and it's always this kind of experience where it's kind of like, you know, world changing. Like it gives you like a perspective that you would have never thought of before, and this is no different. So I'm really excited about getting to this. But first we got to get to this debate. This is just gonna bring, what do you think? Is this gonna bring me up President Sunday? No, just a bunch of Keffals garbage. Oh my God, no. There it is. Okay.
Do you want to get right into it then?
Okay, so
Do you want to jump right into it, chat? I almost want to... Oh my God, she's playing balloons. I almost want to look at... Here, I'll see if I can bring up the relevant Twitter posts to make this make more sense and provide some kind of context for this, because this is kind of like, we're going to drop you off the deep end. Okay, so I hope you're ready. We're going to jump right into it, and if there's anything confusing, I will try to explain.
I want to figure out what the context was in the first place. Why were you saying that people who say TheyFAB should be with anvils?
I said...
Okay, so there was a tweet made by the person that Keffals is talking to, and it was something like people who... Let me see if I can find it.
That an anvil should spawn 30 feet above their head. That doesn't mean they should be...
Oh, come
if
on.
they
We
move.
know...
Okay, so an anvil should spawn 30 feet above the head of anyone who says TheyFAB. That was the take. That was the tweet, right? And like, look, if you're really saying that you have the power to cause anvils to spawn above people's heads, I mean, that's a really dangerous statement. If you are a member of the cartoon universe, right? If you're some kind of cartoon character that can prestidigitate anvils out of nothing and cause them to fall on people's heads, that sounds pretty dangerous. But if you're not, then that is a shit post. And that's supposed to be Keffals' wheelhouse, right? Like if you are to take Keffals at her word, then even shit posting about not being interested, like, I don't know, like she's done some doozies, right? She's done some serious, like, you know, wow, that's just like, that's messed up.
What you mean by this?
Okay. I strongly dislike the term TheyFAB because it like serves the express purpose of reminding a trans person of their sex, right? Same way that you wouldn't refer to a trans woman who you disagree with as a she-mab, right? Like that feels like a fucked up thing to do.
So that's the analog, right? If you're going to say TheyFAB for a non-binary person assigned female at birth, the analog would be like calling like a trans woman a she-mab, or a trans guy a he-fab, right? I mean, it's...
Hence why I think that TheyFAB is really fucked up. And therefore, I feel like people who are using terms that have kind of the purpose of inducing dysphoria maybe should have an anvil fall on them, maybe,
oh my god,
occasionally.
Okay, so
but
the first thing
it looks like maybe Natalie's got an anvil for us. Not a real anvil, like a Roger Rabbit cartoon anvil, but an anvil nonetheless. Let's take a look at this. So Natalie's telling me that I'm watching the wrong version. I got the wrong number. Pain, anguish, suffering. And for some reason at this point, so are you telling me though, this is Keffals' version of the debate, Natalie? This one, there's nothing cut out here. There's just extra whipped cream on top of the ice cream. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're dealing with?
I mean, sure, you can say I was rage baiting.
I didn't know that.
Oh no, we're gonna do the sizzle reel. We gotta do the sizzle reel.
You were saying that Xanderhall deserved his financial trouble?
We're gonna lead with that. Yeah, that was another thing that this person said. They were talking about Xanderhall, and oh my god, now I'm trying to figure out what exactly this would be about. I think it's in reference to Xanderhall's like losing some money on PayPal. Like, I don't know if he got hacked or he got scammed or what happened, but he was using PayPal as a bank, and because of this, some really bad stuff happened. Now, I think that he got, you know, his money back. I think he was made whole. I don't think this actually ended up hurting him in the long run, but there's also a, you know, situation where Xanderhall broke up with an ex and accused that ex of having, you know, essentially taken, you know, spent a lot of Xanderhall's money without his knowledge, right? So Keffals is going to sell you a story that what this person is talking about here is actually making fun of Xanderhall for, you know, that financial situation, which was really bad, you know, because they were living in an apartment together, and Xanderhall thought that the money was being paid to the landlady, only to have the landlady show up and say, like, I haven't been getting paid for like months now. Like, what is going on, right? And so anyway, that, to my understanding, that's not what Carl is talking about. Carl is talking about, I think, the PayPal thing.
A little bit racist.
But do you see how this shit works? Do you see how the game works at this point? It's like chess, okay? And like, I'm not a chess expert. I'm not good at chess. I basically need chat to have some sort of inserted, you know, vibratory device in order to even win a chess match, right? That's the only way. That's the only reason that I have an unbeaten record at chess, is that I've always got one in. I've always got one in, right? I've always got those beads, you know, go fully charged up, right? Whenever I play chess. But other than that, I would suck at chess. I don't know how to play chess, but I think I understand that a lot of it is like, you got a win condition, right? That is you checkmating your opponent, right? That's what you're going for. You're going for a checkmate. and there's, you know, a number of ways to get checkmate, and you try to set up a situation where that is going to be, you know, one of the outcomes that you can like drive it towards. So the checkmate here is, oh my God, Karl Marx, I can't believe you were making fun of Xanderhal for, you know, like having his money stolen, right? You're really, and also I can't believe that you want anvils to appear over people's heads. Like, how could anyone support somebody like that? And if nobody can support someone like that, Professor Flowers, you truly love genocide. You're a huge fan. Non-compete and Luna Oi, you said that the Nazis had a point? You justified the Holocaust, right? And none of it's true. None of it's ever true. But you just gotta get, like, you gotta have a big enough following for them to just like amplify this, for them to megaphone this, for them to spread this to enough places, and then like somebody's like, oh, Professor Flowers, let's see, oh, genocide. That's not good. I'm not a fan of that. I was gonna have this person on, but it turns out they're a huge fan of genocide. Who knew, right? And you know, somebody making a cursory search of the internet, especially somebody who's risk averse. Like, I don't know if you know this, but you know, having a platform is having a responsibility, right? You can be held responsible for the people that you platform. So a lot of people with platforms are very risk averse. They don't want to compromise the platform. They want to have conversations with interesting people, but they don't want to ever, you know, have a situation where they bring on somebody and they're like, oh yeah, actually that guy was a groomer. You brought on the groomer, you know, you brought on, I don't know, like, right? They don't want to find out that, like, oh wait, is Creepshow art bad? Yeah. Wait, was that bad for me to have a discussion with Creepshow art? It's like that. So you know, that's essentially the game. Like, you get somebody blacklisted, right? It's the same. It's honestly the same tactic that's happening right now to people trying to support Palestine, right? They get blacklisted. They get, you know, their name. They get doxxed. Their name is then, you know, associated on search results with really bad stuff, and they miss out on future employment opportunities, future educational opportunities, who knows what, right? They might lose friends, right? So, you know, I mean, like, it's the same game. It's bullshit. And it's really funny coming from people who are always bitching and moaning about cancel culture, right? Keffals, weren't you the one that was saying that we hold our creators to too high a standard? But no, we got to hold this, you know, brand new, you know, social media person to like a, you know, like if they said drop an anvil over somebody's head magically, you know, that's it. They've got violent ideation. They're supporting violence, and you can't possibly be okay with that. They're supporting you know, financial abuse of Xanderhal. That's not right? This is the end game, right? Because Keffals is wrong on the substance. She's got no argument. I don't know at what point, at some point in the debate, she does seem to realize that. She does seem to realize that she picked the wrong side for this debate, but this is how she tries to bring it back.
If an ethnic minority is annoying
the
enough.
most pointless discourse we've engaged in.
Do you know how many stupid trans people there are? Do you know how many trans people there
Karl
are?
Marx compared TheyFAB to saying the N-word in this conversation.
It's interesting how you're deflecting. Why are you deflecting?
No,
right
this
now?
is the
Where
problem,
is
you
this
gaslighting piece of shit. You keep exaggerating your points on Twitter, and then when you get called out on it, you end up walking it back, being like, oh, I was just exaggerating.
Wait,
I
I'm
was
sorry,
just rage baiting.
Wow, Keffals really destroyed her interlocutor there, chat. I guess we don't need to watch any more of the debate, right? Because Keffals clearly won here. I can tell from the sizzle reel. Straight out of the alt-right playbook, Divide and Conquer. So let's get into it, because like we all know that's not an accurate representation of what happened in the debate, right? That's the part that Keffals wants you to remember. Like, because the sizzle reel is just supposed to be like, I don't know, you show the most exciting part of the debate, but I guess if you lost the debate, you can also show the part of the debate that makes you look good.
Do you want to get right into it then?
Okay, so I want to figure out what the context was in the first place. Why were you saying that people who say TheyFAB should be killed with anvils?
I said that an anvil should spawn 30 feet above their head. That doesn't mean they should be killed.
Oh, come
if
on.
they
We
move,
know
they
what
should
you
be
mean
killed.
by this.
Okay. I strongly dislike the term TheyFAB because it like serves the express purpose of reminding a trans person of their sex, right? Same way that you wouldn't refer to a trans woman who you disagree with as a she-mab, right? Like that feels like a fucked up thing to do. Hence why I think that TheyFAB is really fucked up. And therefore I feel like people who are using terms that have kind of the purpose of inducing dysphoria maybe should have an anvil fall on them, maybe, occasionally. You know?
Okay, so
But
the
I'd be
first thing
curious
I
to hear
would
what
say
you
on
think.
this is, how do you know that it's being used to induce dysphoria? In which context did you see
Well-
the term being used?
Well, I mean, the term itself is dysphoria inducing, is it not? I mean, for lots of people who don't want to be reminded of their like birth sex, right? Is that not like pretty?
Oh my god, Princess Monocle, thank you for the resub on Prime. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, there's more where this came from, and you want to get to that Vaush debate, that old school Vaush debate that I think is pretty interesting, then we just need to hit one of these goals. Wait, are we... I need to coffee up too.
Is that not directly kind
caffeinate
of
myself.
doing that, being like, hey, reminder, you're different from the rest of everyone else, right?
Like, for
There it
some
is.
people, I
it-
could see this, but that's
For
making
some
the
people-
assumption that you're talking about someone who experiences dysphoria in the first place. And when that argument, like when that term is being used, it's usually being used to refer to non-binary people who aren't trans. They're not going through a medical transition. They don't feel dysphoria.
I feel like this is the time, if I was Keffals, where I'd be like, how did I end up here? And then we do a flashback to like, look, I want to give you that flashback. Why can't I find this post? Did this get deleted or something? If anybody can find me this post, I'd be most interested in seeing, because I did see like a back and forth between Keffals and Karl Marx on this. Oh my god. I feel like Elon's just broken the site. It's beyond repair. Also balloons. Anybody like balloons? Anybody play this game? I gotta admit, okay, as low tier as they are, I kind of like tower defense. I kind of like it.
I think that reminding them of their birth sex when they identify as non-binary is still, I mean, you can call it non-binary phobic if you don't want to call it transphobic.
What post? We're talking about the anvil post. That's the one that we're looking for.
But that's still a shitty, awful thing to do. And also the argument about dysphoria and if it's okay to then
Like
insult people.
literally the post that is like that Karl Marx made that started this all out with, you know, I wish that anytime anybody said TheyFAB, an anvil would appear 30 feet above their head in midair.
Because they're non-dysphoric or whatever is kind of bullshit, because every time I see that being invoked, it's against people who haven't made it clear if they do.
But does it kind of sound to you like Keffals has like a bit of a stereotype as well? Like, not non-binary people like don't, like, we could roll it back a little bit just to be charitable, right? But like, yeah, some non-binary people do feel dysphoria. It's and what she said there was like, I think of trans as an umbrella term that includes non-binary people. Am I wrong there? Am I missing something? I don't really like question people's like, you know, are you what kind of medical transition are you engaged in, or do you feel dysphoria? I don't really question people like that. Like if somebody tells me that they're trans, they're trans. Wait, what? Who's the guest that we need to welcome? Do we need to do something special, Soul Life? Oh my god, like fix my curtain. It is an umbrella term, so I'm not the only one that thinks of it this way. And it's also like, you know, something that you identify with, right? It's not something that you're gonna somebody's, you know, you're gonna be like, oh no, you're not trans. Like, right? That's like usually a bad sign.
Like when that term is being used, it's usually being used to refer to non-binary people who aren't trans. They're not going through a medical transition. They don't feel dysphoria.
I think that reminding them of their birth sex when they identify as non-binary is still.
So Keffals has like a like an impression that this is not like a problematic thing, that it's just descriptive. And I've only seen this phrase applied as a pejorative. I've never seen this phrase just be, you know, descriptive, right? And it's not the kind of if you describe me as a she-mab, we're gonna have problems. I'm not gonna like that, right? So I kind of I don't know where Keffals has heard this term before, where it's like in a neutral or positive context.
I mean, you can call it non-binary phobic if you don't want to call it transphobic, but that's still like a shitty, awful thing to do. And also the argument about dysphoria, and if it's okay to then insult people because they're non-dysphoric or whatever, is kind of bullshit, because every time I see that being invoked, it's against people who haven't made it clear if they do or don't experience dysphoria. It's mainly just used against people who are gender non-conforming and don't look like the gender that they're transitioning to according to like conventional societal standards.
See, I feel like you're missing like the core of this issue. The reason why people use it as an insult in the first place. Like the only times I've seen people use the term TheyFAB is when it was non-binary people who were assigned female at birth who were doing AFAB only housing. Or the non-binary person who was assigned female at birth who was saying that my dog hates AMABs, which both of these things are blatantly transphobic.
I mean, yeah, those things are retarded, right? But that doesn't mean that you have then a right to.
Okay, so yeah, she's got this association, right? Between, I guess, like, from her own description, like, you know, like, I don't like this. This makes me so uncomfortable. Like, she's got an impression of, like, people that are non-binary and that don't feel dysphoria or whatever. God, I don't even want to guess what kind of stereotypes are wrapped up in her, you know, idea of what a TheyMAB is, right? Because this is some shit I see on 4chan. And the point of it is supposed to be that, like, you know, it's the assumption or the accusation is that this person is not in fact trans. It is, you know, doing it to be popular, doing it to be cool, doing it to be trendy. It's like the trans-trender thing, right? But she's associating this with the denial of housing to, like, you know, to trans femmes or to, you know, people that, to me, this is like, look, there may be different people that are attaching their name to this or supporting this, but stereotyping like non-binary people or even like a certain type, I don't like to get into like applying like types to people that they don't self-identify with, but like whatever kind of type of non-binary person Keffals is, you know, is alluding to here, associating that person with the denial of like housing to, you know, trans femmes, like that's wrong. That's not something that you can put on that identity group. That's like, you know, it's like,
Try and go out of your way to remind somebody of their like birth sex for no reason. Why not just?
it's like associating a certain kind of bigotry with a certain type of identity.
say that they're transmisogynists or something, right? Like that's just bioessentialism. Why not call them out for that rather than like going for an insult which like directly has the express purpose of trying to remind them of their birth sex?
I think the reason why is that it is such a common pattern of behavior that people coined a term to reference it. And at the point when they're doing shit like that, I don't see why they deserve that respect.
So, like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to be bad faith. You know, even with Keffals, like we were friends a long time ago. So, like, out of respect for that, I'm trying not to attribute any opinions to her that she doesn't actually have. But it really does feel like that she's saying that there's a pattern of behavior with this identity group that justifies the, you know, whatever you want to call it, a slur, an unwelcome name, that like I don't know, whatever you want to call TheyFAB, right? And that's what I've seen. That's when people are justifying like this term, that's their justification.
Respect.
Do you think that the majority of the times it's used is actually used like that? Like, because I don't know anybody who defines it the way that you are, and I also don't understand the point of
like, look, as trans people, we have to be on guard for anything that splits up the community, anything that acts as a wedge issue, anything that gets one group of trans people to start to think about another group of trans people as being sus in some way, right, is very, very, very harmful, right? This is not the time, you know, to be, this is like, you're in a haunted house, right? If you're trans, you understand that the kind of dehumanization that's gone on, the kind of attacks on us, the attempts to remove us from public life are in the process, you know, are steps along the way of the process of genocide. We are literally traveling in a haunted house here. We are literally moving through a haunted house, and somebody's like, yeah, you know, we need to split up. I don't want to hang out with I don't want to hang out with the TheyFABs. I don't trust them. They don't look at me right. I don't know. This is bad. This is really, really bad.
Insulting people who are even non-dysphoric, really, right? Like, if that is the case, who gives a shit? Why bother?
Okay, let me read a little bit of chat here. Just read the reports from the first day of the Brianna J trial, warning it's a drink a fifth of vodka afterward kind of read. Jeez. Avoid for your mental health. Thank you, Karen Hall. In my opinion, it's like calling people fish. Like, loads of people don't want to be defined by their birth assignment, and it's low-key sexual harassment to be calling somebody TheyFAB or TheyMAB. Yeah, and that weird justification of like, you know, it's okay because they're all bigots. They're all transmisogynistic, right? Because that's the explanation I've seen. And it's like, okay, so we're going to throw another, you know, the answer to getting busted for, you know, applying a negative, you know, like a pejorative towards a group of trans people, and then, you know, then stereotyping them based on that, right? Is to stereotype them further. Oh, it's okay. They're all, you know, whatever.
Why like go after them and try and be like,
So
actually, you're not.
That's why I
valid,
asked.
right?
That's why I asked at the start of this. I was like, what was the context it was being used? Because like removing it from the context in which people are mad, I totally understand why it's a shitty term. But I feel like
So that's literally what she's saying. Look, people were mad. They made up, I guess, a slur. I don't know what else to call it but a slur. Like, you can argue about how bad of a slur it is, you whatever, but it's like, yeah, it's a term for people that they very much do not want applied to them. I don't know what to call that other than like literally based on their identity.
if you're talking about it in the context that I've seen it,
But her justification is that like it was done out of outrage about something really bad, right? About you know, housing, about basically trans people being barred from certain housing opportunities based on their birth sex. So somebody's discriminating against you because of your assigned sex at birth. So the excuse is to And also you're it's like assuming that there is somebody that matches this description, right? That is yeah, non-binary in the way that Keffals is trying to describe, and really does have trans misogyny and really does support, like, this AFAB only housing thing, right? Does that justify just like spraying a rhetorical machine gun at the rest of the group? You see what I'm saying? Like, even if there is like a justification for anger, that anger is being directed at a bunch of innocent people.
Just feels like tone policing a marginalized group expressing frustration at a common behavior that they see in other people.
Would you say it would be okay to call like a trans woman who's got annoying opinions on trans stuff a she-mab? Yeah.
How is
Do you think
that?
that would be alright?
How is that actually relevant to it?
Well, because it's a direct comparison that would like apply to
It's
trans
not.
women
I'm
instead of
asking you
non-binary
what the
people.
context is in the first place that
Oh,
people are
sorry.
using it.
Well, I mean, I made that clear, right? The context that people are using it in is to invalidate people who they perceive as non-dysphoric and to insult them.
No,
That's
I'm
how it
talking
is
about a
used 90%
specific
of the time.
situation in which you've seen it being used. Like, when was someone called a TheyFAB? What was the context that led you to say that in the first place?
Well, I've got several friends who are trans masks and have been insulted over not being gender conforming enough and have been called TheyFABs.
See? I agree with you then.
Then why are you trying to debate me over this?
Why am I
'Cause,
trying
like,
to
the
debate
majority
you?
of
Because
people-
I've
majority of
seen people that I would describe as TheyFAB, and I don't have sympathy.
But why would you describe them as that? Why not just use a different term which isn't like so inflammatory and also like so drenched in like trans med bullshit as well? Like, do you want to be like associated with that crowd?
No, I feel like it's weird to even say that I'm associated with that crowd.
It would be weird to say that out of the blue, okay? It would be really strange. But this isn't the first time. This isn't Keffals' first transmed rodeo. You know what I'm saying? Considering the Brianna Wu shit, considering her association with a lot of people in that group chat, and considering her support for those people in the toxic things that they said, it's not exactly out of the blue.
When I made it pretty clear that I hate that crap.
So just for anybody who's like having trouble with terminology here, trans medicalist is somebody who tries to invalidate other trans people, for whatever reason, that says, like, if you don't have dysphoria, if you don't, seek these medical procedures, maybe you're not really trans, right? That's essentially, that's the, at the basic level, what a trans medicalist is. As such, they're not very welcome in the trans community, right? Because, somebody going around trying to shit on and judge and gatekeep other trans people is just like not somebody a lot of people want to hang around. But Keffals will hang around these people all day. Keffals hangs around a lot of these people, and has for some time, like actually ever since I've known her. I mean, that's not to say that there's a guilt by association. One of these people I can think of, I had on, my server until I realized that that she was problematic. But this is something that this has been an issue for Keffals for a long time.
Yeah, but who else uses that term? Like, actually, like, I do not see.
Yeah, original.
I've seen a lot of
Yes.
trans women use that term specifically to talk about their experiences of transphobia from people who are non-binary.
I don't see why they would have to use that term, or why you'd then be like, okay, well, that's all right. Is it? Oh, I mean, again, is it okay to use the say like she-mab against a trans woman who's being
Are
shitty
you saying
to you or has
she-map or
shitty
she-map? What is she-map?
she-mab?
Yeah, it's the invert. If you like, if TheyFAB is like the word that Keffals is using here, the analogy for trans femmes would be she-mab. And that's a term that shouldn't sit well. That like to illustrate the point of why this term is problematic for anybody that doesn't get it. Like, let's just iterate it on other identity groups and see, like it's
a
She-mab?
direct Yeah, it's a
I
direct.
have never heard this term before.
It's not okay. So now here's where the debate gets really bad faith.
I know, I made it up. It's so you can
Wait,
see
so
a
wait,
comparison.
you just made this.
So you just made something up. So you're not talking about a real thing. So I guess I can just thrust your argument away in this case, and it doesn't really matter that that I'm using like a transmedicalist term, you know, to stereotype like certain kinds of trans people.
Up for the point of an
Yeah,
argument.
it's like
See, that's the problem. It's like I don't think
that's
you're...
not an argument, Keffals. If you have TheyFAB, and you're saying that that's okay to do because it targets.
V says I can talk about my abusive trans femme exes without equating all trans femmes. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. That's the huge like glaring problem here is the association with, you know, like so many people that are completely innocent with like by virtue of this, you know, sub identity that you've made up for them, you know, with an opinion that is legitimately, you know, problematic, and right, trans people have enough trouble finding housing already without you know, turfs and the like, you know, creating more obstacles, right? I think Keffals is just playing or playing dumb, acting in bad faith. Sounds like when people say you're not bi if you haven't actually. Oh yeah, it's a form of like gatekeeping of you know, the. There it is. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see it, Natalie. I like. I'm only able to see like 2 lines of Twitch chat most of the time because YouTube chat is going so hard. Wait, where are we at? Oh my god, we've already had 1 ad break that I missed.
It's this group who you perceive to be invalid. Why can't we flip that around and say that you could do the same thing to trans women?
Because I want to talk about actual arguments in the context in which these happen, and I don't want to talk about.
This is a hypothetical,
things.
though. It's a very valid comparison.
I don't think it's valid. Like I asked at the very start of the
Wait, would you or would you not think it's okay to?
I asked at the very start of the conversation, what was the context that made you say that? Was there a situation that came up? I feel like right out of the gate.
It's been
okay, so here we go. Steel Lungs, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 8 months for you. What is happening? Yeah, indeed. So what's happening is we're talking about a debate that Keffals has. I will now let me know in chat if anything's unclear, right? Because I know some of this terminology, depending on how steeped in the discourse you may or may not be, how steeped in trans discourse, some of this, you know, may be new to you. So if there's any term that I need to define or anything like that, let me know. I'm sure there's other people in chat who will be happy to define it as well. But yeah, we're going to watch this and then we're going to get to Cenksgiving, which is Cenk and Hasan's annual. Usually it's a argument. Usually it's a angry knockdown, drag out argument. Maybe this time it'll, you know, just be chill. In there deep, and some of this is new to me. Okay, so yeah, if there's anything specifically that you're like, wait, what is that? You keep on saying that word. What does it mean? Let me know. But yeah, this will be pretty cool. This is like oh my god, it's a 50-minute debate. Let's make this go faster. Let's make Keffals balloons go. No, not the subtitle. We need the playback speed. See if we can do 1.5.
Employed in a shitty
When
way.
did you see it used? That's what I was asking. I was trying to understand the context.
Several times with like transmasc friends of mine. Several times with arguing with transmeds. Like pretty much every time I've argued with transmeds, they've used it. I don't understand. I don't. Like, why not just tell people to use a different term, which isn't like set out to try and like remind people of their assigned gender at birth? Why is that the approach here? Why is that necessary?
See, in the context that you're mentioning it, I agree. That's shitty. But I don't think that it's okay to tone police people who are upset when it is very obvious that they're being targeted by a specific group.
Would it be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she was shitty about your gender?
Cenk does keep giving. Cenk is the gift that keeps giving.
That's missing the context.
This is a
no, it's missing the
basic
context.
Comparison.
It's not a basic comparison.
It's missing the context.
No, it's not okay.
What context you need?
Call them. You just made up the term she-mab. It's just divorced from the.
Wait, what? Do you not lose when the balloons make it all the way?
Yeah, I care because
no,
it's
a direct
fucking.
Wait, how do you not recognize how she-mab is analogous to TheyFAB?
Okay, see, so yeah, it's like literally the same thing, but in a different direction. Okay, every time someone unironically uses the term TheyFAB and Anvil, so like understand who this person is, right? This is a Vaushite. They're gonna say it later in the debate. They're a Vaushite. They're very edgy. They're not a woke skull. They're not a tenderqueer. You know, they're actually a little bit toxic, if I'm being real. But Keffals is outdoing them in toxicity. Every time someone unironically sees, so like it's almost like, you know, well, yeah, you want to use that ironically, sure, you know, and like, look, I don't particularly have a problem if somebody who, you know, gets that term thrown at them, who gets called a TheyFAB, like calls themselves TheyFAB as a reclamatory sort of thing, like they're like using it ironically. I would have a problem if they like used it as a pejorative, right? Because, you know, you can be bigoted against your own group. There's a ton of examples of that. Trans meds are a great example of you know, trans people that are bigoted against other trans people, right? So but you know, if you're reclaiming this, in other words, like you use this as a term, you apply it to yourself, and you're doing that to, you know, sort of face, I don't know, the cishet world with, you know, or you know, like, right, you're doing this to, I mean, this is edgy. This might make some people uncomfortable if you want to, you know, reclaim this term, but if you are reclaiming it for yourself, like I don't particularly have a problem with that, right? But oh my god, the hype train. There's a hype train. Oh my god, everybody, there's a hype train. Paul Squall, you got in there. Look, I keep on missing your I need to make it make noise when you make a bet. Maybe I'll use Twitch, the Twitch alerts for that. Trans people are my friends, says Paul Squall. Also, Paul Squall, last time you were here, I think you I didn't read off some of your cheers. So I'm hooked on sexy, powerful internet ladies. I don't think abstinence is an option. Hermetically sealed relapsing not good enough. Okay, I don't remember what we were talking about last time, but I'm sure that makes sense in the context of that. So yeah, like I said, we've got the sub goal. If we hit the sub goal, you know, then we can do more content. I try to do like I try to keep myself to 3 hours or so otherwise, right? Just so I have enough time to get out videos, because if we're not hitting that sub goal, it's not your fault, and I'm not mad at you, and I don't want anybody to ever be like upset or like, you know, think I'm like, you know, right? It's just a sign to me that I need to be putting out more content on YouTube to grow my community, because I want to be sustainable at this. I want to be able to keep doing this and not be unable to pay the internet bill and such.
It's literally analogous. It's literally, how do you see that, right?
But yeah, if we can hit that goal, it's always better, because we get to watch more stuff.
How is it analogous? Give me the context in which it's being used.
Well, the pronoun they're using is they, and the pronoun the trans woman will be using is she. The assigned gender at birth is AFAB, and therefore TheyFAB. The assigned gender at birth for a trans woman is AMAB, and therefore she-mab, right? That's what it would then become, right? That's the comparison I'm making here.
The problem that I'm having with this is that she-mab doesn't mean anything.
What do you mean?
Because it's a term that you created. It doesn't mean anything.
Aren't all terms created?
No, you literally just made it up.
TheyFAB?
Okay, so do we get what's happening here? Now, sometimes this would be like a legitimate argument. Like if somebody's dragging you into a hypothetical, and the hypothetical is like, yeah, but what if aliens, right? Vaush has done this before, literally in the non-compete debate. Like that was one of Vaush's like hypotheticals. And my opinion about that remains that if you have to invoke aliens in order to illustrate your point, maybe you don't really have as strong of a point as you think you do. But in this case, you know, it's a hypothetical that's appropriate, right? If you can't see the problem with TheyMab, then ask yourself if with TheyFAB, then ask yourself if she-mab is something that would be okay to call like a trans femme, and most people are gonna say no. And honestly, like I don't think you should need that hypothetical. I think it should be pretty obvious what's wrong with a term that, you know, defines somebody by their like if you're trans and somebody's using a term that defines you as your like sex as your assigned sex at birth, that's a freaking problem right there.
Always exist.
It's been a term for a while. Like there are
Okay,
definitely
but
different
it wasn't a
contexts in
term
which
at
that
some
people
point,
use
right?
it.
I don't see how this matters. I don't see how this matters at all. Why can't you engage with a hypothetical? Why would it or would it not be okay to call a
Because
trans
I think that
woman?
the history of the term matters in the context of the discussion.
Okay.
Why can't you engage with the hypothetical? It's such a classic Vaushism. It's such classic, debate pedantry. And yet in this case, like if you're gonna, either pretend to or you actually don't get what's wrong with TheyFAB, then I guess a hypothetical is warranted.
Okay, what history are we?
That's why because I feel like this conversation got way too aggressive right out of the gate when I was trying to ask the context. Like I thought there was a situation that led to this, but it seems like there wasn't. And you were...
So what Keffals is acknowledging here is that this is a Jurassic Park situation. Now, what do I mean by Jurassic Park? Keffals' stream is Jurassic Park, right? You're supposed to see the dinosaurs. You're supposed to ooh and ah at the dinosaurs, but the dinosaurs are not supposed to break out of their cage and start, making Keffals look bad, right? The dinosaurs being people that Keffals brings on to debate for content, right? So if Keffals brings on Polly and Polly starts making good points, right? That's the electrical fences failing. That is the dinosaurs getting out and running roughshod. And here we have the same thing. Here we have a dinosaur that has circumvented all of the security technology and is now running loose in Keffals' Jurassic Park, right? So that wasn't supposed to happen. And Keffals like, wait a minute, can I get a do-over? Okay, I get that you're out of your fence now and you can just like literally start eating people, but could you just get back into the fence for a second? Let's just start this over because like we started off a little too hot and let's just dial this back a bit, right? This is Keffals being like, wait, what is the thing that she said? The whole thing about like I can't remember the small bean thing, like right the person that like that gets up in your face and then when somebody like actually doesn't back down or like pushes back, they're like, hey, why are you pushing me? Like I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what it's called, but there's like a term for this.
Time I've seen that used, I do not see.
There's a Keffals meme for this.
Like people who are good faith and kind and actually not trying to like go in and invalidate someone's gender using that term. I don't understand in which argument it would be necessary to suddenly start trying to invalidate somebody's identity. Like you can.
But listen, like where this does happen maybe is like from what I've seen on Twitter is that there are I've seen trans femme people like using this term with the justification being the harm that's done by things like because that's been the discourse that this came out of was the whole AFAB housing thing, right? And if you're hearing about people gatekeeping like trans femmes from housing, that definitely makes you mad. But when you kind of make the assumption like I don't know, this is
say so many things. You can insult people in so many ways. You can explain in a billion different ways how they're stupid and wrong. I don't understand why you have to then bring their fucking assigned gender at birth into it.
If the dinos didn't get out of stayed in their cage, it would be a very boring stream. That's what I think too, Bad Lefty. I think it does make for a boring stream. There's something really fake about it, right? Because it's literally set up in a way that like look at the Bad Empanada thing, for instance. Like obviously Bad Empanada is a problematic and Bad Empanada is a complicated historical figure, let's just say, right? I definitely don't sign off on everything that Bad Empanada says or does, right? But in the conflict with Keffals, it was pretty clear who was starting the trouble. It was pretty clear who was like stirring the pot and, who was like caught lying multiple times. But even then, because it's Bad Empanada, we end up in this situation where it doesn't matter. That right in front of your face, you can see Keffals lying because the lying is justified by the fact that Bad Empanada is bad. Bad Empanada, you can make up any kind of lie about Bad Empanada you want.
It just feels weird and fucked up and unnecessary.
I'll agree with you on that. I mean, I don't think that in the context I've seen the term used, it's fucked up, but it feels like it seems pretty fucked up in the way that you've described it being used. And I think that the problem is that we're coming from this from two different angles.
But I think that the way that I'm describing it being used is the standard way. If we look at like the Urban Dictionary definition, all of them are describing what I'm talking about. None of them are talking about the thing that you suggested. And I tuned in for a moment at the start of your stream where you defined it as like a non-binary AFAB person who's got like shitty views on trans stuff or something like that, right? Which is just not the case. It's just about
the only time I've
insulting
ever
people who
seen
people
it
perceive to not
used is
be
when
valid.
people The only time I've ever seen it used is when trans women were venting about discriminatory behavior.
Dude,
from
you have not seen like so much. Then there's every time I've seen like not sorry, maybe not every time. 99% of the times I've seen that term used, it is with the express purpose of invalidating some non-binary.
So wait,
trans
was this
person.
about?
That's
Someone was
every fucking
suggesting. Was this
time.
about the now deleted Twitter thread about someone asking if a queer event was TheyFAB or tranny, being told it was a queer event, only for them to show up and it was TheyFAB?
Not really. I mean, that tweet is like that tweet's like neither here nor there.
Yeah, I don't know that tweet, but let's take a look at Urban Dictionary really quick. TheyFAB, a term to mock AFAB non-binary people. Like, the synonym trender or trans trender. A term is mostly used by trans meds and true scum. So look, like, I mean, this is Urban Dictionary. It's not authoritative. These are, anybody can put something up here and have their friends vote on it, right? But we do have unconsiderable. I mean, like there are some downvotes here too. Yeah, see, this one's got actually more downvotes. Non-dysphoric person LARPing as non-binary. That's transphobic and semi-often even homophobic. Yeah, so if that's your problem, if that's who you want to mock, if that's what you want to push back against, right? That somebody that's, transphobic, right? Maybe try making a term that doesn't call out like people who aren't. Derogatory term for women. Yeah, God, even this definition. Okay, yeah, I mean that's like take it or leave it, right? It's Urban Dictionary. It's not, like I said, it's not an authoritative source. It's just it's an idea of the people who decided to, take a stab at defining this term. These are the the most upvoted definitions.
I thought it was like kind of stupid, and I feel like the terms there could be interchangeable with.
Oh wait,
like,
I'm on
trans,
shit.
masculine, trans
I'm on
femme.
Twitch. I just realized I'm also on Twitch. I can't say that. Peace to
Oh
my
shit! Wait, what can't we say?
we can't say the word that I just said, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete that VOD.
Oh yeah, okay.
Can we start this over? Because I honestly think that this got way too hot.
Okay, so do you see what's happening here? Like, I didn't hear. Did anybody hear her say something? Like, I didn't hear her say something that would be a concern for Twitch. Keffals is looking for an excuse to delete the VOD. In other words, Keffals has realized that, in the words of President Sunday,
This is going bad.
This is going bad. And she's made a bit of a
Dingus Gambit.
and starting to look like
Weasel!
like a weasel, yeah. And she wants, she kind of feels she's starting to feel defensive here. Like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
So if we could just delete that VOD, since Karl Marx isn't streaming this, and if I just the
gate, and I didn't expect this to be blood
Okay.
sports. And now I feel like
No, it's okay.
I got
I'm
put
sorry.
into a
No, this
really-
is just.
I feel like I got put
I
into a
don't-
really defensive position when I didn't understand the context
I didn't catch it at first. I thought that Keffals was saying that Max had said something.
in the first place.
Yeah, I get you. No, this is also where I was confused. I don't see you as being someone who would really have odd opinions on this. So I do think
Was
it's
that
genuinely just
DM?
not being informed and it cause dysphoria is like fucked up, right?
So I'm looking it up. You got me curious now.
Wait, what's
The
freaking
first
out?
thing was you posting that you're debating me on this.
Yeah.
And then the second
real
thing is
based.
someone saying TheyFAB isn't a slur because they wouldn't get turned on if they got called it.
It's
and then-
freezing for people on
I should
YouTube.
post, if you think TheyFAB is a slur, maybe don't talk
We
to
shouldn't
trans
have
women.
we
People
shouldn't
doing
be having any
discourse about-
problems on YouTube.
Yeah, this is
Try,
not revealing anything right now. I thought this
I'm
was revealing,
frozen
but
on
it didn't.
YouTube. Why
I'm
would that
not
be?
gonna go ahead and like call out every like non-masculine
Oh,
trans
no.
mask I know who you can like look at like their
Why would that be? Okay, so try reloading on YouTube if you're on YouTube. I will see if there is any reason that I'll look at my YouTube stuff and just see, is there anything weird going on here? Yeah, I don't see any reason that I should be frozen on YouTube. What's going on, chat? What's going on? It's fixed. It's fixed. A temporary glitch. Just completely normal lag. It's because YouTube sucks. Well, I mean, some people say that, right? Some people say Twitch sucks, right? There's a lot of different opinions about this, but yeah, let's get back to this debate.
Experiences, and you can talk to them, but I assure you that they have like dealt with
Blink twice if you're not frozen.
a ton of shit using that term specifically. I mean, if you don't fucking believe me or whatever, that's
Okay, so that's Keffals looking up TheyFAB.
good, like their experiences, and you can talk to them, but I assure you that they have like dealt with a ton of shit using that term specifically. I mean, if you don't fucking believe me or whatever, that's fine, I guess. What's the point of using this term? And again, I am gonna go back to the comparison I made before, and I really want you to answer this. Why would it be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she had shitty opinions on gender and fucking, I guess, was non-dysphoric or whatever the fuck? Would that be fine? Would that be okay? Or you perceive her to be non-dysphoric?
You can call me that if you want.
Okay, would you be fine with other trans people, other people calling other trans women that?
See, I just don't want to even engage with the hypothetical because it's
come on.
I don't want to
Not
engage
that
with the hypothetical
though.
because I want to talk about terms that are actually in use in the community.
That's such bullshit.
That's
though.
not
Why
bullshit.
would you?
It's
That
not
is bullshit. It's
not
how is it not a
bullshit.
fucking?
Okay, seriously, if you're ever stuck in this kind of situation in a debate, just be like, forget about it then. Because that's not the point. You should be able to see the point. Like, it doesn't need a hypothetical. I mean, it's like, I get that Carl's trying to use the hypothetical in order to illustrate a point that Keffals is either pretending not to get or like legitimately doesn't get, but don't let her hang you up on this, right? Because that's what she's trying to do. Is she's like, well, if that's not a real term, we can't really talk about it. Like, we can't really, I mean, that's an invalid term. Like, your argument is a term that doesn't get used. Nobody says she-mab, and so therefore it's, you lose the debate. No.
Analogous argument. How is it
not
not like directly comparable?
It's stupid. I don't want to engage.
How is it not
I
serving the
don't want to
exact
engage
same
with the
purpose that
hypothetical that you
TheyFAB
just
is?
made up that has nothing to do with the community. Like, I think that they.
What do you mean? I mean, how could it not be employed?
Because obviously the answer is no, but we're not talking about that issue.
Obviously the answer is no. What? What do you
Obviously
mean?
the answer is
it's okay
no.
to use?
Don't call trans women.
Then why would you do that to fucking non-binary people? Why would that be okay then?
Why would that be okay? In the context that I saw it, I understand why people are frustrated. I don't think that
I mean, it's still practically
I feel like
misgendering,
tone
though, isn't
policing
it?
trans women is shitty. I
don't
think that they're
give a
allowed
fuck.
to be
I think you should
frustrated.
tone police people who are practically misgendering all the time. Fuck that.
Misgendering
I'd
all
say
the
that-
time. See, we're talking about different things entirely.
Okay, look, if you're
Look, there's a difference between, I don't know, calling some like, cis het person a breeder, right? Out of frustration, with transphobia and calling like, like a non-binary person a TheyFAB, right? There's a difference there, right? There's a, and it's not like, it's not that I'm like, no, this is based. You should totally find your closest cis person and call them a breeder. But like it's like understandable in a way if somebody claps back on the group that's in power. I mean, obviously you want to. Oh my God! Thank you for the. Wait, I can't even see what to thank you for. Oh my God, chat! I'm like all over the map. I'm all over the map today. There we go. There's that. Wait, make that. Yeah. That's the goal. Okay, and then wait. Okay, there it is. Lexical, thank you for the gift membership to V. V, you just got your membership re-upped by Lexical. Wait, am I pronouncing your name wrong? I feel like it should be like, is it Leaxical or is it Lexical or is it, I feel like I don't know. I'm pronouncing everybody's name wrong. That's just my thing. I'm the name getter wrong.
If you're going to reduce someone to their birth sex, that is to me equivalent to misgendering. I don't give a shit. You're saying that they are not what they identify
to be
as.
more chill. I'm very confused.
It's frustrating because I just see it be used so in such an awful way.
That's why I was asking you for the context in which it was used.
But I explained it, and you continue to defend it.
didn't show me any context.
I mean, I can like fucking I can send you some stuff later, but I don't want to like put someone on blast here. If you.
Yo, there's people in chat, like, right? In fact, one of the big like toxic whales for Vaush and Xanderhall is in chat here, telling Telling Carl to calm down. I don't know.
Do you think I'm lying about it?
I don't
Do you
think that
it-
you're.
it might be-
I don't
Wait,
think that
do you
you're.
wanna-
What?
Do you want to look through the Urban Dictionary definitions of it? Because I assure you, nobody's using it like the way that you think it's like
Let her complete sentences too. Look, I mean, like if she's so on the uptake, then that's not like really like a.
used. Go on Urban Dictionary, look up TheyFAB and see what comes up. Because it's not.
Wait,
it's
how
not
many?
describing. Huh?
I mean, do you see what she's doing here with the like, you know, like ask a question, repeat the question, and like she's definitely on her back heels.
How many trans women are you close friends with?
Do you even know trans women? Do you even know any trans women?
Plenty.
Tons of them.
Tons
Yeah,
of them.
I've got lots of trans women friends. I'm a Vaushite.
Like, please do. There we go. I'm a Vaushite, right? So you understand where this is coming from now, right? You understand that this isn't like normal Vaushite toxicity. This is something that you'd expect from a trans med. And look, I guess if you're like friends with a bunch of those people, then this stuff becomes more normalized. I don't know what to, you know, what to say. If Keffals has changed her mind about this, which either she massively regrets, you know, what this debate has done to her. Because like what happened, chat? What happened with this debate is that she had the debate, right? She privated the VOD after it went really bad. And then people were giving her shit about it on Twitter, disagreeing with her, like, because a lot of trans people disagree with what she's saying here. And her response was to block them. So it was just like block. Like a whole bunch of people got blocked, right? And I think at this point she realizes that she's made a mistake, but I don't know if she's sorry, you know, for what she said, for what she did, or if she's sorry that she got caught. It's impossible to tell.
And I like, you know, I'm very much, I know.
So it's lexical. Wait, am I pronouncing it correctly? Wait, am I not pronouncing? I like Leah. Wait, so just like, I'm trying to say people's names right. Meow.
The trans people, I know it's okay. Like I would still tell someone, regardless of their gender identity, cis, trans, or otherwise, to not make an insult that harkens back to someone's assigned gender at birth unnecessarily. I think that's just kind of like.
Wait, is this like trans?
It's kind of stepping too far.
Am I doing this? Is this like some weird trans incel shit that I'm just like unaware of?
How would it be some weird trans incel shit that you're just like unaware of? Like literally, what? Are you calling Carl an incel? I have great name pronunciation. Monope, right? I feel like I just like I question like my pronunciation of vowels. I'm always like, wait, is it supposed to be like this, or is it supposed to like I had somebody that a chatter named like, I think their name is Mo Brains, like more brains, like Mo Brains, I think is their name, but I kept on calling them Moe Brain. Like they're Moe, like the anime thing.
Is that why?
What are you talking about? Would it be?
Like, yeah, she clearly doesn't hang out with any non-binary people.
No,
like-
not you. Stop being.
Am I frozen again? What's up, chat? What's going on I don't know why this would be happening, especially if it's just happening on YouTube. Wait, actually, the one reason that I would be frozen would be like some kind of a like maybe it would be like an issue with my computer. It would be like my Are we still having problems on YouTube? Is YouTube okay? You thought Frodo was Fredo for like 6 months? Are you talking about Frodo from The Hobbit? No, not The Hobbit. The Fellowship of the Rings. Mo Inope. Mo Inope. YouTube is okay. Okay, let me know if anybody's having issues, right? And try to refresh because that can be it's like the basic, you know, pull the unplug and plug, turn it on and off, like kind of advice, but sometimes it works. We're good on YouTube. Okay, let's proceed.
Defensive.
Okay.
I was asking if the term itself. I'm not trying to attack you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I was asking if there's like context I'm missing.
If the term itself was derived from trans incel culture, God, listen, I gotta be honest with you. I am not going on the right websites to know if that's even a thing.
here because like I
What do
legit
you
the
mean?
only
What do
times
you-
I've
I
seen
would assume it would be on some, if it exists, it'd be on some image board.
this term used in tweets that get big, it's literally people who are
Wait,
being
do you want to look at you know Cactus, right? The random
Oh
piece
yeah,
of
no,
shit on
Cactus is
Twitter.
a piece of shit.
Go on Cactus's account.
Okay, so not a fan of Cactus. Cactus was one of the people that was in the Brianna Wu group chat, right? In that transmedicalist group chat. So not a fan of Cactus, just friends with a lot of Cactus's friends, I guess.
Look up TheyFAB.
Oh my god.
Do you think she's going to be using it to vent about every like personal experience she's had
No,
being invalidated by a trans mask?
I feel like using Cactus specifically is bad because everything.
Look at
that
any
she
of her
tweets,
friends. Look
she's
at any
like
of the
literally
like,
the
general
worst
transmed
person.
community. Okay, yeah, but I'm using. Well, you wanted examples, right? Obviously, that's going to be
Listen, chat, I got this sped up because I don't want to stick on this all day. But
a strong one. But if you look
I
at
guess
any
the
of
we got Cenksgiving to get to.
reason
other
that this
people-
got so
We got leftovers from Cenksgiving dinner.
confusing to me is that I thought that there was a context in which you tweeted it, like a
And
greater
I think the Vaush thing is something that you'll really like if we can hit that sub goal.
discourse that was currently happening. And I
Well, I
thought
mean, it's just the term itself existing. Just why would we use that? Why have to invoke that? Why permit that and why defend that?
In the
What's the
context in
service?
which-
What does it do?
in the context in which you brought it up, I totally disagree with the term. Yeah.
Okay, but why? Okay, so do we have to keep on using the term then if that's how it's often and or I would say primarily used? Would you not want to just maybe select different terms if you want to vent about a
See,
non-binary?
I think this is where the confusion came up because you're saying that
Mhm.
it's primarily used as a way to just attack non-binary people. And I think that the amount
Isn't
of
that
times
the
I've
direct
seen,
purpose?
I think that the amount of times I've seen it used has actually just been pretty limited. And in the situations, the person was so shitty that I didn't feel like tone policing them on it.
Okay, so if someone's really shitty, we can just go after their identity regardless of what it is? Where's the line on that then?
Where's the line on that?
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you're saying it's okay to basically try and use an insult that's like could risk inducing dysphoria, what else can you say? How far can you go? Is this same thing true for other groups? Can you become a little bit racist if an ethnic minority is annoying enough? Like, it feels like you're permitting just like a degree of discrimination on the basis of someone being annoying and retarded, which I understand.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So just in case you didn't get enough slurs already, just in case that, you know, we got a plethora. We got a cornucopia, let's just say, of slurs on this debate. But like, look, I mean, it's a shitty thing, but if you have friends who listen to Vaush, I mean, I'm just speaking from experience. I'm literally speaking from somebody that I unfollowed today, somebody that I'd been following for a really long time, I thought was really cool, and then, you know, I see them unironically like using the R slur on Twitter, right? It's so freaking normalized. It's so freaking normalized, right? And again, if somebody wanted to reclaim the R slur, I've not heard of any movement to reclaim the R slur, but if there was one, you know, and somebody's like, right, so the difference between like a reclamation of a slur and just saying, hey, that's a cool slur, let me use it too, right, is whether you're using it as a pejorative, right? So if you use the T slur, for instance, as like a way to, I don't know, like as an insult, right? That's different than if you reclaim it. Slur has always sounded like a slur to me. Is it an onomatopoeia? On some level, maybe. Same as when we report DV and SA, and loads of those who commit DV and SA against us use this sort of language. It's why so many of us are so upset about being called TheyFAB. It's definitely not something that should be allowed to be normalized in the trans community in any way, right? We get enough shit from outside.
As an urge, but I think that's as a principle really.
I feel like if we're going to get into tone policing and woke scolding, it feels really weird to use the term retarded in the same conversation. Don't you agree?
I mean, I don't really care. I'm disabled. I can use that. I can say that if I want to say that.
But that would apply to yourself, but you were using it on other people.
Okay, so Keffals is now catching this person for using the R slur. And not in a way of like, hey, listen, this R slur is not going to put up with that ableist shit, right? That's an example. That's what it would sound like if people were reclaiming the R slur, right? Then You're applying it to yourself, and it's not a pejorative. You're transforming the meaning of it. Otherwise, you're just using a slur. I mean, you could think of other examples of slurs that have been reclaimed, and ask yourself, is like N-word with an A used in the same way as like the hard R? No, it's not. Doesn't mean the same thing. It's different. It's transformed. The meaning is transformed. It's been reclaimed, right? So if any of this stuff was really truly, an example of reclamation, it wouldn't be a pejorative. You wouldn't be using it to put people down. Oh my God, Vamps, thank you for the re-membership. Monope, thank you for the re-membership. Re-membership? It sounds like you're remembering something, but you're just remembering to update your membership, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you so much. Laura Brennan, thank you for remembering to remember up. I'm so confusing here. Wait, what am I looking for? I'm just like, am I missing like, here, let's just break this out of here. Pop up chat while I try to wake myself up. Wait, I can't even tell if those are gift, oh wait, no, it says it back here. It says, I just have to scroll up. Wait, no, I can't tell. I think those were gift memberships. Whoever gave those gift memberships, thank you so much. I don't know why YouTube is being screwtube and not showing you those, but I click over here. Yeah, it doesn't show up. I don't know. Maybe those just like automatically, maybe those are just like renewing. Yeah, it doesn't say. Maybe, oh, you know what it could have been? It could have been like anonymous. It could have been from someone who wishes to remain anonymous. They were gifted on Twitch? I don't think so. I think those were YouTube memberships, but anyway, let's get through this.
Okay.
Let's get down to business.
I mean, I don't really see the issue here. I'm using it to describe something in a way that's very clear to me, and is commonly used that way among my peers. It's
yeah,
very well known to be that.
I would agree with you. That's
You
why
said you don't see
use the term
TheyFAB used. Okay.
I never have.
So, I just okay, but okay. So if we agree Shemab is bad, can we agree that TheyFAB is probably bad and unnecessary and avoid?
What's really cringe to me is that I know why people use the R slur. It's because they think that they sound cool using it. And look, you don't. Using a schoolyard insult, an ableist slur, does not make you cool. In fact, it shows how uncool you are that you think that there's something admirable about that. Look at me, I'm edgy. Right?
Yeah.
Based.
There you
Okay.
go.
Like it's like the I don't know, linguistic equivalent of like, a cigarette, except this cigarette you're putting it out on the skin of a marginalized group.
Then I should be fine to say I want people to have anvils fall in their head. I'm just saying I want it. Obviously, I'm not going to do it.
I mean, the fact that it's a term that comes from the trans community, and that you say that if someone uses this term, you want them to die, that's fucked up. I still think.
What do you
that's
mean?
really
There are
weird.
so many fucking awful terms that's born from the trans community, which are terrible to say. Why would you then be like, oh, that's holy, it came from fucking 4chan? Like, really? That's not an approach, I don't think.
So you think that a term that comes from a marginalized community that doesn't belong to you, you can be the arbiter of that community.
This is
and
some
those
idpol
terms.
bullshit.
How is that
This is some
idpol bullshit?
Because there are plenty of trans.
God, you know what this is? This is two reactionaries like arguing with each other because one of them wants to be like, I don't know, embrace like a whole nother level of trans medicalist reactionary sphere to be even extra cool. I don't know. Like, honestly, chat, that's like that's what is look, if you're of that mindset and your friends are freaking trans meds, I don't know, there's some chance that you think that's cool too.
Trans people who agree with me. There are plenty of trans people who agree with me.
I get it. You have
You'd
trans
be like,
friends.
actually,
I just don't understand how this like.
this is a weird optical move.
How
I
is it
feel
a weird
like.
optical move?
It is a weird optical move. You're trying to attack me saying that I know people who agree with me because you're trying to imply that I don't know anybody who actually thinks this way. You're trying to imply that I actually haven't spoken to enough trans people to understand why it might be okay that this term gets used, aren't you?
I just don't know why you're being so defensive on this.
I'm being pretty straightforward, and you keep on dodging shit. I feel like I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that's true. Keffals does keep on dodging shit, but one thing that not even Keffals can dodge is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in exactly 3 minutes and 5 seconds if you are on the Twitch side of things. That's right. You will have 3 minutes of ads potentially served directly to your eyeballs, Clockwork Orange style. If that does not sound like a good time to you, then you might want to figure out how to get out of that. There's several ways, right? You can use a Prime sub. You can use Amazon Prime linked up to your Twitch and get out of that for free. Costs you nothing, puts money in my pocket, takes money away from Jeff Bezos. I don't see the downside to that, right? If you got that, it's definitely worth using, especially since if you use it on me, I will know that, like, I will take that, like, you know, as a compliment. It's the highest form of compliments because I know that you've only got one Twitch Prime sub to use. So yeah, that gets you out of the ad break. You can also pay $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile to buy yourself a sub and get out of the ad break that way. The other way to get a sub is you got to rely on the luck of the heart of the cards. You got to rely on the heart of the cards, and you got to it's the luck of the draw. That's what I'm going for. You got to rely on the luck of the draw, and that draw is somebody that's very generous seeing your name and deciding that they don't want to see you sucked away by that ad break, and they might just give you a gift sub. Although that kind of thing, it's more likely to happen when you're active in chat. Yeah, the top of the bliss of all bliss, the top of the hour ad break.
Did I not? Is it not like, I don't know. I mean, you agreed with me that we shouldn't use it, and yet, like, this entire conversation, you've been defending it. Like, what's your actual position here? Is it not just so? Yeah, but we agree. It's a term that should be avoided, and we shouldn't use it. And if somebody is shitty to you,
I mean,
you
yeah,
should
in the
use
context in
other
which
terms
this
that are
came up in the first place, you were saying that people
Like, beyond the ableism of the R slur, it's like immature. It's extremely immature. It's not like it's something that if you ever get into using that as an insult, that maybe you should grow out of. When I see people that have had time to grow out of it and that don't, or that have grown out of it and then somehow grown back into it, chud logic, right? When I see a fucking dad using the R slur, sorry, not trying to use your fatherhood status as a dunk or anything. It's just like you'd think that a guy like that would have grown out of it. No, but it's cool. It's very cool
who say this
to call people R slurs, apparently.
were deserved to.
Well, oh my god, it's a fucking tweet, Keffals. Like, really?
Well, that was the context of the conversation.
Okay. I mean, I was making a joke
We're like halfway through this.
about anvils falling on people's heads. Like, really? I was saying that I think it's annoying and shitty when people do that, okay? I was putting it in a creative and humorous way. I don't actually believe, shockingly, that people should have anvils fall on their head if they use a shitty term.
Okay, now this is the part of the debate that shouldn't even have to happen. Like, from a shit poster like Keffals, for somebody to say that they want anvils to appear over people's heads, like in a cartoon, like, that should be pretty obvious that that's a shit post, right? I've got a problem with this person, with this interlocutor, with this streamer using the R slur. I do not have a problem with this streamer, like, you know, wishing for anvils to fall, cartoon anvils to fall on people's heads when they're you know, using slurs against trans people, right? I don't really have a problem with that.
So how do I know when you aren't serious? If
there
you
we
say
go,
something
there we
and then it's a
go.
joke?
I'm sorry, do you read a tweet where I say every time someone uses the term TheyFAB, an anvil should spawn in 30 meters above their head and go, oh no, they're gonna do it?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
really?
you could have just said that it's shitty and no one should say the term, but you specifically.
I was immediately scared that you're some kind of a, you know, what is that movie with the Roger Rabbit? Yeah, you're like some kind of Roger Rabbit character who has the ability, like, that maybe secretly underneath your, like, human face, you are a toon, and you have powers like the bad guy in Roger Rabbit, who could probably make anvils spawn on top of people's head. But worse than that, like, that you're gonna use the spray, the anti-cartoon spray, to dissolve up all the cartoons. That's what I'm really afraid of, right? When you say that you're gonna make anvils appear over people's heads.
I would love that. That would be really funny. That would do really well. That would do great on Twitter. Everyone loves when you make a blank statement and you don't, like, add anything to it.
Oh, so wait, you were rage baiting.
I mean, no, I was making a point about how I'm annoyed by people who use that term, and I was doing so in a way I found funny. I mean, sure, you can say I was rage baiting. I mean, my tweets are generally kind of provocative, right? To people who disagree with me. If that's how you want to define it.
Look, if that's rage baiting, like, I mean, the kind of, you know, what you're fishing for something that deserves to be rage baited. I gotta say, if there's gonna be rage at, like, you want bad things to happen to people that use slurs against trans people, then kind of, like, I guess, fuck you.
But I was just saying my opinion, really.
Yeah, this is all like really. I don't even know where to go from here in the conversation. Hey, I think I misinterpreted where this was coming from. I thought there was a situation that was happening that provoked this, and you were subtweeting. I didn't know that it was just provocative tweet.
Well, no, a situation, it's an ongoing situation of that being used to discriminate against trans masks for ages. I would say that's a situation.
I've
It's just
never
not a
heard
very
the term,
specific one.
and see, I think that's the problem as well. The differences in our experience. I've never heard that term used to talk about trans masks.
Look, hey,
I would think that's
later,
incredibly shitty. That's why I was so confused.
I'm
when
really
immediately
baffled by this. Look, later when you're done streaming, I will go through and I'll send you some examples from people I know. Later, I can send you examples of people being called TheyFAB in a derogatory manner.
I like it when Chud Logic says his kids called him an a-hole and his wife didn't respect him until he got a new wave of money from subs. Is that a real thing? Is that what he does? I don't even know. Like, I mean, I've only heard him joke around that it's time to grift some more subs. It's time to scam. Like, he jokes around about scamming and stuff, but chat's comments, do they appear on screen? I don't know. Do they? She seems, yeah, really disingenuous. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, she's trying to get out of what is a really bad debate, a really bad position that she took on the debate. I don't know exactly why. We can only speculate, right? All the only, clue we have is the fact that she was friends with a bunch of people that were in the Brianna Wu group chat, right? That was a trans medicalist group chat of just, people saying horrible things about other trans people. And maybe it's just normalized to her. She's like, wait, what? That's bad? That's a bad, wait, we shouldn't be doing, that's not a good thing? Yeah, no, it's not good.
Solely for existing as a trans mask person. I can send you plenty of examples. I can send you tons upon tons. Okay, but I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to put people on fucking blast. But if you don't believe me, I think that's really stupid. I can like, prove it to you later. I'm not right now. First of all, I don't have a bunch like in the backlog.
Dingus Gambit.
Known that it's used like that. And furthermore, I don't want to have like put people who I'm friends with and who are already getting enough shit on blast, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Sorry, I was just like, I didn't know that you were saying that Xanderhall deserved his financial troubles.
Wait, is this supposed to? Oh, there we go.
No,
really?
Pause. Oh my God, we got the escape hatch. We got the parachute ripcord right here. Chat, check this out. Right? Oh, thank goodness. Like, my friend was in chat and sent me this bad tweet that you made. That Xanderhall's editor, that's Xanderhall's editor, has quote retweeted, kind of weird fucking thing to say about someone who was financially abused. Oh my God. Everything with Xanderhall is like abuse. Everything that you're talking about a situation between Xanderhall and an ex. I generally don't like to talk about people that are not content creators or people's loved ones or whatever, or like, this is literally like relationship drama from Xanderhall. So like, I'm not super comfortable talking about this, but there is just a weird rhetorical tack that everybody in Xanderhall's community has taken to characterize any criticism of Xanderhall, whether it comes from Thought Slime or whether it comes from what's his fuck, the mule guy, the guy that looks like the Sonic villain. Regardless of who it comes from, right? It's always abuse. They're an abuse apologist, right? And look, I mean, it sounds like Xanderhall might have had essentially his partner was like spending the money that he made without his knowledge of it. That's what we're talking about, and that's bad. But that's also not what Karl Marx is talking about. Honestly, if he's still having financial troubles despite the opportunities he has to make money, then it's kind of on him at this point, right? So Cherry here, the disingenuous liar that they are, is saying that this is making fun of Xanderhall for getting robbed, essentially, for having somebody that he was close to actually take money out of his account without his knowledge, right? Which sucks, right? But there's another real glaring thing that this could be about, and that would be the fact that Xanderhall used his PayPal as his bank, and because of that, right, when his PayPal got hacked, he was missing that money, right? So like I don't laugh at people for making mistakes like that. It's not like if I'm talking about Xanderhall, if I'm criticizing Xanderhall, it's going to be about his content. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about how he handles his money. I'm not worried about, you know, drama with, you know, people that he was dating or whatever. Or, you know, I mean, like, this is more than drama, like, you know, some legitimately bad shit happened there. Right. But if somebody's going to make fun of Xander Hall for trying to use his PayPal in lieu of like a actual bank, like, all right, I'm not going to get mad at them. Like, that's not abuse. Who the fuck uses PayPal like a bank account? Like it's 2003, you just use Cash App for that? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, regardless, right? I'm not dunking on Xander Hall for that, but I mean, this many such cases. A lot of people made fun of Xander Hall, including a lot of Vaushites made fun of Xander Hall for the PayPal thing.
Yeah, my chat is drama frogging. I mean, that's shitty, but
this is from the ad block drama, where the ad block drama. Where he said that.
Wait, was it the ad block drama?
Ad block being blocked on YouTube would be great. I made fun of him for it.
Okay, so yeah, that's what the. Oh God! So it's not even about the PayPal thing. I assumed that's what it was from. This is the ad block thing. Apparently, Xander Hall had a take, you know, where he loves to have his spicy takes, his hot takes, right? Where he was like, actually, I think that ad block getting blocked is a good thing because if you're gonna watch my videos, then you better watch that ad and put money in my pocket. And I need to, you know, and like, look, I feel your pain, Xander Hall. I feel your pain. It's really hard to, you know, make a streaming career sustainable, right? And you know, if you're not doing anything else, it's really, you know, it's really a struggle, right? So I feel, you know, I feel that, right? But yeah, God, if you're gonna come down on the side of YouTube in what all has YouTube done? Like the last I heard, they were making it so that because you can still block ads on Firefox, YouTube was making it so that YouTube loaded slower on Firefox. So yeah, defending, I don't think Google exactly needs defending, but I don't know, maybe he was speaking about it. I don't actually think that's going to make him that much better off financially. Look, if every single person who watched your video was forced to sit through ads, like Xander Hall, like what do you get, like 10,000, you know, views on a video? Is that like, God, let me do the math really quick in my head. Oh my God, I used to know, what is it, like, it's like $50, right? On a 10K video. Is that about what you make for ads? I mean, I guess it depends on the time of year, right? It's, you know, you're making more right now. The CPM is higher than it usually, and depending on your niche, right? If you're doing like financial, but Xander Hall's not doing financial, he's doing political. So I don't think that the CPM is incredibly high. Yeah, it's a kind of a weird thing to say because all you're going to do is alienate your community who, look, if you find it necessary to block ads, that is 100% your business. And I hope that, you know, you will see fit to, you know, contribute in some other way, even if it's like just hitting the like button, even if it's just going right now and hitting that thumbs up sign on the YouTube video so that YouTube will know to push this video, this stream out to more people, right? Even that kind of help, you know, it means a lot to me. But yeah, I would never tell you like not to use ad block, right? That's your business.
He blocked me and everyone who likes my tweet. The context of that being said was that
Xander Hall's super fragile, just like Keffals.
No, hold on. Let me explain the context.
Xander Hall blocked. Everybody blocked this person.
You know what? I'm not going to explain it. I think the problem is that you came from this like immediately.
There's only been one time when I can think of where I blocked somebody and all of their friends, and it was literally somebody who runs like a Discord server that's like mostly Nazis, right? There was somebody that runs a Discord server, mostly Nazis, that came onto my Twitter to argue with me, and I went back and forth with him for, you know, I don't know, 5 posts or something like that. But, you know, when it was clear that he was just going to keep on posting, I was like, all right, dude, we're going to block you. And because of the nature of that server and the, you know, the reputation it has for harassment, this guy had 200 followers. Okay. And I'm thinking, wait, do I want to ever have any engagement, any interaction, any communication with people that are following like the entrepreneur, the purveyor of a fascist Discord server? Probably not. So that was a pretty easy choice, right? And it's not that hard to block 200 people. I don't think I've ever done, you know, anything like systematic like that other than other than that, like I block TERFs, right? I don't really want to have TERFs. You know, so somebody comes on and says something anti-Semitic or transphobic or racist, I'll block them. But
Off the bat, you've been bad faith with me.
Don't.
You have been bad faith with me.
AC says I have 200 followers, Lamau. Yeah, but you probably have 200 quality followers, AC, not 200 sussy bakas from a fascist Discord.
That's the context in which this conversation was happening.
Sorry. Also, the finances thing was
like honestly, like, you know, if somebody like somebody following AC, I think would be a reason for me to consider following them, not
response to me saying that if after a year of like him fucking like trying and streaming and like selling merch and shit, that he should be able to make back like the fucking, I think it was like 10 grand that he like lost or something.
You thought Keffals and Vaush were friends? I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. They were definitely friends. I don't know about now though. And I'm not saying that to like, you know, to insinuate that like, no, things are like really bad, they hate each other or anything like that. I literally don't know. Let's check in on Vaush and see what he had to say about this. Keffals. Okay. So I believe that somebody did, yeah, right here. Okay, so I don't know if this is, I don't think that Keffals is going to block Vaush or anything like this, but this is Vaush's take on the TheyFAB discourse.
Over the stupidest shit. TheyFAB discourse? Oh my god, you people get mad over the stupidest shit. If you're using TheyFAB descriptively in like, I don't know, a condescending or snarky way, like a they, them, AFAB person, I guess it's just descriptive, but most of the time people use it as a kind of smear. Like, oh, you say you're they, them, but like you're so feminine that it's not even, like, you're just like LARPing as they, them, TheyFAB, whatever. I don't know. It seems like it's a term that exists pretty much entirely to upset people. There are a lot of trans terms that exist that fit under that category, but the difference is that a lot of those have been more or less reclaimed purely for the purpose of comedy. Like, for instance, when people say, like, hon, or, I don't know, like, fucking, girl twink, or what, there are a lot of terms that are also...
God, what did I do? Okay, so yeah, hun is, if you're not familiar with hun, what's wrong with hun, right? You obviously are not an old school ContraPoints fan like I was. Hun is a term that has come to mean, like, it has come to be an insult towards, like, you know, a trans person's ability to pass, like, right? And the idea is that, like, if people are calling you hun, right, if people are, like, overly sympathetic to you, it's because you are, you know, unpassable. Right, so really toxic shit where it started out, right? But obviously, a lot of people say hun, and they mean hun, like short for honey, right? So it could be like not everybody. This is you know, deep, like, you know, this is like, you know, terminally online kind of stuff, right? So ContraPoints pointed this out, like the fact that hun is sometimes used dismissively, and then people started like using it like for like everything and like calling themselves hun in a way that's like, I guess, how do I characterize this, right? Because like it's a way of insulting yourself to make it seem like it doesn't bother you, I guess, is how it gets used. Yeah, but there's like all kinds of gigahun something, right? It's, you know, like it gets combined with other terms too. Right, and it's not always, you know, it's not always like a toxic thing. In fact, a lot of times, you know, where it gets brought up, it's you know, a self-applied, somewhat reclaimed term. Although I honestly feel like it is sometimes used with a degree of self-hate.
Kind of like dumb and offensive, but they're stupid and funny enough that people have reincorporated them in a way that doesn't seem to just upset people. The thing is, the TheyFAB thing isn't really funny. I guess there's not really like a joke there. Like,
I mean, the big glaring difference is that nobody calls themselves, you know, or at least I haven't heard anybody call themselves a TheyFAB. Like, again, that was like a, you know, if you're gonna reclaim it, that's like another thing. and people definitely do try to reclaim Han.
So a trans woman looking in the mirror and seeing that her jawbone is 1/18 of a millimeter wider than she'd like it to be, then sighing deeply and going, "Oh my god, I'm so Gigahan Max pilled," or whatever. Like, there's comedy that can be pulled from that, but the TheyFAB thing doesn't seem to have any comedic underlying, like, there doesn't seem to be anything in there that you can make a joke out of, like, with comedic hyperbole or whatever. It just seems like a term you kind of use to dunk on, like, feminine, non-binary people.
So there it is. That's Vaush's opinion. Vaush is not a fan of the TheyFAB. So, look, Keffals did block a lot of people, right? And it's in this tweet. It's in this tweet thread, right? Keffals blocked a lot of people that questioned like her defense of TheyFAB, right? So the joke here is, oh my gosh, she's gonna have to block Vaush too. She's gonna now obviously Vaush isn't calling her out. Vaush isn't mentioning her. Vaush has not commented on like, I'm really disappointed with Keffals for using it. Like, right? He's not. It's not anything that dramatic, right? But one wonders. There's definitely like a, different. He's got a very different viewpoint.
And I said that if he hadn't managed that, it would be shitty finances. And I tweeted at a time when I was being dogpiled and stuff, and it was like my first big drama, and it was obviously an exaggeratory tweet. But it happens, right? But yeah, no, I'm not saying that he deserved his financial troubles. That is an exaggeration.
Is that so weird though? Like, so when you think about Zan, like, right, just to take it back, there was a there was a controversy where Zan had had like a Discord server or like a channel in a Discord server that was meant for people to send NSFW pictures, right? And you could see how for like a content creator, to be like requesting or looking for NSFW picture of their fans, like that's a bit of a boundary issue, right? That's a bit questionable. But it got, I guess, euphemized. It got like when Thought Slime heard about it, Thought Slime said something about like, how about not running a what did Thought Slime say? It was like a sex cult or something like that. So yeah, obviously it wasn't a sex cult. It was a inappropriate Discord server is what it was. But like Xander Hall has like hung, and his community have hung on to this, right? And that's where the abuse thing started. I think, right, was with they've essentially like not let this thing go.
I mean, you said if he's still having financial troubles despite the opportunity he has to make money, then it's kind of.
But like essentially what he learned from that is I think here's what happened, right? He was legitimately scared that he would lose his audience, right? That people would cancel him. That people would be like, oh my god, a streamer running a sex cult? That's no good. I can't block, right? There'd be this massive chain reaction. And there wasn't, because, it was not, it was, there's definitely some issues there. It's definitely like a questionable act, and I think a mistake on his part, but it wasn't seen as a career-ending thing. So, but ever since then, he's been just like weaponizing this stuff and like going after anybody that like says anything bad about him in a really harsh way, right? There's a good question about his drama stream that he did on me, right? Was that really Xander Hall like believing the bad information that he got, or is that really Xander Hall being upset that I called him out for debating Lauren Southern? I don't know, but judging by the patterns that Xander Hall and his community follow so far, there's a lot of reason to guess that it might be the latter
on him at this point.
Okay, I mean, how much? I don't know how much money he lost. It was an exaggeratory tweet made at a time when I was being dogpiled. It's interesting how you're deflecting. Why are you deflecting?
No, this is the problem. You gaslighting piece of shit. You keep exaggerating your points on Twitter, and then when you get called out on it, you end up walking it back, being like, "Oh, I was just exaggerating.
Wait,
I was just rage baiting." It's so bad.
Are you saying that I'm bad faith because I made a fucking joke about anvils falling on people's head and I said it's
I'm
not
saying you're bad
serious?
faith because you say one thing, and then when you get asked about it, you just walk it back. It is
I'm
bad
not
faith, and it's okay.
walking it back. I'm sorry. I think I'm making a very reasonable case for why I said that, and I'm explaining it in a pretty reasonable manner. Also, that tweet's from like fucking 7 months ago. Like, really, get some new material. I'm sure I've said some fuck shit since then. Holy shit.
That's right.
And I don't think I've been
If
that
you
bad
say
faith. I've
something
been very
7 months
direct with
ago,
you.
it suddenly doesn't matter anymore.
Oh my fucking god! And you're telling me I'm bad faith? Really? Like you're so clearly doing a thing here where you're trying to like deflect and come up with something new.
I'm
to
not
try and,
deflecting
like,
from
portray me as
anything.
being wrong
We can
and
talk
shitty.
about this conversation as much as you want. I was hoping that it could calm down. I don't know how this conversation got so heated in the first place.
But because you fucking constantly disagreed with me on a thing being bad, despite eventually totally agreeing with me that thing is bad. And it's bullshit because you're enabling transphobia towards fucking trans masks.
I'm not
that's
enabling
what it boils down
transphobia
to.
towards trans mass. The context in which we heard this word was
But
different.
that's not the context that's going to continue being used in, though. The majority of the time that people use this term, it is to try and like shit on trans masks who they don't like.
I've
and
literally never
permitting-
seen this term used to shit on trans masks before.
I fucking look at any transmed account and look up the term.
I don't regularly look
TheyFAB.
at transmed accounts.
Well, then you shouldn't be having this conversation.
I
because that's-
shouldn't.
That's a mean thing to say about your friends, Keffals. You don't look at their accounts.
Be
Exactly
having
what
this
it's about.
conversation because I am not a fucking weirdo who is constantly looking at transmed accounts.
This is okay. All right. Is this going to go anywhere? Because I feel like you're trying to constantly do some like pull some shit on me, and I don't really like it. You're like this. I feel like you're really. I don't know. I can see what you're trying to do. You know, like
You can see
I'm not.
what do you mean? What I'm
I'm trying to be nice here.
to do?
You constantly trying to pull id poll bullshit every time. I
Idpol
make an argument.
bullshit? You're the one who
Yeah,
is doing an idpol debate right now. You're the one who started this by tweeting weird idpol bullshit that no one who goes outside knows about.
You told me several times that I can't have the opinions I have because I'm not like qualified to say them, and I don't know like if I've like spoken.
It's weird how like idpol has become like in and of itself like a negative stereotype threat. I don't fucking know. I don't know what to call this, right? Like there are issues where people disingenuously bring up something like, you know, when Xander Hall accuses anybody and everybody who calls him out of abuse, right? I mean, that's like, I guess, a weaponization of you know, therapeutic language, a weaponization of social justice speak. Like, right, these things can be abused, these things can be used in bad faith, and but like, you know, idpol, like, right, the idpol as a pejorative is a right-wing reactionary term, right? What you're saying is invalid because it's just like you're talking about your identity. That's essentially what idpol has come to mean. And the fact that these you know pseudo leftist communities attached to Vaush have just like taken it hook, line, and sinker and have absolutely like digested and shat it out is really disturbing, right? It shouldn't be that like you call somebody, you know, you accuse somebody of idpol and therefore like, oh, argument won, right? No, you should like if there can be like a disingenuous argument being made, like utilizing identity. That's just, but the problem with that is just that like it's not a valid point, right? It's a you know, it's a deflection. It's not, the problem is not the idpol. The problem is not like
to enough trans women and that kind of thing, and trying to ridicule the fact that I say I have after
Like
you
this
like
entire
made it
the problem is not that we're like acknowledging like standpoints and perspectives and lived experience and stuff like that, right? That's not the issue.
Conversation is all idpol bullshit. Like the entire thing is identity politics.
No,
yes.
I'm saying it's idpol bullshit when you're saying that I can't comment on it or that
It's identity politics. Debate over.
I can't have.
You
an
can
opinion
totally
on
comment on it.
Okay, but like why I don't see the point in you defending it. I mean, it seems like you understand.
This MFer is doing idpol. Like the way that they talk about idpol, it's like they're saying he's doing a
Weasel.
weasel.
Weasel. Weasel.
It's the way that I use weasel, right? If somebody's being a weasel, call them out for being a weasel. Their problem is not that they're a weasel with identity politics. Their problem is that they're you know, literally lying, and they're being a
Weasel.
Where I'm coming from
Oh,
as well,
yeah.
so I don't really get why you're like what the point is. I mean, I can tell that you also just don't really know, and you should look into it. I mean, I can later I'll look up fucking tweets on transmit accounts so I can prove to you that 90% of the time it's being used to basically just be transphobic to trans.
idpol is when a group I don't think deserves to speaks on things that affect them, and I don't think are real problems. We're gonna, if we get to this Vaush thing, right? If we like, that's the last piece of content. If we can get through the, if we essentially, if at this point it looks like if we can hit the sub goal in some way, right? If we can make a bank shot and hit the sub goal, then we can watch the Vaush thing, because that's really interesting. But like, it's basically that's what we're talking about. This is like one of the debates where Vaush just bucks at the idea of that a group that is oppressed might have a slightly better perspective than somebody looking at that group from the outside, from a place of privilege, right? And you know, this is the language that, you know, Vaush has come to hate, right? It's the weirdest thing in the world, right? These people that talk about cancel culture, and they're literally canceling like leftism from the online left, and you wonder why this thing is useless. You wonder why this thing doesn't have any real world effects, right? Imagine being, you know, a black person trying to engage with, you know, online leftist communities. Imagine being a disabled person, right? Trying to engage in Keffals' community or Vaush's community. The first thing you hear is somebody call somebody an R slur. Also, thank you for the gift sub to Autumn Leaves. Autumn Leaves, you just got your membership re-upped by Soul Life. Thank you so much, Soul Life. So yeah, this is no wonder that you can't we're having trouble forming solidarity in online left politics, and so much of it just feels like navel gazing. So much of it just feels kind of masturbatory and pointless, right?
Like it's like very clearly the purpose of
in an effort to prevent, you know, the gatekeeping that Vaush and his crew are so afraid of. They've literally gatekept the most important voices out of the discussion.
The term's very clearly designed to do that. There are a billion other terms you could use to insult people. Defending it is fucking totally unnecessary. I don't think we should be making fun of anybody. When somebody shit on Rose Malay and tried to make her feel dysphoric when it was fucking Maya Luna going after her and trying to make her dysphoric, I said I don't like Rose Malay, but that's shitty. We don't do that. That's
Karen Hall. I'm gonna have to blow your mind here for a second, okay? And just let you know that The Wired is actually part of the real world. Yeah. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, and I kind of agree. It's kind of like what I'm saying, right? In that, like, the online left at this point is useless. I don't think it has to be. I think it needs to become useful. I think that it's new and it's been colonized. That's the problem I have with the online left. I don't think that in and of itself, you know, that there's something, you know, the only thing, you know, the thing that's problematic about the online version of the left is it doesn't really connect to the real world, and that needs to happen. But I think I hold out hope that it can happen. But yeah, so I'm just hitting you with a little, like, lane, you know, the Wired. I don't do one in chat if you're lane pilled. One in chat if when I say The Wired, you know what I'm talking about. Also, wait, thank you, Manope, for the 5 gift memberships. Look who here. I'll just call out people's names so they know. Just so you know, if you got Choosy Heretics Choose was gifted with a membership. Pedro was gifted with a membership. Tejot got a membership. And oh my god, I can't read your name because it's like a word that YouTube doesn't like, but F you, you got a gift membership as well. So yeah, if you're Douglas Lane, no, sorry, not that lane. Yeah, let's all love Lane. Okay, so some people get it anyway. It's a anime. It's an interesting genre of anime. It's called the mind. I can't say that word. The mind F genre, but it's a really strange. Anyway, the Wired is basically the internet. The Wired is online. That's what I was trying to indicate there. Wasn't Autumn already a member? I don't know. I only have like this stuff to rely on. I don't even wait. What? Maybe does it like upgrade a membership? I don't know. I'm so confused, chat. I need to caffeinate. I need to get caffeinated. Let's finish this Keffals thing.
Pass the fucking line. Why can't there just be like guidelines to this, right? Why can't there be limits, reasonable fucking limitations for how we interact and like conduct ourselves, and not involve things like trying to bring up someone's fucking assigned gender at birth as some sort of argument?
I think the reason that, and I'm sorry I got heated. I admit, I got way too angry about this. And it's just that you're obviously seeing this word in a context that I haven't been seeing it, and
Yeah.
I am not as connected with like if this is like a thing coming from the trans medicalist community.
Dude,
Maybe
it is. I promise you, like 100%. That's why it confused me so much when you said this. Everyone I know, like, was wondering if you might be a trans med because you're arguing with me on this. Like, it is a confusing thing because it's genuinely something that we literally 99% see from the trans med community. Do not see it from other people. Like, I think I like almost never have from like other non-trans medi people. Like, I think you're underestimating how much of a their thing it is.
I
What was that?
I am so
Weasel.
fucking lost with this discourse.
Weasel.
Look,
Weasel.
as I said,
Weasel.
I'll show you
Weasel.
examples later. I just don't want to
Weasel.
put people on blast. And I also don't want to like sit here and search.
Does
for
it
Twitter right
extend
now.
your membership?
But
Maybe.
I can find shit for you.
I
You know,
cannot.
there are tons of examples of it. I mean, if there are trans masks in your community who are like not hyper masculine and or maybe
I can't imagine that it goes to waste. If anything, it would just refund the money. Maybe it refunds the money. I don't know.
a little gender non-conforming, I'm sure they'll like I'm sure there are plenty of people who've like had that experience. It is a very real thing that is used to just try and like cause dysphoria.
See, I've never seen it used in that way.
Increases your tier. Yeah, that's an
never-
I'm
idea.
shocked at that because that's like I've seen it used dozens, I think, maybe like in like the 50s or 60s of times, and it's been used like that every single time. And this is because I've argued a lot with trans meds, right? Like I've dealt a lot with that because I like arguing with people. And it's literally from them all the fucking time. And also because it reinforces their worldview, right? It reinforces the worldview that if you're not actually like really trans, you're actually just whatever you were born as, right? You're actually just, in the TheyFAB case, you're actually just a confused girl. Is basically what they're saying a lot of the time, right?
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
in the context, because
doesn't that fall
the
into trans
context that I
mythology
saw
really
being
well?
used was non-binary people who were assigned female at birth who were talking about how they were doing AFAB only housing. And I'm not going to tone police a trans woman for using TheyFAB as an insult in that way.
I
Because
disagree with you.
why would you disagree?
Look, I would. Why are you putting this on non-binary people? As far as I can tell, this AFAB only housing thing, it's like a turf thing. And from what I've understood about it, like a lot of like trans mask people get, would get turned away by the same.
With me that someone
Because that's
obviously
furthering the
because if
divide.
they
That's,
actually
like,
believe in stuff
furthering-
like that, they aren't trans. Fuck that. I would not say that a person. I wouldn't.
Why,
I would
not?
not.
Why can't they just be trans and stupid? Why are you?
You're not
You can't
listening.
invalidate someone's transness on the basis of them being stupid. If they want,
You're not
if they want
listening to
AFAB only,
If they're
how
doing
are they not
AFAB only
trans?
housing, how are they trans? That's
how would they? What do you mean?
because I
What
think
do you
that
mean by
anyone who is trans would know that's incredibly transphobic.
do you know how many
Look,
stupid trans
then
people there are?
make up a term that's about like transphobic trans people, right? Like, so what Keffals is proposing, right, is that the AFAB only housing is a function of what certain kinds of non-binary people. Essentially, like a transphobic stereotype of non-binary people. I mean,
Do you know how many dumbass trans people there are? We shouldn't be invalidating people's identities on that basis. That's terrible. I mean, fuck,
There's
Blair
no
White,
pot of gold
awful,
emoji?
terrible, stupid, tiny brain, little peanut brain. Still a woman. Still not going to call her a man. Still not going to imply anything about her fucking assigned gender at birth because I don't like her.
I mean, this is a line in the sand I've got too. Yeah, Blair White, any trans person, right? And this comes up from time to time, and I've had pushback, from other trans people of like, well, this person's complete scum. Why are you defending them? And I was like, I'm not defending them, right? But they don't, I'm not gonna like misgender them based on, them being a shitty person, even if they're like a really shitty person, even if they're a horrible person, right? That's just a line in the sand that I've got, and these are the kind of lines that you need to have solidarity. Solidarity is a prerequisite to making any sort of leftist action work, right? To be able to have that solidarity where people who are oppressed and marginalized know that in this group they're not going to get shit on, or at least if they do, that they can call it out and be like, hey, don't do that to me anymore, and they're not going to get, nobody's going to jump down their throat over it, right? This is just like a very low bar to cross. For this is a prerequisite, right? This doesn't get you, just like Karen Hall was saying, right, that the online left is pretty useless right now. This doesn't in and of itself, like, these lines in the sand don't make it useful, but it's a prerequisite to having the solidarity for it to actually become useful. I think that a big part of why, online organization and politics doesn't work the way that we want it to is because we've ceded too much control in a way that just mirrors privilege, in a way that mirrors the hierarchy, right? The fact that the largest leftist, content creator, or one of the largest leftist content creator is actually a reactionary, like, shows you everything that thinks that like anti-white racism is like a real, huge pressing problem that we need to address right away, right? The fact that that's how the online, that is the like geography of the online left right now, that's a big part of the problem.
Right? I mean, I agree with you.
Based.
Yeah, but I think that I don't know. This is just fucking weird. Like, what is the point tone policing someone who is upset about prejudice when this person should fucking know better?
I'm not. First of all, majority of
I
times
think that's
I'm
the
seeing
problem. Is
Okay, so tone policing somebody, like, right? If somebody, like I said, if a trans person or a queer person gets mad and it's just fucking breeders, right? That's something that I'm not going to tone police, because cishet people have privilege, right, over like that their privilege is connected to the oppression of queer and trans people, right? But this is different. The group you're attacking is literally, I don't know, like you're trying to make a subclass of trans people and say that based on what happens with these arguments, like in fact the problem with Keffals and Vaush and all these like reactionary pseudo-leftist communities isn't necessarily that there's no intersectional analysis, because you can see that language right there. I'm not going to tone police somebody, right? Okay, are we having a conversation? Well, no, really, because we're using the tone police thing to justify shitting on other trans people, right? We're not using that to understand why a trans person might be upset with cis people. That's where it's useful. So what it is it's intersectionalism without intersectional analysis, which is just as dangerous, I guess, as like leftism without any any theory behind it. And again, there we go. There's Vaush again, right? This is like it's dangerous, right? Because these, like, everything loses its meaning when you unmoor it from an analysis of the objective power relations. What is the objective power relations between non-binary people and trans femme people, if anything, right? That not non-binary people are probably at a disadvantage. I'm not trying to play oppression Olympics here, but you're definitely not dealing with like a marginalized group expressing frustration at a group with privilege.
that my context of coming to this term. And they also call themselves AFAB because they're in AFAB only housing. So
This is what's really frustrating about the internet in general, right? Is there's this principle called the attention economy. And like one side of it is like that which gets attention, whether good or bad, is that which people will think about it, right? That's the Vaush equation, right? Like a lot of Vaush's, creation of his community, the reason that he's grown the way he is because the conflicts that he provokes, right? The conflicts that he has mostly with marginalized groups is like good for the algorithm, right? It's more interesting. It's getting more clicks than somebody just like teaching about leftism or organizing mutual aid or whatever, right? But there's another part of this whole attention economy that says that a bad argument, which is simple and sounds true at first glance, will always roll over a correct argument that's got more nuance. And that's a real tough thing to deal with. Right? Are there ways to deal with it? Yeah, but we're working on it, Chad. I'm working on it. Believe me, it's on my mind. It's very much on my mind, right? For the online left to be, at all useful, like it's going to require overcoming these obstacles, right? Overcoming this, colonization that's gone on of our movements online in a way that's not representative of the real world, right? Movements are not colonized like this in the real world. This is very much an algorithmic thing. But yeah, the whole thing about, it does challenge you to try to make your argument in the most simple way possible, right? But there are times in which, you know, the lie travels around the world 1,000 times while the truth is still putting its shoes on.
Why is that bad? If they're in AFAB-only housing, they identify as AFAB.
I mean, I think it's stupid and I think it's unnecessary. Maybe you could make an argument that in that specific case it could be like especially valid, but if we're like looking at the majority of cases in which it's employed, that's just not true. And there are like a billion of ways that you can refer to someone and shit on their opinions regarding gender and sex. You know, transmisogyny, bioessentialism, these sorts of things, which don't end up kind of basically reinforcing the whole thing of being like, we are very...
Like if there's a trans person legitimately trying to discriminate within the community based on people's like assigned sex at birth, like, I mean, I feel like we've already got names for that. That's, you know, a pick me. You could call that person like a traitor. Like there's a ton of things that you can call that person but what you want to do is call out their transphobia rather than try to call out their identity? Or like this, you know, create a subcategory for identity, try to, you know, create a new stereotype that like, these are the kind of people that are behind this AFAB housing, when we know what kind of people are behind AFAB housing. It's usually TERFs.
Different because we're from different sexes. You are that, and we are that.
Quisling works. Yeah, Karen Hall, that does work.
No?
Like in these cases where it's like someone who
right?
identifies as non-binary and then says like, I'm AFAB, I only date AFAB people. Why?
Assigned sex at birth, like as in, you know, like the, you know, your birth sex, right? Whatever's written down on your birth certificate.
Is then calling them a TheyFAB as an insult. Awful. In the context you described it, I absolutely.
If they're only dating AFAB, okay, so
if they are identifying themselves as AFAB.
Okay.
Because in the context I'm using it, it's people who call themselves AFAB, and I think that's what was missing from the conversation.
I don't really care if people mention what their like birth sex is. I don't think that's like an excuse to go and be like, hey, remember that? Like I don't know. I just don't think it's particularly necessary.
Like, look, there's trans people telling you that they've been called AFAB dismissively, right? They're not, you know, not out of, you know, their, you know, transmisogyny or anything like that. They've been called that dismissively. It's been used very much like the word transgender, right? If you have a problem, you know, with transmedicalism, with calling certain trans people, you know, transgenders, questioning whether they're really trans, etc., then you should have a problem with this.
Also, as I said, the majority of times people using these terms, it's not like that. And therefore, if the majority of times that term's being used is like,
you know, I feel like Keffals just goes along to get along.
Awful. We should use other terms to describe.
Right. There's people in her friend group that are using, oh yeah, those TheyFABs, those fucking TheyFABs. Oh my god, those TheyFABs, right? And she's like, yeah, this is based in
things where you actually think that you might want to use it, because if not, it might get
pilled,
you know, misappropriated and misunderstood.
Yeah, so it's like I'm trying. This is why I was asking for context of specific things, because you're assigning a lot of baggage to the word without providing any clear evidence of the word being used for that term. And outside of the context that I've seen,
are you really still not believing me?
This isn't about believing or not believing. I want to see how the word is being used. Unless we're using this word with the same definition, this conversation can't go anywhere.
Okay, well, let's find a definition. I mean, again, the fucking Urban Dictionary definition, it says a term to mock AFAB non-binary people, simply a trender. Or the next one, non-dysphoric person LARPing as non-binary that's transphobic and semi-often even homophobic. That's one. A term that's mostly used by transmeds and true scums, which means a non-dysphoric woman LARPing as non-binary, and so on. It's just, it's a variety of terms that people want to use in order to try and invalidate someone's identity if they get disagreed with by someone that they dislike, right? And I just don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, transgender is a right-wing concept. Look, I mean, like, this is the ugly truth that we sort of have to face. And, you know, when we start to, you know, see the effect of people like Brianna Wu on the community, right, that's where it really comes into focus. That there is a part of the trans community that is conservative, right? The first name that comes to mind is Caitlyn Jenner. Literally a Trump supporter, right? Blair White, right? There are trans people that do this pick me thing of like, oh yeah, but I'm not like the other trans people. I support Trump. I'm not an SJW. I don't use identity politics. I'm one of the good ones, right? And they think they can negotiate a separate piece. Like really, like the thing that the right wingers are mad about is not about you being trans. It's about you being an SJW. Right, it's about you use cancel culture, right? You don't like Trump. That's the problem. So if we like Trump, if we stand against cancel culture, if we, you know, say like identity politics bad, then maybe they will leave us alone and only bother the other trans people who we turn into a negative stereotype threat.
Sorry,
I mean, this happens in every community, right? This is, this existed, like there are conservative elements to every marginalized community. And, there's some deep, like, psychological reasons for that I won't get into right now, but, you can see that just at a basic level, it's an attempt to create, to forge like a separate peace with the group oppressing you by showing them that you are one of the good ones. You're not like the other trans people. You are better. You are assimilate. You are socially conservative or whatever, right? And it's the same thing with trans meds. It's just a different, part of the self-hate spectrum, I guess.
I think we can shit on people in other ways. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's my birthday. I just turned
Happy
20,
birthday.
so I want to get going and like chill and
Yeah.
like, go and
I'm sorry this
celebrate
turned so
that.
heated.
That's okay.
Honestly,
No,
I have
look,
no hard feelings.
Zarazarek says she's lying about not knowing about the usage. It is widely used by trans med and true scrum binary trans people that would be in the Brianna Wu. Yeah, and she just acted like, Cactus. Oh my God, Cactus. Well, I'm pretty sure she's like Cactus was in that group, and so we're friends of Keffals, right? This is a huge issue with her community. That's why in some ways it seems at times more reactionary than Vaush's community, more on the line of a Destiny community. And the fact that she's literally created a project to unban Destiny supporters, right, that got banned during the conflict last year, right? And that the emissary that she chose to Destiny's community is somebody that is known for like Pepe posting would be like an understatement, right? Like literal, like weird, like Holocaust revisionism, right? That's the person in charge of, getting all the Destiny people unbanned from Keffals community. And I guess it's because she's losing so many followers. Like a lot of people don't want to put up with this shit. Even people that put up with Vaush's shit, people that don't have any problem about the R slur being used as a pejorative. People that don't have any problem with Vaush lashing out at trans people, right? Even people like that are like not okay with this. So she's literally stuck in a place where she's going to her old enemy to patch up the community that she's losing from, this weird reactionary turn that she's taken.
Thanks for this.
I like you
and I respect you, and I hope you have a
respect
good
you as well.
birthday.
Thank you. I want things to be okay with us. I feel like this is mostly based on a misunderstanding. I'm going to try
it
and find
was.
things to show you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I believe you. I don't. This
No,
is why was
I feel
confused. know-
bad that I got so heated.
It's okay. I did too. It's okay. Look. Okay. It happens. Try and but yeah. I'll show you. I appreciate you trying to like reel it back in and stuff. I'm sorry I got annoyed as well.
It's okay.
But yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate you having me on.
Okay.
It was nice talking to you. I'm sorry. Sorry it went like this.
So that is the natural end of the debate here.
All right. Okay. You take care of yourself.
Peace out.
Bye bye.
But thanks to Natalie, we got like 13 minutes. Okay, let's 10 minutes because I've got this sped up. We've got like 10 minutes left. Keffals is possibly coping.
Okay, that conversation was kind of messy.
That was
Okay, so there's a Keffals stan in Discord.
that was definitely. I've done a lot of bad debates. I think that was the worst I've ever done.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who comes in next? This is Velvet Benoy. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that name, but like BNNUY, like right. Is it pronounced Bunny or Benoy? I always say Benoy, but that doesn't sound right.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened there. I feel like this was it was a combination of
Natalie is the clip whisperer, absolutely.
things. I think everyone was a bit heated. I think maybe they came in like prepared for much more of a debate. I think calling it a debate was probably a bad idea because I think it set the tone to something pretty negative really quickly.
You know what? If it was an actual debate, it would have been less fun. That's
kind of true.
Look, I took a conversation that would have been at a 2, and I pumped the gas to 10, and it was a blood sport spectacle. So I'm the real hero of the day.
I mean, that's your blood all over the place, but whatever.
So, okay, what I wanted to try and do was I wanted to come on here and try and ameliorate.
She definitely gave some blood to the blood god today.
Ameliorate the differences between.
And just so I'm real clear, we're talking about like, this is metaphorical. Okay, this is metaphorical in nature. And by blood, I mean like she lost followers from that.
The two of you, because I think that we can reach an understanding. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I think I see where both of you are coming from here. And I think this might be a situation of, like, as an older transitioner, like, kind of missing some of the developments in, like, the lexicon of, like, online trans shit.
Carl is a self-professed Vaushite. Should be obvious by how much fail that. Yeah, there was, R slurs, and they're very much a Vaushite. I'm metaphorical blood in a video game. No streamers were hurt. Yeah, no streamers were hurt in the self-reporting during this video. Yeah, well, I mean, that is literally like our life meter, though. Like, the support that we get from our community is what keeps us going, and I'm sure Keffals is bleeding some of that support now.
That's, like, happened in the last few years.
Oh god, this is like a recurring thing that happens to me where, like, people, I don't know what the fuck TTTT is. Like, what is that?
You do too! She knows what this is! She knows that. Oh my god, no. Okay, so chat, I know that what this is. She knows what this is. It's so freaking sus that she's pretending not to know this, because I swear to god, there's probably a video, right? Isn't there a video where she talks about this? TTTT is a euphemism for a 4chan board called LGBT. It is, in fact, yes, the gay channel, the gay, subreddit, if you want to think of it like that, of I'm putting this in terms that people that haven't spent a lot of time on image boards can understand. But they call it TTTT as a joke because the LGBT board got used mostly by a lot of trans people and a lot of trans femmes. So the joke behind calling it TTTT is that it says it's LGBT, but it's really just a bunch of trans people, right? That's and it's a messed up place with, like, a lot of self-hate. And ContraPoints actually compared this community to the incel community in that there's a lot of, like, negative reinforcement of people's self-doubt, right? People will come on there, show a picture of themselves, and the the other people on the board will be like, oh, that's right, you got no chance of ever passing. You're a giga hun, you're a mega hun, you're an omega hun. I don't know, you're some kind of hun, right? And you can never pass. That's, you shall not pass, right? That's what they tell each other, right? And it kind of keeps them in this, it makes the community valuable, because if you're living a life where you've just, like, given up on, in some cases, on transition, right? You're going to be in a dark place. But just like the incel community, that community serves as a replacement for whatever kind of social interaction you might get elsewhere. It's a dark place, right? And she does absolutely 100% know what this is, right? People like, it's such a weird thing. Like, it's such a self-report. The way she's saying this is even more of a self-report. I'm kind of amazed.
It's a nightmare realm where no one should ever go, and it's like, yeah, just awful there.
Like,
look, I can say that I know what it is, okay? I can say that I know what 4chan is. I can say that I know what TTTT is without, being worried that somebody's going to think that I am in support of that, because everything that I do, everything that I say contradicts that, right? I'm very much a lot of what I do online is a fight against, self-hate that afflicts the trans community online. So I'm not worried that anybody's going to think that because I know what that means, because I know what that refers to, that I am part of this, like, fucking dumpster fire out there. But yeah, obviously Keffals and whoever she's talking to on Discord are very much want you to know that, well, I don't really know about this, but it's I heard from a friend that it was.
I didn't even, because I got into shit earlier, like back in October, and because I didn't actually know what trans medicalism was. I'm not even joking. Like,
yo, what are you talking about? No, you are a liar. You are a liar. You are a
weasel.
What is that? What is that? Oh my god, chat.
This is going bad.
This is going bad. This is going real bad, okay?
I know
Bad
a lot
to
of people in
worse.
chat might think that I'm full of shit, but when I said the term, I thought that I was using the term trans and medical, and people got real fucking heated because
yeah, for trans people to seek medical care. That's what trans medicalism is, right? Are you not in favor of trans people getting medical care? Oh my god, no, Keffals, no.
I didn't know what I just said.
I remember because we actually had a conversation around that time. Like, here's a little backstory for you guys. Like we were kind of hanging around that time, and we were talking about this stuff.
She literally debated somebody from TTTT. Natalie or Zara, can you find that video for me? Can you find me the video, the Brainworms video? This is an old Keffals video. I don't know if it's still up, right? But she literally debated like one of these people.
When Clara caught COVID, like I think people thought it was like an excuse or something, but like guys, I'm not kidding. Her brain was completely.
I was
freaking
so
cooked
sick
at the time. Like it was not great. And that was around the same time all that happened, and it was just a kind of clusterfuck.
And also, I didn't expect that to get as heated as it did immediately. I was asking the context, and then the context given was like a very general thing. I thought there was like some bigger piece of drama that happened, and I guess there wasn't.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, chat definitely knows what it is. And look, like they're saying it's a cesspool. Like I would expect most people, you know, it's not like a positive thing. Like, right, if you're in a trans space where people are like, oh yeah, TTTT is pretty legit, get some good information there. Yeah, no, I like, right, then you're in a bad place, right? Most trans people know what it is, and they know that it's bad.
So I think I understand how that happened, because like let's think of it from like Carl's side for a second. Like they're talking about a term which they see as a slur, and you propose a debate on it. Like that kind of puts you inherently in the position of defending the usage of a transphobic slur. And coming into that, I think I can see where the emotion would come into play, even though that's not exactly what you're trying to do. And yeah, I think that just kind of made it messy from the get-go. Now, where I have seen this term get thrown around a lot, both by binary trans people and non-binary trans people. Like I've known like AFAB non-binary people that have used it to describe themselves, because they weren't really actively transitioning. They saw themselves as like kind of almost separate from transitioning non-binary people, and they wanted to make a distinction between the two. However, I don't think that's the case that it gets used for most of the time. Most of the time when I've seen this term get used, it's by people who want to draw that distinction in a way that's like derogatory of non-binary people, like that they're not transitioning enough and therefore are inferior to the people that are on hormones.
Okay, so Zara's showing me a link where she talks about 4chan brainworms. Now, she didn't say TTTT there, right? But if you're talking about like self-hating, you know, transphobic brainworms from 4chan, you're generally talking about TTTT.
Or whatever. It is kind of an inherently true scum sort of terminology when it's used that way.
See, I don't know, dude. Like, even saying true scum feels way too fucking online. Like, can we just can we just act like normal people? Like, what the fuck is it? What is a true scum? I don't know what that even means. I was not on, like, I feel like I would if I was on Tumblr growing up, but I don't know what these words mean. I don't.
Yeah, well, I think it's also because the terms are a little bit nebulous. And I think that like because it's a very online thing that people just throw around, it's slang. It doesn't really have like a nailed down definition or like usage, which is why I think like sometimes we can get in these positions where the interpretation of how it's being used can seem really, really, really bad to some people, even if that wasn't necessarily the intention.
My takeaway from this is that I am this is officially my last time touching trans discourse.
Really? Okay.
I'm done. I don't want to know what these.
It's weird. It's usually cis creators that say stuff like this, right? Where they get involved in trans discourse, they legitimately maybe have some ignorance, and they want to. They don't handle the correction to that ignorance in a good way, right? And then their thing is like, well, I'm just not gonna talk about trans stuff anymore. And yeah, like if you're that person, right, that maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a good idea. At the very least, if you want to be like a cis person, like engaging with trans discourse, you really do have to like listen to trans people. You're not going to get this stuff yourself. You're not going to like understand this stuff yourself. But Keffals is sadly not a cis creator, despite her shit posts.
Terms mean? I don't care. I'm too fucking old for this shit. I'm gonna let like the youngins take over.
She almost said young shit.
I'm retiring. I'm gonna go get mad about fucking tankies or something.
I will say that this was definitely something I cared a lot more about in my first year or so of transitioning, until I realized that it's basically just
she's acting like she doesn't know terms that, like, I'm pretty sure she knows.
Circle jerk of people talking about.
You can hear her almost running into stuff that would betray her as being more online than she wants to claim.
None of this ever comes up with anybody on that offline. This is purely an online thing.
I will be celebrating 12 years since I started hormones in less than 3 months. And the discourse has changed. I think I've been through like 5 or 6 trans discourse shifts where all the words fucking change. And like at the start of this, I was like just identifying as a transsexual because people were still using the term transsexual, and now people don't use it.
It was dodgy when ContraPoints said, I sometimes feel like one of the last old-fashioned transsexuals. It was dodgy, right? Because she's not old enough for that, right? You know, when you're really talking about a time when trans people self-identified, when like the word transsexual was used in the place of where we usually say transgender now, right? That you're talking about like, I don't know, the 90s, right? That's, you know, she said 12 years, so that takes us back to what, 2000 and what is it, like 2007 or something like that, right? That's not that's not exactly back in the day, right? That's not you know,
Except like to be edgy or something. And I'm so done.
look, Keffals, like I feel like you would get caught lying a lot less if you would just stop lying. Like these things that you're pretending not to know about are not things that oh, I don't know, chat. This is a guilty conscience, okay? What I don't know what to tell you. This is a guilty conscience. Sorry, 2011. I did not math right. Thank you for correcting me though. Psychedelia. ContraPoints clarified that it was a bad statement. She doesn't even know what she really meant. It was edgy. Look, there's a chance that like she could have hung out with trans medicalist people without really realizing they were trans medicalists, without really, like I said, like I've had, I've had to, ban people from my community for trans medicalism before, right? So like I was not, I was, talking to trans medicalist people that I wasn't aware of that were trans medicalists. So like, I mean, it's not a damning thing, to say that, right? But what's damning is when you try to pretend like, I've never heard of this TTTT thing, trans medicalism. What, like medical care for trans people? No, I don't know about that. Any true scum? Transmed? I've never heard of this stuff, right? It's just, there's no way. There's no way. We are almost done. Good for Gabby. We're almost done. We're almost ready to take a break from Keffals. Yeah, this is a lot, but it's just it's more self-reports. It's more self-reports that I wasn't even asking for, that I didn't even expect. And that honestly, I gotta thank you, Natalie, because we would not have these self-reports if it was not for your research. Thank you so much. You know that that saying that if you're sitting in a room of 10 Nazis, there's actually 11. I have heard that. Yeah, if somebody sits down at a table full of with 10 Nazis at it, what do you have? And the answer is like 11 Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff will, I give it another 5 years and things will have shifted under my feet too. The discourse will always be changing. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so as far as all this goes, I think this really was just a difference of like expectations and like what we're even arguing here.
I didn't even want to like get it so heated. I thought there was a context, and I still think there was. And I think because Max kept saying, I don't want to put anyone on blast. So it's like, okay, but you want to do.
There might have been like an inciting incident on
Keffals literally said that trans medicalist talking points are the only way you can fight for pro-trans legislation and policy. Yeah, and then I feel like this is all a big attempt to retcon it, right? Look, you're not Toriyama, okay? It's just, that's a bad example. Nobody buys Toriyama's retcons either, but
Twitter or something. But the way these things always go is that like one person will have a hot take or they'll do something stupid on one post, and then like
you want her to take a break from streaming.
It goes to someone else, and then they start talking about it, and then discourse forms around that person, and eventually you're like 10 steps removed from the original like origin point of the discourse, and now it's like a completely different thing. And I think that's kind of where we're at with this, which is why it's like, generally TheyFAB I think is used by people who don't mean it in a very good way, but based on what you're telling me of like the way that you've seen it be used, I still think that like I don't know which situation you're referring to, but
I've seen it only used in the terms of like 3 situations, like non-binary person being like, I only date AFABs, or AFAB only housing, or like that weird thing where someone was like, my dog hates AMABs.
Oh yeah, I think anyone that like fixates too much on assigned gender at birth has got some weird stuff.
Because I think that got too heated. Like, can we agree? Retard is a I'm on Twitter. Can we agree? It is a slur. However, it's only a slur when you're using it against the group that are predominantly affected by it. I think the context matters.
I would say it's probably not a good thing.
She's got that so wrong. She's got that so wrong. Like, think about this with any other slur, right? What she just said is like, oh no, it's okay to use a slur against somebody, unironically, as long as the person that you're using the slur against isn't part of that like marginalized group. It's okay to keep on using that as an insult, right? And it's just, again, this is like bastardized intersectionality. I don't know what you want to call it, right? Irrespective of the intersectional, the basis of intersectional analysis is to recognize power relations, to recognize, you know, privilege and recognize oppression, and to take those into consideration. That's the very, like, you know, first step. But she doesn't have that. She's just playing with these terms without any like real understanding.
To say about people in general and raises some bad associations, but I also
like, it's literally the take is like, listen, I am like, you know,
like,
retard.
No, well, first of all, still on Twitch. And second of all, I think the TheyFAB thing is probably just like, I think what you're describing is a type of person, but I don't know if they deserve a whole like word for that. I think it's just kind of shitty behavior.
See, I feel like the word retard is more historically loaded and offensive, and I don't know why people are more mad about the term TheyFAB who are still willing to.
Again, self-reporting, right? Look, I don't have a problem if somebody wants to reclaim that word. I haven't heard anybody try to. What I have heard is a bunch of edgy motherfuckers like use that word and be like, no, it's okay. I can use that word. I'm neurodivergent. There's a chance that you could believe that someone at some time used that word against me, and so therefore I have the pass. I have the immunity idol. It's okay for me to be ableist because I am a, you know, I have been impacted by ableism, right? That's bullshit. That's bullshit, okay?
Use the word retard.
Well, I don't think that many people are actually that mad about it because
it's not okay for you to use bigotry against other marginalized people just because you're marginalized, and that goes for the use of the flagrant use of the R slur too, which like is at the very least, even if you don't care about ableism, are we really gonna worry about ableism? Oh my god, we gotta be worried about, you know, being ableist. Okay, edgy boy, I see you, but you're still using a playground insult. You're fucking cringe. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up and stop using like fucking playground insult lingo. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are embarrassing. You're embarrassing your whole fucking family here, right? This is shameful, and you should be ashamed. This is cringe. This does not make you cool. This makes you a piece of shit, and I will make fun of you with zero, and I lose zero sleep over making fun of you for being a cringe piece of shit like that, right? If you fucking think that using a slur as a pejorative makes you edgy or cool, then I don't know what else to say. You fucking suck.
A niche thing to care about, but I would just advise, like, it's probably not something to make a regular part of your lexicon.
See, that just feels like a cop-out to me.
How so?
Because if we're talking about the term and its harm, and these are people who are willing to use a term that is like far more historically loaded than just like some.
Okay, so the one thing that I'll agree with her on is that there's, yeah, maybe a little bit of hypocrisy in being totally okay to use the R slur, but not, you know, this other slur. But the answer isn't like, okay, so now we should use the R slur and, you know, TheyFAB, right? The answer is really that she shouldn't be using either of them. And like, what? Why?
Really terminally online term that probably less than 10,000 people in the world even know exists.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes like really pointless discourses come up on Twitter, and it's just like, this is the thing we're mad about.
It's really weird to say that a term is terminally online when you're using it, and literally everyone in your audience understands what you're saying, right? At some point, you got to admit that some of this shit is not as terminally online as you think. At some point, you got to admit that the whole world is terminally online. What are you talking about? We just went through a pandemic, and we were not even done with it, you know, despite what the government says.
A little while. I don't think that makes it like the worst thing in the world that we're going to be talking about forever. I don't think it's going to like take over like trans discourse forever. I think this is like a flash in the pan thing, and it's going to go back to obscurity.
Yeah, like Karl Marx compared TheyFAB to saying the N-word in this conversation, and I was expected to take this debate seriously. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think they were trying to set up hypotheticals.
Yeah, anytime you try to compare oppressions, it's usually a bad idea, right? The oppression that I get for being trans is not the same as the oppression that somebody gets for being black, right? It's not the same as the oppression for somebody that somebody gets for being neuroatypical, right? Oppression hits different, and there's not really a reason to get into like the question of like, well, which is the, you know, the whole oppression Olympics you know, comparison thing. But yeah, trying to compare them at a one for one basis is a mistake.
To try and explain it to you, but
That's
I mean,
why I didn't like the hypotheticals. It's like you're
right.
using a term that was born out of slavery to talk about like someone who wants like AFAB only housing at their college.
Yeah, well, I think that's where the difference of like expectations of what this conversation even was like comes in and kind of mutates the rest of the conversation. Because I think this could have been sorted out, but like they were probably like concerned coming in that you're coming at this from like a bigoted angle, and I don't know if that's a fact, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a specter of transmedicalism that's like hovering around you at this point, which is,
I mean, the whole the whole AFAB housing thing is an attempt to, you know, segregate marginalized people out of housing. So, you know, there's a comparison, but like I said, it's not like a one-to-one sort of thing, and it's almost impossible to understand a kind of oppression that you yourself haven't experienced. That's why we talk about standpoint. That's why that's a thing. That's why lived experience is a thing. If you want to really understand oppression, the baseline, the like, you know, lowest hurdle is to at the very least talk to somebody that's experiencing that and get their perspective on it. And no, you're not necessarily going to get the truth with one perspective. If the one like black person that you talk to about racism is Candace Owens, you're probably going to get somewhat of a skewed perspective. If the one trans person that you talk to about transphobia is Blair White, you're probably going to get a skewed perspective.
not accurate and also very annoying. And I just wish that people wouldn't assume the worst.
I don't fucking know. I don't like this. That's all I know. Is
It's
that
awful.
it's annoying as fuck, and I still don't even understand what transmedicalism is fully. And the more I
Did anybody actually hear Max compare? Like, what did Max say that was comparing like TheyFAB to the N word? Because I get the feeling that, you know, like unless Max said something that indicates that that's, you know, like where he places it, right? The fact that Max is euphemizing it as the N word and you know, as opposed to saying you know, TheyFAB is like one clue that like maybe he holds it on a different level of harm.
look into it, the more I have to learn a bunch of other words that just sound like brain rot.
Well, it's going to take on
You
different
have
meanings.
hot
Like, what is
now?
it-
Talking about.
what is
I
it
do too. I'm
People.
thirsty.
What is that?
Okay, that one's like too online for me. I've heard it, but I still don't really know exactly what that means, and I'm not even going to like gamble
Wait,
on
what
it.
did she ask about?
But yeah, anyway, I think I've said basically everything I have to say. I'm not even going to like
Oh, it's
gamble
too
on
cute.
it. But yeah, anyway, I think I've said basically everything I have to say on this. Okay, that one's like too online for me. I've heard it, but I still don't really
What is it too
online
cute?
people.
What is that?
Okay, that one's like too online for me. I've heard it, but I still don't really know exactly what that means, and I'm not even going to like gamble on it. But yeah, anyway, I think I've said basically everything I have to say on this.
Yeah,
What else?
I was expecting that to be a lot more chill. I don't know how that got so heated.
Yeah, I hope y'all like kind of came away from that like chill at least, because it sounded like there was a little bit of reconciliation there at the end, which is nice to see.
Well, now that I'm cooling down, I'm realizing how ridiculous it was. Like,
Olivia, do you just have a radar that goes off every time I say TTTT? Is that what this is?
I still think it's very weird to like compare racial slurs to this word, or like be on the hill of defending the word the R slur if you're willing to say that no one should ever say this word.
Yeah, I think it got way too far into the weeds, and I think we just need to all kind of take a step back and realize like
Yeah, by the way, do I have fans over there? I know that I made a TikTok talking about TTTT and I got some response from those people.
this is the most pointless discourse we've engaged in a while, and we should probably just like I don't know, do anything else with our time at this
Wait,
point.
Transmedicaid? Did I hear that wrong? Transmedicaid. Wait. You are TTTT. Wait, you got an extra T in there. Olivia, where did the extra T come from? I'm not hated by... Wait, they don't know about me, really, do they? Like, I think it was just some people that saw the TikTok. I don't think it's like... It's not like they talk about me. There's no way. Oh my god, chat. Let's catch up. How are things, chat? How are you doing? How is everybody? Keffals has been racist for a while. I mean, look, I will say I think I'm racist, right? When you talk about like when you talk about something like like unconscious beliefs that you internalize and a framework that you view the world through. Like mine's probably skewed, right? It'd be hard for it not to be. You know, considering the environment that I've been raised in, right? But I mean, like compared to, yeah, like I guess like if you're talking comparatively, it's on a whole nother level. You just hit the T button, and yes, we talk. Oh my god, oh my god, this is so interesting. I'm in the Cedar Army, so every day is a blessing. I mean, that is pretty awesome. Autumn Leaves. That is a pretty cool art. Look, if you're gonna be in any army, be in the Sam Cedar Army. But yeah, I mean, the first step to processing the unconscious, unconscious, what am I trying to, implicit bias, that's the word I'm looking for, right? We're talking about implicit bias. We're not talking about, you know, it's like on a different level from consciously like believing and agreeing with racism, right? And it's something that most, if not everybody, suffers from. Well, I mean, like, it's really more the people at the other end of that marginalization that suffer from it, but you got what I'm saying. Zed is an onomatopoeia, is a word that describes a sound like a ring or a knock. Yeah, because there's T T T T. Am I saying 5 T's now? Did you, Olivia, did you get me saying 5 T's? My channel pops up when who says get in here? You pay, wait, what do you, I don't understand. Oh, Chat GPT. Wait, isn't there like a 4chan Chat GPT? Or there was one, right? Wasn't there like a Chat GPT that got like trained on? It transcripts in real life? Are you saying it prints it out? You know, there actually are like, okay, so I looked into like some streaming, because I probably should talk about, let's do a little housekeeping while we're here. Is that okay? Are we okay with a little housekeeping? So as you may or may not know, I think some of you know, I use Stream Elements. If you've been paying attention lately, you will know that Stream Elements is actually run by some pretty toxic, like some people that have said some awful stuff about Palestinians, right? And so I need to replace it. I need to not be on Stream Elements anymore. So I am looking into new software. If anybody's got any suggestions, like always hit me up in the Discord and you know, suggest something to me. But I was looking at like things like StreamerBot, because basically what it is that Stream Elements covers a bunch of stuff like super easily, like without thinking, right? It does a whole bunch of stuff, right? And if you want to do all that stuff without Stream Elements, you have to kind of replace it piecemeal. What I'm thinking of is, rather than, you know, using, you know, Streamlabs, which is problematic too, or Stream Elements, which I'm using right now, and you know, that's the current problem. Like, it's almost a BDS issue at this point, to not use Stream Elements, right? I'm gonna have to replace it with like a number of different things. It's gonna be like using OBS with StreamerBot, with, you know, this, that, and the other. And I was looking at some of the stuff that you can do with it, and it's pretty cool. There's actually like a there's some kind of thing where, like, I get, like, if you sub, or if you become a member, like, it would print, oh, actually, no, actually, it doesn't work on YouTube. That's right. It only works on Twitch, right? But if you subbed on Twitch, right, it would print out your name on a little receipt and be like, oh, looks like I just got a sub from, you know, so-and-so. Thank you for the sub. 4chan is humanity's last Eden of truth. It's dying, though, and none of us have much time. Wait, so 4chan is the humanities? Then what's the STEM? Haven't heard that talk about Stream Elements. Yeah, Yeah, sorry to like if it's making things, difficult for you, and it's gonna take me a while to replace it. I'm gonna have to look into like I said, it's not a single replacement. It's gonna be like a number of things that I have to use to replace it. But I am looking into replacing it as soon as I can. But yeah, like there was some cool things that you could do, like with some of these plugins and third-party apps, etc., etc. Reddit is Reddit so wait, 4chan is the humanities and Reddit is STEM. Is that how that works? No, I don't. I feel like I haven't talked about TTTT in a while. I haven't said anything about that. But yeah, what do we have now? We got STEM is discernible via academic papers, but not free. 4chan is free. Wait, is it? Oh no, I was thinking of something awful. It's technically free, but a lot of people would upgrade. Anyway. We have Cenksgiving to get to. We have Hasanabi talking as he does every year to his uncle, Uncle Jink. What does Uncle Jink have to say? And then hopefully if we can hit that sub goal, which we're pretty close to. We're pretty close to being at the sub goal now. If we can hit that sub goal in one of several ways, we can watch the deep lore, the ancient Vaush debate between Vaush and like a friend of mine, or I said friend of mine, right? They're definitely not my friend anymore. She's like, last we talked, she hated my guts. But apparently she debated Vaush. Apparently she used to be friends with Vaush, and they have a really interesting conversation. And just understand, like, I haven't talked to this person in a long time. They're gonna come off really bad in this conversation with Vaush, right? They're gonna look really bad in this conversation. But it's been 3 years. I'm hoping that maybe they're at a different place. I always want to leave room for people to grow and learn and all that stuff. Jink Huger. And if they want to come on stream and catch up on old times, Izzy Bear, invitation's open, right? Because I never want anybody to get portrayed in a way that they don't feel is representative of who they are now. And this is Izzy Bear. This will be Izzy Bear from 3 years ago, and not necessarily the same as she is today. Returns to Pierce Morgan. Okay, so here's him. Let's try one more thing. Thanksgiving. Okay, so this is the Israel discussion. This is the discussion that I expect to go pretty well. Right? I don't think that, from what I've heard, Jink's take on these issues aren't they're not gonna clash with Hasan that much. But let's take a look. I've also got a pee.
They would ever do anything with all the power that they have. They had a majority in the Senate and also in the House, and yet got nothing done, or not a lot done.
Wait, so I'm trying to understand, Olivia, about this Chat GPT thing. Like what? So like my transcripts being like analyzed by Chat GPT, and it's like spitting out useful information to people in some Discord.
A lot more than they should have gotten done.
Look, the election was a win for 3 different sets of people. One is Democrats, because they're thrilled. They're like, this is perfect. We lost the House, so we don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
We just sit around and do nothing, which is like Democratic leadership loves that strategy.
You and I agree on that 100%.
Yeah.
Controlled opposition party, 100% interested in like fundraising, but never really doing anything. Because if they did something, they would hurt the bottom line of their corporate benefactors.
Exactly. So the second people that love what happened in the election is the corporate world. CNBC had an article the day before saying the markets are rooting for split chambers, or for the Republicans to gain both houses, at least since Biden's president, because the markets want gridlock. And whatever the markets want, the markets get. And of course, they got gridlock. But they had gridlock even when the Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the White House, right? So they always get what they want.
Because they get gridlock on their own party. They get internal gridlock. And this is a concept, this is a fundamental concept that people need to understand, which I talk about all the time, called the rotating villain. If it wasn't going to be Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, it was going to be Maggie Hasan, it was going to be numerous other senators, a bunch of them that voted down the $15 minimum wage when they had the opportunity, when they knew that it wasn't going to even get passed. Like they symbolically said no to increasing the federal minimum wage to $15. There's always going to be enough Democrats that will say no to progressive legislation.
And then the last set of people who liked how the election went is sane people like us, because we're like, oh, okay, good. At least the lunatics lost, right?
It was
like a big deal that the lunatics lost, because I wasn't sure.
Would you like
that they were going to lose.
No, I wasn't. Actually,
so
as a matter of fact,
looks like I got one. How are you doing, Zara? I'm watching the old one. Oh my God, Natalie, you got my back. You're right. This is the old one. Wow, I was about to watch the old. I was about to leave you all watching the old version of this debate, but Natalie's got our back. Hasan Piker Clip Cave. That's an interesting channel. Okay, okay. Cenksgiving. That's what we're looking for. Wait, is this... Did I put this in the right thing? Yeah. Wait, no, this is the old one. Let's replace the old one with the new one. Out with the old Cenksgiving. In with the new Cenksgiving. But yeah, apparently, yeah, Olivia gets updated on whenever I'm talking about anything that's interesting, right? Is that basically what it is? ChatGPT lets you know when NCC is actually talking about something interesting for once. I want the 55-minute one, not the 39-minute one. I think that's the one I got. No. Wait, is this 55 minutes? No, this is... This one is like 79 minutes. That's what you got it set for. That's what you got it set for. So wait, if I talk about titties, will it ring your thing? Or is it only if like it's 4 T's in a row? 4 or more T's in a row?
Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to bring to you presidential...
The man, the myth, the legend, Cenk Uygur.
Candidate. That's it. Presidential candidate, anti-crime candidate, Cenk Uygur. He's in the building.
Are you ready for this anti-crime content creator here?
I heard that 3 years ago, people weren't doing something on the sidewalks.
Yeah, they need to do it at the stoop of his building, right? They need to, like, you know, just like really let him know that there's all this love out there for him. Yeah. Cenk famously, his take on unhoused people was that he thought that they were pleasuring themselves in the street too much and
cranking it, just cranking it too hard.
Cranking it, yanking it, spanking it, chat. You know what I'm saying? Cranking it, yanking it, and spanking it in full public view of Cenk Uygur. And, you know, rather than being concerned about, you know, doing anything about housing, right? Cenk and Anna seem to be more concerned with the law and order approach to stopping the street jackers. Oh my God, wow. And the cum snipers. Oh my God, that's even better.
Oh my God.
Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Christy. Wait, Christy Zed? Is that? I'm always mispronouncing things, but hopefully I got your name correct. Meow. But yeah, we got Cenk Uygur here. Do you wanna react to this with me a little bit?
I can definitely do that. Do you want to do your bathroom break first, and then?
We'll get into this a little bit because I feel like
okay. I didn't want to make you wait.
I do need to do that. I do need to take care of business, but not immediately.
Sure.
No!
Can you throw it in?
Well,
can you throw it in Discord so I can see it?
That's a good idea. That's a great idea, in fact. Let's take. Where are we? Discord and. Pyong. Oh yeah. I'm like, how do I do this? I've got my coffee is literally like in front of the thing that I need to look at here. Okay, so we're gonna give you the
Good thing it's void coffee.
Yeah, it is. Well, you know what? It's I don't know. Is it? I don't think it's truly void coffee unless I've got a green coffee cup, right? So if you don't know the origins of the meme that is void coffee, or if you're more auditorily inclined,
Void coffee.
right? The origin of void coffee is that I used to have a coffee cup that was green. It was fully green, and that meant that whenever I drank coffee, it looked like I was drinking like invisible juice. It's true void coffee back then, right? Now we've got this nice coffee cup from New York that I'm drinking out of, and yeah, but it's only got little sections that void out here. Let's take a look at this up close and personal. Look, there's only a little bit of void in there, right? It's mostly coffee. And so to get the true void coffee, I need to get a green coffee mug. Now I was thinking, chat, right, that like it would be, should I like, I don't want to always just think of myself, right? Because it'd be nice for me to just get a green coffee cup, be able to drink void coffee again. I was thinking maybe I might get all of us void coffee cups. So what I was thinking about doing, I don't have any merch yet, but YouTube makes it pretty easy to do, to offer things like coffee cups. And I thought that I could get a green coffee cup made that is void coffee, so that you too can drink. You can drink
Void coffee.
at home along with me. I'm just not sure if there's any interest for that, because like I don't want to bring out a product that nobody is interested in. Only if it's like a cool thing and it has like a little void coffee logo on it, and that's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, we'll see. Like that's probably the first easiest sort of merch to bring out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to bring to you presidential candidate. That's it. Presidential candidate, anti-crime.
I seriously thought he was going to say President Sunday. Can you imagine President Sunday on Hasan? That'd be so wild. Would Hasan put up with
That'd be unbelievable.
the debate pedantry, let's just say, from President Sunday?
He definitely wouldn't.
I feel like President Sunday would probably just find a way to hang up on him and say,
This is going bad.
I mean, he might give Hasan one or two, explain yourselves.
yeah, that's right. We don't have that one. We need that one though. We need that one.
Maybe-
Also, I need to thank somebody for, I think, a gift membership that got given. Did I acknowledge
You already
that?
did.
I did? Okay. I just always feel like I'm being ungrateful, but no, I am very
No,
grateful.
Soul Life was very generous and gifted a sub to Christy Zed.
I am very grateful, and I think also the recipients of those of gift memberships are too, because like it really does open up a lot of content for you, and hopefully we'll be doing a premium streamium again soon. I had a lot of fun in the last one, and I have to find a way to do, like what Sam Cedar does that's really cool? The paid content that he has, he also has like a backdoor into that for people that like they really want to be a part of the community. They're really all about like Sam Cedar, but they can't afford the finances of it. They can actually like, yeah, maybe I could just have people email me. I have to make that work. Right? I want there to be an option for people to sneak in the back of the theater.
Candidate Cenk Uger. He's in the building. First ever.
Who's talking? Says good for Gabby. This is Zara. This is Zara from chat.
Naturalized.
So Zara, are you gonna come on and like try to normalize all the transmedicalist shit that I just said in the last segment? Isn't that wild that Keffals has somebody to do that? Keffals just has somebody like on tap.
It's
to be
bizarre.
Like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no, that was totally bad faith that the other debater was giving you, and this was, I don't know, it's, but yeah,
I mean, it's weird to have, people just waiting in line to come in and, bail you out or normalize like terrible performance rhetoric, etc., just to make it, oh, it's okay. The general consensus of the two people here.
yeah, it's kind of, but yeah, Natalie gave us that clip so that we could see all of the copium.
U.S. citizen.
All of the copium on display.
Been running for office. It's the Thanksgiving treat at this point.
Naturalized U.S. citizen Cenk Uygur.
Right. It's you have turkey, you watch football,
and I say that because this came up, chat. So if you don't know, Cenk is running for president. There is an understanding and a legal precedent that to run for president, you have to have been born in this country. Now, Cenk thinks that maybe that law is not super solid. Maybe if you challenged it legally, you could change it to like where a naturalized citizen would be eligible for president. I don't really have a problem with that, but I do not think that, him getting on the actual ballot or having votes that are actually counted, right? Like I'm pretty sure the law is just not going to let him do this, right? But he's throwing his hat in the ring, in hopes that I don't know, he can get enough attention to shame Biden into dropping out, which
maybe you toss the pigskin around yourself. And I and my uncle get together and have a jank-off. That's right. A real uncle-nephew standoff. That's right.
Oh, no.
Not true. Ted Cruz ran in 2016. Doesn't matter. Those were all technically still considered natural-born U.S. citizens, apparently. I
don't want to get jinked off on.
Did not know this. He does. Actually, yeah, let's get started with that. I told you George Romney was born in Mexico, and therefore he was not eligible in the same way that you weren't, but you said, no, that's actually not the case. George Romney has had like another like legal
Wait, who's George Romney?
way of getting in, and the only person was Barry Goldwater.
Yeah. So
wait, are we talking about like
everybody has an excuse?
Oh shit! Wait, this is Mitt Romney's dad, right? So I forgot about this little piece of trivia, but Mitt Romney's dad, I think, was born in Mexico. There's like a reason for this. It has something to do with like being Mormon, and I can't remember, but it made sense when I heard it, right? That they maybe did they go from like Utah to Mexico or something like that, and that's where Mitt Romney's dad was born.
Panama. It was born in Panama, but he was born on a military base. Ted Cruz claims that
that's John McCain. Okay,
his mom was an American citizen.
So he's like, there's a lot of people that technically weren't born in the United States, but they're born in the Panama Canal zone, the canal zone that the United States was like occupying, born on a military base, right? So that's why John McCain didn't have a problem running for president.
Which actually,
Ted Cruz was born in Canada to two American parents. So he had
how does that work?
American citizenship from birth because his parents.
So it's like, it's not necessarily being born in the United States. It's being born into American citizenship. Is that the?
That's what a lot of people claim is like what it's about. Technically, even Donald Trump accused Ted Cruz of being ineligible for running for president.
I mean, he is Lion Ted. Lion Ted.
I mean, I'm sure the Supreme Court will do a pudding test or something like that to see if someone's a real American.
To see if the pudding sticks to their fingers, right? That's the important thing. To see if the pudding, does the pudding drip off of their fingers, or does the pudding stick to their fingers, allowing them to effectively eat pudding with their fingers? Because somebody's not a real American if that pudding just like drips right off of their fingers, right? If they stick their finger in the pudding and no pudding sticks to their finger, you can tell that's a pinko commie bastard.
He was voting Canadian elections at the time. So
somebody's saying that it's turned. Is this loud enough, chat? Is this loud enough?
I mean, you're allowed to be turned off, Christy said.
It's a communist invading radical. Yeah, the very best kind. But what's going on with this? Like, I feel like, do I need to add some volume to this, chat? Sometimes when the Hasan industrial complex goes to work, they don't normalize the volume the way that they should. This channel has so much UC potential. I mean, yeah, I definitely have the UC potential. Sometimes I uck myself. Hasan and Jink work on the audio. I think it gets better. Oh. Okay, so, well, I was gonna cut them a break, you know, if they were using the same microphone, but they're not. He's got, you know, he's got 2 mics. There's no real excuse. The volume's okay. If y'all can hear it, and Natalie's saying that they fixed the audio like halfway through here.
That's actually
or less.
Record. So Ted Cruz should have never been allowed to
what the fuck?
run. Ted Cruz is not even a citizen. He never got naturalized.
Bro, you're coming in hot right now, though.
Yeah. So since he never got naturalized, he's actually not even a citizen. He shouldn't even be a senator, let alone
That's crazy.
running for president. But he claimed that his mom was a citizen at the time he was born, which would give him the excuse. George Romney's the same way. Barry Goldwater was born in the Arizona Territory and was not a natural-born citizen. And so I don't know what excuse they're using for him, but it's not in the Constitution. So, like, people cheat all the time. So they're like, oh, yeah, Republican white guy, totally allowed to run, right? But it doesn't matter because the...
Oh, I get it. So here's what it is, chat. There's a thing on my microphone that's called a expander, right? This is also noise gate is another thing that you can use. So, you know, I don't know. If I was making some noise somewhere else in the room, you know, I'm trying to think of an example, right? If I go like this, now I'm tapping something and I can hear the noise, but you probably can't hear the noise. And that is because it's far away from the mic that it doesn't pick up. There's a gate that says that like it has to be this loud to even go on the mic, right? Jink's got the same thing on his mic and maybe his gain isn't turned up or something. So yeah, that's what it is. He's getting canceled by the noise gate.
Whole thing got amended.
I gotta try and fix the microphones. Hold on. No, this is bad. Hold on.
Wait, did he just say what I think he said?
This is going
So
bad.
I think Hasan knows
This is
that
going bad.
he definitely Sundayed that microphone.
Yeah, it's Sundayed all the way.
This is going bad.
The noise hate is pretty good.
The noise gate is pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Zara here.
I'm trying to make your.
Oh, you were talking about Zara, not Jink's voice.
I'm trying to max out.
Yeah, I feel like I prefer Zara's voice to Jink's as well.
Your mic, but I'm having a hard time. I've already maxed out.
I usually max out my mic.
No, I know, but it's not working right now for some reason. I don't know what it is. Speak into it again.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
People were saying that you were not loud enough.
You got to be like mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
You have no noise gate either, so I don't know why.
Yeah. It is very unusual for me to not be loud enough.
Yeah, I lowered my own volume a little bit so we can match yours, and then hopefully chat will shut their stupid mouths. I'm not gonna curse because the kids are right in the vicinity. All right.
Okay, so bottom line is.
Oh, okay.
Guys,
so it really is
14th
Thanksgiving.
Amendment says all persons born or naturalized have due process and equal protection.
Okay.
So it already got amended out of the Constitution. So anyone out there who's like, oh, did you read the Constitution, man? Yeah, I read it. No. You know what?
Yeah, like farts. Farts, for instance, would hopefully not pick up.
I hadn't read it until a troll on Twitter told me. And
there's only one way to find out.
Oh, wow, I should have checked, right?
I know. I got to eat more beans, right?
No. Did you read the part? Do you understand what it means to amend something, amend the Constitution? And it says very clearly.
Oh my God! Like Hasan, I don't know. So here's the thing. I don't think that Jink really thinks that he can get on the ballot. If he did, I would say that it'd be
like some sort of like.
If he did say if he did think he could get on the ballot, I would say that the thing for Hasan to do would be to do some harm reduction and just like be realistic with him and say it's not going to happen. I don't think he's going for that. I don't think he wants that. I think what he's going for is that he wants to make himself a presence in the election. He wants people to say in polls, I support Cenk Uygur. And the idea is if enough people say that, maybe Biden would get out of the race, be like, oh my God, Cenk Uygur, this nobody is polling at 7%. Like, what hope do I have if people are that, thrilled to get rid of me? Maybe I should just step down and let somebody else take over, right? So yeah, I don't think he's really thinking of running. I think he's, just doing that. He's, not even a message candidate. I mean, unless the message is Biden GTFO. What do you think, Sarah?
I mean, I think Cenk isn't even trying to get Biden to drop out or I think this is like a self-centered kind of move to focus himself into the presidential conversation if possible. Being a candidate, even an unlikely candidate, gets you a tremendous amount of media attention. It gets him attention outside of his typical circle. And it also gives him a chance to say he's running for president, so people pay attention to him who normally would be like, who is this joker? But like, he's not a message candidate, like you said. He can't think he's going to win. At best, he's going to make it a big deal that like people should be able to run for president if they weren't born in America, and use that as a way to push for things like
wait, I was about to say,
Okay.
Oh my God, sorry. Something just dawned
He's
on
gonna
me.
sell a
He's
book
writing
for
a
this,
book. He's writing a book. That's it. I forgot that just came out. I'm all asking, like, why is Cenk Uygur doing this? Like, what's his real? Yeah, it's obviously to sell a book. That's what a lot of people do, right? When there are unserious candidacies, a lot of times it is, there's an ulterior motive, and yeah, book is. People have accused Marianne Williams of this, right? In fact, people in her own campaign have thrown cold water on her ability to realistically, have any hope to win, and even in terms of the way she treats her staff, right? Some pretty.
I mean, I
bad.
think it's a long-term kind of like democratic trope at this point that like some new unknown pops up running for president, and they're constantly in every interview like, you should read my book. I mean, Bernie Sanders wrote what, 2 books at least, based on his like first and second run. And I'm not accusing him of doing what Cenk did. I think he thought he could win too. That's why he wore those mittens.
That's an interesting thing. I think he thought he had a chance in the second, the 2020 run. I don't know if he thought he had a chance to win in 2016. And I don't think
Not when he started.
Yeah. I don't think very many people thought that there was a chance. It was just like there was so much hunger for an alternative to Hillary Clinton that Bernie ended up doing better than expected, and then it paved the way for him to be a contender in 2020. In fact, probably was on track to win the primary had it not been for the seeming collusion to get Biden in there. Marianne Williamson and Klobuchar 2024 make campaign staffs. Oh, yo, Chad Alpha's on.
Oh my God,
it.
Chad Alpha.
The Bad Mom campaign. Yeah.
They're going to tell you that, Pokemon to the polls, but don't come.
Yeah, do not come. That's imperative that you do not come, especially in Cenk's words, if you are unhoused, right? You are legally not allowed to come.
Yeah.
God.
Especially not on his stoop.
That's harsh. That's too harsh, Cenk. That's too harsh. I don't think you're going to make a good president.
It's okay, but have you considered the fact that I'm racist?
You'd be like, who doesn't have it hard enough in this country? Unhoused people. They have it way too easy. Under my presidency, there's going to be no jerking, no cranking, no yanking, and no spanking.
Another one I hadn't thought of.
Yeah, exactly.
He's really looking for trouble if he's going to, challenge the spank people.
God. Like, that's one right that you do not want to lose.
There is actually a movement online called Don't Care, Still Voting for Cenk. That's right. I don't know if you were aware of this or not.
I actually am not.
How do you get rid of Hamas?
Let's take a look.
If you don't do it the
Don't Care, Still Voting for Cenk. That's the
way Israel is currently doing it, albeit with...
You do what America did with the Osama bin Laden. We didn't go drop a nuke on Pakistan.
What is Hasan showing him?
We didn't go destroy 6,000 residential buildings in the middle of Pakistan. We sent in special forces. Is it more dangerous to the special forces? Of course. That's the point of special forces. Try to find the hostages. Does it look like Israel's trying to find the hostages? If I have a family member that's a hostage, I'm disgusted by what Netanyahu...
What is this channel? Heroic masculinity? Like I expected to say masculinity, right? This is I guess the TikTok that's posting this.
Who's doing that? How do you know they're not in the buildings you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the tunnels you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're...
Ooh, Kit Marlowe found the full Dershowitz versus Finkelstein debate. Masculinity, yeah.
They're not in the hospitals you're dropping bombs on. So this, if you want the hostages rescued, every rational human being can agree this is not the way to do it. This is the way to do death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction. It's collective punishment. It's genocide.
Where did they find this music?
Against Palestinians and the world.
Sarah, are you hearing this music? Like it sounds like if you had somebody that they knew how to press keys on the piano, but they didn't understand, like, you know, the diatonic like system in any way that they like. It sounds like they're just playing random shit into the...
Has to speak out. So my way is not pleasant either. It involves a lot of...
What is up with this music?
Folks
it really sounds
on,
like it's just designed to like build tension.
But it's like if you didn't... Oh my god.
On both sides. I understand that. Those are super hard choices. But go find Hamas. Go find the...
Oh yeah, no, they probably combined like samples or something.
Hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantingly, indiscriminately, killing after killing. And let's be honest, when you drop a bomb and a kid's head explodes and a grandmother is incinerated, that is terrorism.
Yeah,
it's funny that
it's
like,
all over the place.
Given what he's saying here, right? You know, which he's describing really horrible stuff that's very real. Right, it almost takes on like a Penderecki like air to it, even though that's not really. It's literally just somebody combining like a string clip with a piano clip.
Don't care. Still voting for Cenk. That video that we just
so what is the
watched? Yeah, like, what the fuck happened? That video we had has 370,000.
So wait, I guess that was a hashtag then. I think that's what he's talking about. There's like a hashtag, don't care, still voting for Cenk.
Likes on TikTok.
Which is a takeoff of don't care, still voting for Trump.
Yeah, that segment got over 4 million views on YouTube.
Yeah, you killed it. Yeah. Obviously, you and I have, I guess, some disagreements on that. I think like the best way to negotiate or the best way to deal with the situation is to negotiate and do the exact opposite.
Reminds me of 9 Inch Nails.
That was my perspective after 9/11 as well. People have often asked me, you know, what should have America done? And I'm like, literally the opposite of what they did, which I think you would agree with as well. Do you think America should have invaded Afghanistan after 9/11?
Well, that's a complicated one. Iraq, obviously not. So for Afghanistan, it depends on
how is that complicated.
Believe.
It was impossible for them to do what they claimed they wanted to do, and it was under false pretenses.
Bin Laden, then it's a no-brainer. You take Bin Laden, you don't invade Afghanistan for no reason.
Well, they offered up Bin Laden before, as a matter of fact, before 9/11, 9/10 specifically, was when what's the guy that got assassinated?
Oh God, yeah, the Mohammed
assassinated. He was
Rashid Dostum.
No.
The quote unquote one-eyed cleric. Do you remember what his name was?
I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
But yeah, he was like I guess in charge of the Taliban at the time. I don't know if that's who they're talking about though.
Gulbuddin Hekmatyar?
No. Not none of those guys. And also, Dostum is still alive, isn't he? What the fuck?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Dostum is
I don't
like...
know, you accidentally killed Dostum.
Yeah. Ahmed Shah Massoud was the leader of the Northern Allegiance, right?
Northern Alliance.
And he famously, before his assassination, as an Afghan politician and military commander, he was one of the Mujahideen that was obviously another rugged anti-Soviet.
Abu Hamza al-Masir. No, it's like oh my God. I can picture him. I cannot remember his name though. But what I can remember, and I am going to remember this time, right, which I usually forget, is the fact that we've got an ad break coming in. That's right, in 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, in fact, you will be seeing ads on Twitch unless you do something to get that little avatar next to your name. You can do something with a Twitch Prime if you have Prime, right? That gives you access to a free Twitch sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that is me, you will no longer see ads in here. You can also get out of ads in here by buying a sub for $5 on $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky, you might be given a gift sub, although that stuff is going to be a lot more likely if you are active in the chat and somebody can see your little non-avatar having name. So I am trying to
You're on
remember
top
this
of that
dude's
one.
name. Like, yeah, this is not, that's the guy that like died. Yeah, like that went into Afghanistan ahead of the bombing and the invasion, in an attempt to consolidate, factions against the Taliban, and it was actually intercepted by the Taliban and lost his life there. There is another guy that is, I can't remember, because you know how like they're trying to catch like these people, like Bin Laden is of course their like top objective. It was like their number 2 objective was this Taliban guy who had lost one of his eyes, but I cannot for the life of me remember what his name was. He fought the Soviets and then the Taliban. This guy.
Soviet fighter,
It's wild
but
to me that,
obviously the
that
Mujahideen were.
Cenk would just be like, it's complicated when like the United States was already far too busy and active doing CIA stuff in Afghanistan. And it's kind of like regime change is bad and blowback is bad. And like, wouldn't it, if he's really as anti-war as he says he is, why would he not be just completely against invading another like sovereign country?
It's almost
and
like the
messing
brave.
things up.
It's almost like the brave Mujahideen fighters that you're arming today might be the ones that are sticking it in your eye hole tomorrow.
Collection of different.
Is it Mullah Omar? Yeah, I think that's right. That sounds right. Is it Mullah Omar? Is that who I'm talking about? That sounds right, Bad Lefty.
Different forces that were not aligned with one another ideologically. There was like different sects, different opinions. He was following the rise of the Taliban in 1996. Massoud was a rejectioner of the Taliban's fundamentalist interpretation of Islam, and he was a leader of the Northern Alliance. And he
okay, so they're talking about this Northern Alliance guy anyway. No, they're not talking about Mullah Omar.
He told America that he wanted to give up Osama bin Laden, and then he was executed because the CIA leaked his location in still disputed claims on whether or not it was deliberately done. Who knows?
Oh shit! Wow, how much palace intrigue is there amongst like CIA assets? Who I'm assuming that this guy was.
I'm sure there's quite a bit.
Bin Laden was one. They literally just went in there with money and arms, and they were like, who wants to shoot down Russian helicopters? Here you go. Here's some. What are they called? Stinger missiles. Is that the?
Yeah.
Is that what they gave them? Yeah. And of course, a lot of people are gonna want that. They're not necessarily your friends, though. They're people. They're partisans. They're people who want the Soviet Union to get the fuck out of Afghanistan. Why would you be surprised that they also want to keep the United States and its influence out of Afghanistan as well, right? It's not. I mean, but this is
I mean, to use a short-sighted word from the CIA, they just consider people moderate rebels until they need to, stop arming them and instead, use them as an excuse to have another war.
Yeah, they do get utility off of these people on both sides. That's true.
But the CIA leaked his location, and then he was assassinated by Al Qaeda that found his information and portrayed themselves as. I
was just talking about this with Hamas, right? Like the way that the way that Netanyahu and the far right factions of Israel benefit from having an election that Hamas wins, from having somebody, on the other side that can be seen as an ineligible partner for negotiations. That way if they don't want to negotiate, then they've got that. And the more that there is, anger and then blowback, right? The more they're able to use that blowback to justify their next incursion. And then the incursion, what does that do? Provides, recruitment for such a faction, right? In a lot of ways, like these, forces that are fighting each other have, I don't know how else to say it, but a common interest.
It's very interesting because like in like the documentation, like the manuals, the study for, the military and various types of police forces and stuff like that, there's this concept of like, what do you do when you have an occupied population with like a legitimate grievance movement? And like, how do you handle that to prevent building a long-term kind of unwinnable war against an insurgency? And the solutions that are almost like universally understood by like consensus of experts in that field is that you have to, instead of cracking down with security or violence or pushing harder with like force, that the goal to stop that insurgency movement is to give them concessions, give them like
Political
clean water,
solution.
education, healthcare, food, like give them economic, like ability. And these are the things that are guaranteed to prevent the insurgency.
Yeah.
You give wins to the diplomatic side of a particular faction so that they grow in power and ability, and you deny wins to the more militant groups
That's
that
if you
want to overthrow you.
Yeah, that's if you want to negotiate, right? Think about it this way, like, right? Why did the United States have such an easy time, with Germany, with France for that matter, right? There were a lot of people in France that collaborated with the Nazis. There was, the Vichy, government essentially were Nazi collaborators. Why did the United States have, a relatively easy time, in Europe after the war? And a lot of it was due to what was implemented was the Marshall Plan, rather than some sort of punitive measure. You get an attempt to sort of stabilize the situation and fight against the forces that would that would grow off of radicalization and end up with like a insurgency, right? Because like look at Iraq versus Germany, right? You've got a insurgency in one, you've got and largely like a peaceful transition into the two governments, the GDR and the DDR. In wait, am I saying this in the I'm saying it in the what are they called in English? GDR and DDR. I can't remember,
It's
and it
okay.
doesn't matter. It's
Neither of-
German. It's German. Nobody knows German, right? It's okay. I can get away with not knowing this, but yeah, I only know the German, the German acronyms for some reason. But yeah, I mean,
it was
that's
always
the
just
difference
East and
between
West
somebody that's trying
Germany.
to utilize, somebody that's trying to benefit and against creating an insurgency to prolong the conflict and to justify a lack of negotiations, versus somebody that's serious about some sort of political solution, which obviously the far right factions in Israel are not. I only know a bit of German. Wir suchen dich. Wir suchen dich immer. Yeah, that's right.
Journalists.
Yeah, I
actually,
don't
in
know
a TV
any
interview, and then they
German.
blew him up. Yeah, that was great.
So the other time that we had been,
Oh wait, I better not. I know some legitimately bad words in German, and I better not say them because I know you get in trouble for those just as much as you do for English ones.
Yeah, you have to be good.
At least withdrawn at that point. Is that we had him cornered in Tora Bora shortly after we went in, and there's a New York Times article about how
Wasn't Tora Bora that location that was sold to be this like epic like Dr. Evil base in the mountains of Afghanistan? Like, right, there was pictures of what was supposedly in Tora Bora, which was like just like an elaborate subterranean like supervillain base. And much in the same way that the assertion that the tunnel system underneath the hospitals and literally every civilian target they bomb in Gaza, being justification for that bombing, right? The kind of seems like Tora Bora was overblown in the same way to allow the bigger ordinances to be deployed in Afghanistan. We're looking for you in German. It doesn't mean what I think it means then. Wir suchen dich. Yeah. It sounds like something ich suche dich. OC. OC? That's French. Oh my god.
I recognize the OC, but like
Je cherche dich. Je cherche dich toujours. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up with my half learned languages here.
I think everyone likes them.
Everybody likes my half-learned language. My Spanish is atrocious, though.
Said no, do not pursue him.
Yeah, isn't that where we don't negotiate with terrorists come from as well?
No, not from that one, because there was no negotiation. We had him cornered, and the American general asked permission to pursue, and Rumsfeld said,
I don't know if that's I don't know if Jink's right about this. Right? They had intelligence suggesting that Bin Laden was in Tora Bora. But I don't know.
Said no, do not pursue, and so we just let
I was talking
Bin
about
Laden
this.
go.
I was talking about this on October 14th, Sunday, October 14th, 2001. An article older than half of chat.
Oh my god!
In the Guardian writes, Bush rejects Taliban offer to hand Bin Laden over. The reason why they said they were denying this offer was because the Taliban said we will give you Osama bin Laden as long as you take it to the International Criminal Court and as long as there's evidence as to his wrongdoing, which you could look at and interpret as like, oh, well, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. But
Mullah Mohammed Omar. Yeah, Mullah Omar or Mohammed Omar is the said there was no move to hand anyone over. Offer came. Wait, so there was. I'm reading this here. Wait, are we? Returning to the White House after a weekend at Camp David, the president said the bombing would not stop unless the ruling Taliban, quote unquote, turn bin Laden over, turn his cohorts over, turn any hostages they hold over. He added, there's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. In Jalalabad, that's Pakistan, I believe, Deputy Prime Minister Haji Abdul Kabir, the third most powerful figure in the ruling Taliban regime, told reporters that the Taliban would require evidence that bin Laden was behind the September 11th attacks and in the U.S., but added we would be ready to hand him over to a third country. So in other words, they were willing to have him tried in an international criminal court. And you could, like either the U.S.'s objection was to like his guilt being contested at all, which is kind of sus. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to feed into any conspiracy theories or anything like that, but like it seems like a reticence for that. Or you could take it in another way, right? Because when bin Laden gets taken, when bin Laden is captured, doesn't that take a lot of the wind out of the sails of this war on terror that to remind us, right, did not stop in Afghanistan, right? Continued on into Iraq with no evidence that there was any connection there, right? And would have gone on into Iran as well, right? They had a whole laundry list. They had a whole grocery list of countries that they wanted to invade, and having this like rogue terrorist bin Laden out there on the run is definitely gives like some kind of a justification to the continuation of the war on terror. Remember, there used to be toy soldiers that were bright blue, and they were Mujahideen soldiers, literally a kid's toy. Wait, from like the 80s? Yeah, because the Mujahideen, so what we're alluding to, right, is the fact that Mujahideen means holy warrior, and some of these, holy warriors were partisans in Afghanistan in the wake of the Soviet invasion, that the United States then armed with things like Stinger missiles in order to make the occupation of Afghanistan as costly as possible, and to really put some pressure, on the Soviet Union. It was essentially a proxy sort of action, and so like when the forces that the United States were arming, which were literally like Bin Laden, right? And a lot of the people that the United States ended up fighting later on in Afghanistan, when this was explained, to the United States, when the media did their abysmal reporting about like, okay, so who are we giving weapons to? They were like, oh yeah, these are like freedom fighters. These are great. They're like the George Washington of Afghanistan. And how many years later,
even Rambo teamed up with them.
Yeah, how many years
like
later,
in Rambo 3.
George Washington, the Afghani, or no, he's not Afghani, he's Saudi, right? Bin Laden is Saudi. The Saudi George Washington, bombs the Trade Center, right? That's Rambo teamed up with them, and teamed up with the Mujahideen, the brave Mujahideen fighters, which obviously,
the movie opens up with this film is dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan.
Saudi Nepo baby. Yeah, 100%.
I could look at that and say that's perfect. What did we do with the Nazis? We brought them to Nuremberg. We didn't just summarily execute them. We did rule of law. And did we have evidence on Bin Laden? Yeah, of course we had evidence on Bin Laden. So that's 3 times we rejected an offer to get Bin Laden because we wanted more war. And so I don't agree with that. But if there was no real offer, then we would have had to go and get Bin Laden. But again, the good news is right after we went in, we had him. And Rumsfeld and Cheney turned it down.
Wonder why.
Yeah. So, by the way, the website's jankforamerica.com. And the thing is, for the movement that...
Something about Jank for America just sounds like...
It's saying, I don't care, I'm still voting for Jank. First of all, I love you, thank you, appreciate you. But second of all...
Plus, isn't his website like an artifact lost to time, it looks like?
Wait, what's up with his website?
It looks so old.
Oh,
and
is there dancing
old-fashioned
babies?
and like...
Maybe it's a MySpace
You have to look at it
page.
one of these days. Here, I'll get you a link.
You don't have to worry about it. We're going to go to court, and the court's either going to say yes or no. So it shouldn't affect whether you're going to vote for me.
The judge is going to be like, don't care, voting for Jank. That's what the judge is going to say.
Well, that's entirely possible. Or they could say, yeah, I care, and you're right. The 14th Amendment clearly amended it.
So anyway, this is the Bin Laden stuff that we were talking about, but like the parallel here is, of course, in my opinion, with October 7. I think that what you said on Piers is I mean, it's decent. It's definitely far better than like 99% of Democratic politicians at that.
So he went on Piers twice, right? Once to debate Piers, the second time to debate America's Rabbi Shmuley.
Moment, almost 99%.
Israel has been trying to get back into Lebanon since 2006, but even more so because the collusion between the Maronite Phalangist militias and the politicians and the Israelis.
The Democratic politicians. But yeah, no, I think that you and I are in agreement on this issue. I don't think we're going to fight a lot on this. We're not going to have a jank off on Israel-Palestine, it seems.
It looks like he might have updated his website slightly.
I think Hamas is counterproductive. I think they're Muslim fundamentalists.
I think I've pointed out before his logo is like atrocious.
No interest in them. I don't know if you disagree with that. But obviously the Palestinians should be free. Obviously the occupation is an unbearable injustice. And obviously we shouldn't send a dime to Israel until they not only end this bombing campaign, but end the occupation. So I don't know why in the world we would support someone who's oppressing people for 56 straight years.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's a fairly reasonable take. The only difference, I guess, is that like, no, I mean, I agree with all of that. Yeah. It's not like, I've talked about this before. It's not like Hamas in and of itself is like a popular movement. It's more so.
I did not see that Jink claimed that jinkforpresident.com was bought by the Biden campaign, and it links to Biden's Dono page. Anybody want to check that out? Does it roll over to a Biden site?
So, anyone who will retaliate against Israel's unjustifiable.
Yeah, that's right,
Doesn't,
bad
as
lefty.
far as I know.
That's right, bad lefty. From the redacted to the redacted.
Criminal occupation. It's belligerent occupation. I think that is what the broad majority opinion of the Palestinians is, that the understanding is the occupation has to be costly, because if it's not, then Israel thinks they can just continue getting away with what they're doing. And
So I'll just say two things about that. One, when the Palestinians
That's
went to
wild
the
that
UN to try to
YouTube
get a
censors
state
that
declared just
directly.
like Israel did, when Israel said that that was unacceptable and America backed that play, that's what led to this. Because
What's funny is that it's really like a new Red Scare that's going on, and I can't talk about this too much, right? I can't go into detail. We've seen Twitch streamers get banned for really not doing anything wrong, but it's essentially an attempt to put too high a cost on free speech when it is free speech advocating for Palestinians, right? But the difference between now and the Red Scare is that the majority of people, in that time period were anti, their propaganda had taken effect. Their propaganda had been accepted. Most Americans thought like a communist was like a villain from what is the moose and squirrel thing? Where they
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, the Rocky. Yeah, they were. It was like the villains from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Like the Russians were basically the bad guys in all the movies already, and all the even kids cartoons like that, right? And so there wasn't like people, even if they didn't believe in McCarthyism, even if they didn't believe in the Red Scare, they definitely believed that communists were bad people. I don't think that the majority of the people believe that calling for a ceasefire is a bad thing. I think it's very much the opposite of that situation right now. But you still do have college kids getting doxxed, right? Having people pull up in vans with jumblotrons of their face and their information and their names, having stuff put all over the internet, trying to prevent them from getting hired by future employers by insinuating that they are supporting terrorists when all they're doing is asking for a ceasefire, asking for the end to the mass civilian casualties that are going on.
if you say diplomacy is terrorism and terrorism is terrorism, well, then you're going to get actual terrorism.
Yeah, that's right, Kit Marlowe. Back in the day, most people had a bad, impression of communists invading radicals. They were definitely, and I don't know how they keep this up, given the fact that they are now fighting against popular opinion. I mean, rather than having that at least on their side.
Because you're not giving any political, diplomatic, peaceful solution a chance. It was absurd and it was unconscionable for America to not support the Palestinians' resolution to get a state through the United Nations.
There was also the 27 Hamas heel turn, basically, where they did the same thing. They tried to do a PLO situation where they updated their charter, and then they said, they wanted to gain international recognition, but of course that was completely antithetical to what the Israeli governments were designing Hamas to be, a fundamentalist terror cell. They're bad, they're terrorists, everyone.
They needed Hamas to be a boogeyman. They needed Hamas to be a boogeyman. They had no interest in, a moderate faction, which there might be some pressure for them to negotiate with.
In Palestine are terrorists. They voted for Hamas. I mean, this is something that...
So can I just say two things about that? First of all, I've now seen a bunch of Israeli officials, including Isaac Herzog, the president, say that. And what they're doing is they're agreeing with Hamas, and they're agreeing with Osama bin Laden. In bin Laden's letter to the U.S., he said the American civilians had it coming because they voted for the American administrations that they have, like the Bush one. And Hamas says the Israeli citizens had it coming because they voted for Netanyahu, etc. So when Isaac Herzog says, well, the Palestinians once voted for Hamas,
20 years ago, so their civilians had it coming. That is a very literal terrorist talking point. So
yeah, but
he's advocating for terrorism.
Okay, you don't understand. Have you considered that
He's so bad
terrorism
at
can only be
advocating.
done by what we perceive are enemy combatants? I wouldn't say brown guys in this situation because Israel is very brown in the exact same.
Jinx bad at advocating?
Yeah, he's both siding too hard to actually like have a point.
Yeah, he's definitely like walking a tightrope. Did you see him against Rabbi Shmuley? Like that was, and it wasn't so much because of both sidesing. Like he just like, I mean, Shmuley's really a disingenuous guy, and just hit him out the gate with a bunch of, hits him with a bunch of ad hominems, and then when Jink like points it out, he calls that ad hominem, right? He's just like, I don't know, just being like the worst faith interlocutor that you could possibly imagine. But I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like Jink was really like was helping himself at all, right? I don't know. I don't know what he thought it was going to happen. Sorry.
Cenk rarely does anymore. He's not very good at helping himself, but he is good at like centering himself.
Feeding the fires that are burning him. That's what he's good at. Whether it's like, feeding the fires of TYT's alienating its lefty audience in favor of a more centrist, kind of anti-progressive audience, or whether it's being in the right against Rabbi Shmuley largely.
Same way that like
maybe that's where Anna
Palestine
learned
is,
it
you know
from.
what I mean? But like in the eyes of the American, in the eyes of the Western world, we mostly only see Ashkenazi Jews, so we think like, oh, those are the white guys on the field.
Yeah, no, it's those like that's why all these labels are so stupid. Like the Israelis and the Palestinians are nearly indistinguishable. They're of course we're the same people. We're all indistinguishable. Our DNA is like 99.9%.
I don't know if it's fair to say they're
It's
indistinguishable.
just labels that we put on people: Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim. It's silly. It's totally to kill each other over that is insanity. And then one last thing.
It's not a religious conflict necessarily. I think it's more so that is the justification.
Yeah, it's a weird argument that Jink's making here.
Used to harden, further polarize and harden the battle lines, basically. Like to be able to draw the battle lines accurately.
I have so much sympathy for Hasan trying to adjust his camera to just give himself like an image that looks like, straight, right? To make your, if you're showing your floor and you're showing your wall, right? You want to make everything look like it's, like it's aligned, right? It's more difficult than it looks.
It looks so crooked.
Fuck, what is happening?
I don't think he's ever like maybe because of I don't know if it's the nature of the camera that he's using that it's distorting things a little bit. Or
It might be a little bit with like the lens and also the fact that Cenk is there.
Here, this is like in the way.
Wait, are you saying Cenk's
His
exerting
frame-
some sort of gravitational pull?
No. So his central focus is different than it normally would be.
I see. Yeah. It's like normally on him, and here it's like to the right of Bernie.
Hold on, I'm trying to move this. Okay, there it is.
Why does he still have Bernie? Look, I mean, to be honest, like when Bernie started hesitating, would not come down and call for a ceasefire, like I would have taken Bernie down right then and there.
To justify it, to sell the war.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of factors. So the religious fundamentalism of the Israeli settlers is definitely relevant. Of Hamas is definitely relevant, and it helps to separate out them in a way that is unresolvable. In other words, it's disastrous because it separates them out in a way that's unresolvable. But ultimately, it's a power dynamic at play. And so and by the way, they say, oh, well, if Hamas had the
Lefty is restored. Thank you for freeing Lefty.
power that Israel has, they'd kill every Jew. No, that's actually not at all true. It would play out almost exactly as it's playing out now, where the Palestinians would oppress the Israelis and occupy them.
Well, you don't
they
even
wouldn't kill all of them. That's ridiculous.
But you don't even know that because
That's
we have
such
no
a
way
weird,
of knowing
like,
that because
assumption.
BCAT says, I think Bernie's been here so long he overlooks it, and chat tried to bully him to remove it, and Hasan doubled down. Oh God, yeah, that is such a Hasan move to do. Bernie has been so much of a disappointment on the ongoing, the ongoing side that we're dealing with.
It's
Hamas and any kind of political mobilization that it's been able to create for itself, any kind of like popularity that it's been able to cultivate for itself, and it's been deeply unpopular throughout its inception and well into the 2000s, and even now is not a very popular entity, is due to the occupation. Is due to the fact that time and time again these negotiations that were being done with Yasser Arafat led to more settlements, more expansion of the West Bank, more oppression, the permit tyranny that Palestinians were subjected to. So I don't even think that Hamas, in the way that we understand it or the way that it exists, would exist if they had that same level of power.
No, 100%. Except for the fact that whichever government has unlimited power will almost always abuse it, right? And that's what's happening in Israel. But overall, of course, Hamas wouldn't exist if there was no occupation.
Yeah,
and
they would vanish. It would,
yeah. So look, one other defense that Israeli supporters use is, well, all these guys are anti-Semitic, so they no matter what we do, they try to kill us. That's nonsense, total utter nonsense. Yeah. So first of all, there's global anti-Semitism. That is definitely true, right? But is that related to why the Palestinians in particular are aggrieved with Israel?
Yeah.
No, it's because you're occupying them. That's not complicated. Pretending it's because they're hateful. Okay, when were they supposed to love you? At what point in the occupation where the Palestinians go, hey, you know what? Even though these guys have been occupying us and taking away all of our dignity, our economic opportunity, dropping bombs on us, cutting off the water and power anytime they want, and bringing settlers to steal our land and then having them execute us every once in a while summarily, we're supposed, oh, right, but we love them.
I think I would go so far as to say that I think Palestinians do show a tremendous amount of resilience and also are infinitely less hateful towards Jewish people or even Israelis in general, but like Jewish people across the board than one would expect under any other normal circumstance. Something that Norm Finkelstein talks about a lot is like the hatred that his parents, his mom and dad, both Holocaust survivors, both concentration camp survivors, they were in the Warsaw Ghetto, the hatred that they experience, the hatred that they feel towards Germans carried on to like their experiences living in America. And he always talks about like how understandable of a hatred that was, considering like what the Germans had done, what the Nazis had done. And that distinction is almost impossible to make, even after years and years of like surviving that oppression. As far as I've seen, Palestinians are infinitely less hateful. Maybe it's because they understand their position is like born into oppression, and they are very cognizant. Or maybe it's because they are hyper educated in spite of all of the circumstances that they've had to deal with. But you know, most Palestinians that I hear from are way less hateful than they normally anyone else would under normal circumstances.
Yeah, last thing I'll say on that is, look, they set up this oppression loop that is unbreakable. So they say, since they hate us, we have to occupy and oppress them. And the more they occupy and oppress them, the more they are hated, of course, as would happen in any situation. Right?
Surprisingly, a very good take from Cenk.
Right? So then they say, well, now you hate us more, now we have to occupy you more. Oh, well, now you hate us more, now we have to occupy you more. So it's an infinite loop.
What's that?
It cannot be broken. And the reason
broken clocks being right occasionally.
For that is that it's not that Netanyahu and the Israeli right-wing government couldn't figure that out logically. It's that they want to occupy.
Yeah,
they want to take more land.
Exactly. I mean, I think this is one of the most prescient Netanyahu takes of all time. This is like it was on TRT TRT, the Turkish broadcaster.
Okay, so I've seen this before, and I think I've played this on stream. Somebody told me that the it's going to be Netanyahu speaking in Hebrew. And somebody told me that the translation is off, right? So that, you know, just take this with a grain of salt, I guess. But
that's fairly common though, since you know, like just look at the prisoner that was released, and how they mistranslated what she said. You know, It's widespread propaganda.
Do you guys know the video I'm talking about? It's like the old one from like 2001. Oh, here it is. A leaked video from 2001. It's not even a leaked video.
Well, even what Netanyahu's saying in the translation is pretty bad. So.
No, but
this
so perfectly summarizes like exactly what his position is and exactly how he deals with like American leaders in general. A leaked video of 2001 shows Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu talking about how Israel intentionally strikes Palestinians painfully, how he deceived the U.S. to break the Oslo Accords, and how Americans will always support Israel if it.
Now, like I'm guessing, this is 2001. Right, Netanyahu, and you know, he was he a member? Does anybody in chat know, was he in the Knesset at the time? He definitely wasn't PM back then.
Faces backlash.
Can't remember his timeline.
The world will say that we're the aggressors. Hold on. Because they can say whatever they want. Aren't you afraid of what they'll say, Bibi? Especially today with the U.S.? I know how they are. America is something that you can easily maneuver and move in the right direction.
Bad Lefty is saying the bombings in Ireland ended, so we're talking about during the Troubles, ended after Britain agreed to one man, one vote, and agreed to power sharing and the removal of all the hard military emplacements. Not a coincidence. More justice equals more peace. True.
And even if they say something, so then they say something. So
hey, Adrian Vixen.
What? 80% of Americans support us. By the way, this is the same Benjamin Netanyahu who sidestepped Barack Obama, regularly undermined him, went to the Republican Congress and delivered a speech while Obama was president. And he's right. You know what Obama did on his fucking way out? By the way, Obama, least popular politician in Israel, widely condemned by Zionists as like a Jew hater directly. That's like what, you know, what ultra Zionists have said about Barack Obama. What did Obama do on his way out after being undermined and shit all over by Benjamin Netanyahu? Oh, he gave him $38 billion over the course of the next 10 years. So, you know, he's right. Netanyahu was right. What happened with the Oslo Accords? The accords which were ratified by Parliament. I was asked before the 1996 elections, will you fulfill them? Yeah. I said yes, subject to reciprocity and minimizing pullouts. I gave my own interpretation of the agreements in such a way that will allow me to stop the race back towards the 1967 borders. How do we manage to do this? Nobody defined what military facilities are, so they kept on taking more land under the auspices of military use. So I defined them as being security zones. Just saying. The entire Jordan Valley for me is a military facility. Nobody has. Yes, like the Beit Shean Valley. You see, go figure. It's so funny that this is like presented as like leaked video, but the hilarity of it is that there's nothing leaked about this. This is all well documented. Half of the shit that he's saying here is half of the shit he ran on time and time again. And also, the other half is like very well documented by Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem. So none of this is like a big secret.
Yeah. Look,
I mean, this is a big secret if you live in the United States and you only get
Israeli right
propaganda.
Wing, left wing doesn't even support them.
Yeah, this is, you know, he's a Knesset member, I think, at the time, and so, you know, it's not like in 2001 this was like, you know, reflective of the governing coalition. Likud has traditionally been a far right, somewhat marginal party at this point, right? They're not even occupying the far right, right? There are people that are way more, you know, hardcore than them that are part of their coalition.
Well, the Israeli left wing is...
Yeah, well, it's okay. And then the U.S. government, right? Both 95% of Republicans and Democrats, but not the U.S. people anymore. They've lost us. So now, you know, he's saying it's so easy to maneuver the Americans. By the way, American citizens, why don't you do an uprising against your own government, right? Look at them. He says, these are all my bitches. I can move them around any way I like. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. They kneel at my feet. That's a foreign government's leader saying that. Are you going to sit there and take it? Are you going to keep electing people like Biden and yes, Trump, who are their bitches and who do everything that Netanyahu tells them to do? Like a dog, Trump heals to this guy. Biden, of course, heals to this guy. He's been healing to him for 50 straight years.
President Cenk.
Yeah, CenkForAmerica.com. I'm actually for.
He really does think he's
Oh my
cooking
God.
America.
Not
He
like
really does think
thinks
he's cooking.
he's on fire. He's running for president and he just told the American people to have an uprising.
These guys who sell us out to foreign countries nonstop. Has Trump stopped taking Saudi money yet? Is Biden off his knees yet for Saudi Arabia? Again, Saudi Arabia bitch slaps Biden and raises gas prices right before the midterms, you know, insults him to his face. And what does Biden do? Nothing. He just kneels again. So I'm tired of these so-called Democratic leaders who kneel to everybody, kneel to all their corporate donors, kneel to our foreign governments. Doesn't matter if it's Israel, Saudi Arabia. They never do what we want.
And to be
68%.
fair, like, you know, Jink's rhetorical stylings, let's just say, like they might have resonated in like a like a Gulf War era, right? They were, this was radical stuff. Like this is the he was representing the far left, during the Iraq War, and
I mean, in a lot of ways, though, this is also reflective of like far right rhetoric. Like at least pre-Tea Party, like before the Tea Party, it was very common to see critiques of Democrats as kneeling to foreign leaders because they should be proudly exceptional.
Palling
They
around
should
with
be
terrorists. Are we palling
they
around
should
with
be
terrorists?
just a couple
Americans want a
pallies.
ceasefire. Oh, but only like 10% of Congress does, because they don't represent us. They just represent their donors. Anyone telling you otherwise,
I know what you're
is
talking
a
about.
total
Richie-
goddamn liar, and everybody knows it.
Lest we forget that what a simp Eisenhower was for the Soviet Union, right?
Except the corrupt in Washington.
Richie Torres is my congressman, my
Richie
favorite.
Torres, what a
So much
sellout.
bowing.
I mean, what a pathetic groveling sellout.
He's. I
Dude,
don't know what
we
you're talking
get
about.
it. You get money from that lobby. We get it. Okay, we all know it. You've groveled enough. Pick yourself up off the ground. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. Richie Torres, Jesus Christ, man, have some dignity. Their boots are clean already. Richie, get up off the ground. And when you talk about lobbies, I talk about defense contractors, oil companies. They also benefit from conflicts in the Middle East. But if you don't think that AIPAC's a lobby that affects the Democratic and Republican parties, you're on crack.
No,
no
I've
one
never.
doesn't think that.
I have never seen someone.
Something about like something's really extreme, something's really fucked up. It's on crack. I don't know. It's just old school.
It sounds
like-
very much like old man yells at cloud kind of rhetoric. Everything is crack, and it's like bitch everything. Like it's like dripping from a misogynistic framework. It's all about like dominance and kneeling and humiliating our country by being diplomatic with other countries. Like the problem isn't that they are diplomatic or kneeling. The problem is that they are working to implement policies that benefit the wrong people.
It's not
the
that they're
wrong
really
things.
beholden to these forces, or that like that somehow it's that they have the same interests, they have the same goals as the forces. The U.S. State Department military industrial complex machine isn't doing it because they are cucked by whatever other country. They're doing it because that's literally part of the realpolitik of the U.S.
Someone so openly and flagrantly defend a group that they're so
Vincent
directly getting
betrayed
financial
you?
support from. Like this would be akin to a
Vincent,
politician
who's
literally
that?
being like, if you consider Raytheon to be like an evil company, then I think you should be arrested.
Yeah, you're a terrorist if you don't.
Yeah,
support
you're a terrorist if
Raytheon
you don't support
wasting
Raytheon.
more of our money.
Like
right?
most senators and most congresspersons at least like have the dignity of like shutting the fuck up when they know they should. Richie Torres is like so horny that he literally shat on the president of J Street. Did you see this? Like J Street is also a Zionist institution. It's just supposed to be a liberal Zionist institution that's like, anti-settlements and things of that nature, and like they're supposed to be a counterbalance to AIPAC.
I like J Street.
Yeah. I don't, I have friends that have worked at J Street that, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, my point is J Street's perspective, well, early on after October 7th was also insane, which a lot of people that used to work with J Street and still work within J Street were like, dial it back. What the fuck are you guys doing? Remember when they did the no ceasefire bill?
So I don't. But look, here's the thing about J Street.
Anyway.
The bottom line is they're certainly not anybody's radical, right?
No, they're
just
not.
Like
in
they're
comparison
normal
to
left-wing
AIPAC, of course they're not. So yeah, they're liberal Zionists in general. But here's the point I'm trying to make. Richie Torres yelled at the president of J Street after Jamal Bowman talked about a J Street-backed West Bank trip that that American congressmen and women took, okay, where he said he was not allowed into certain parts of the West Bank because he wasn't Jewish. And Richie Torres was like, that's a lie. And then he conflated that with an actual anti-Semitic conspiracy, the Jewish space lasers conspiracy, and said West Bank checkpoints are a lie akin to the Jewish space lasers, like Jewish checkpoints in the West Bank, which is fucking psychotic. Like it's like the most insane thing you can say. you're undermining the severity of anti-Semitism by conflating it with things that are demonstrably correct that people have seen and documented. Israeli human rights groups have documented this for years and years. It's so fucking stupid.
Haas, I actually saw that in your tweet.
The weaponization of charges of anti-Semitism goes a long way in terms of allowing a space for real anti-Semitism. The primary example, the one that comes to mind, being the ADL stance with Elon Musk, right? They
Right.
kind of fought, and Elon seemed to have the ADL's back against the wall. And when Elon made, after saying after boosting anti-Semitic tweets and agreeing with them, right, he was able to launder his image through the ADL by supporting Israel. Same thing with RFK, right? This is the game that RFK, I think that the pandemic seems to be designed to afflict, to not afflict Ashkenazi Jews, right? And you couldn't get much more conspiratorial and anti-Semitic than that. And then he comes back with, oh yeah, but no, I completely support what Netanyahu wants to do, right? If that's allowed to be bought like an indulgence to cover up for real anti-Semitism, real spreading of tropes straight out of the worst anti-Semitic texts, then we don't really have any hope in fighting real anti-Semitism. I think humans actually being lizards tops Jewish space lasers. Possibly. I don't know. They're both pretty wild.
In one of your tweets,
Yeah.
and I couldn't believe he said that. So there's real anti-Semitism in the world and in the country right now. I mean, 2 synagogues got shot up.
Yeah.
Right-wingers are, now, they're supporting Nick Fuentes. Donald Trump had dinner with Fuentes, Kanye West. They're openly talking about
Elon Musk is talking about fucking Jewish great replacement conspiracies.
Yeah, that's totally nuts, right? Like, in the moment of this, heightened anti-Semitism, for them to use it for political reasons is disgusting. It's the boy who cried wolf at the worst possible time. To say that Jewish space lasers, which is an obviously anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, is the equivalent of saying that there's checkpoints in the West Bank. What are you talking about? Of course there's checkpoints in the West Bank. Netanyahu would agree that there's checkpoints in the West Bank.
Yeah.
That's a mental thing
gosh.
to say. That's saying, hey, listen, I will do any lie. I will do any piece of propaganda. Please send checks to richiedoras.com or wherever the hell your website is. Dude, we see you, brother. We see you. The whole world sees how pathetic you are, Richie Torres.
Yeah,
You're like a groveling, pathetic, miserable person. Just go into some other job. Become a plumber. Become a dentist. Do something useful with your life instead of being a floor mat, the dirty mop that you use, like the dirtiest mop you have, for any lobbyist that comes by.
Well, he deleted
have
it.
to be APAC.
To be fair, he deleted it. Except he blocked me and he's been going off on a fucking tangent still. He's a ridiculous person, debasing himself in this way. Also, once again, another person is John Fetterman as well, which is so fucking disappointing.
Do you want me to tell you the backstory of that? Because I
don't know how anyone is disappointed by Fetterman.
When Fetterman was running,
is
he's running as a
terrible.
populist progressive. We're all super excited. This is pre-stroke, right? And so I'm just keeping it real, right? And at that point, he's like the next coming. I think he's going to run for president. He's got the best chance of winning. He can knock Biden out. I'm super jazzed about Fetterman, right? And he gets it that you shouldn't do the robotic plastic crap that other politicians do. Yeah. Then he's a lieutenant governor, so he's never spoken out about Israel. So everybody's curious, how's he going to handle it? Because right at that point, Democratic majority for Israel, AIPAC, et cetera, are dumping millions of dollars into races. They've already spent $4 million against Nina Turner. So everybody knows that. So we're all the
dirty
communities waiting to see what he's
Space
going to
lizards.
say. Is he going
This
to
is out of
stand
control.
up for them, B, punt, or C, kiss their ass? And he comes out with an aggressively ass-kissing message. And so at that point, I no hate. Okay, I got it. You're trying to win the election. You don't want $4 million spent against you. But once you win the election, then you're an incumbent. You have a ton of money. You have a ton of money.
Do you see what I'm showing you, though?
Power and leverage, okay?
Do you see what I'm showing you? Democratic majority for Israel PAC endorses Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman for Senate.
Of course. You kiss their ass, they endorse you. That's how it works. But then he gets into Senate, and it turns out he's like Richie Torres Jr., and he's, that's a heavy insult. I'll take it back, right?
I don't see why Jink is surprised. It's like he's consistent throughout this whole bit that he's been overly supportive of Israel to a fault. And he was like that before Senate. And in the Senate, he's the same way. I don't know how anyone's surprised. Fetterman's awful.
Yeah. I mean, it's like this desire to have a hero. It's a desire to have somebody that you can And it's honestly, like, as a leftist, something that you now obviously, like Jink's not a leftist, right? But it's something that you got to fight against as a leftist, while recognizing, the potential to maybe do some harm reduction where it's needed, without falling into this thing of like, oh yeah, Bernie's our dude. Bernie's whatever Bernie says. Bernie says no ceasefire. I guess the ceasefire is bad, right? You don't want to get into that. You don't want to get, into a position where you are being moved by heroes, being moved by, like having to idolize people that, may very well let you down. And the fact that they're successful in politics shows that they have a propensity to go along to get along, right? That's why you can't place your faith, in any of these people, even the ones that, seem inspired at times, even the ones that seem to be, channeling the, the zeitgeist, right? That there's a limit to that.
Valid. No, it's valid. He has more to offer than Richie Torres for sure, but I think that it's an incredibly valid comparison to make, because he quite literally, I don't know why, is seemingly dropped everything else and like either talks about being depressed, wearing fucking his dumbass outfits, or Israel and defending Israel unconditionally. He had a fucking Israeli flag that he was waving at the Palestinian protesters outside of a demonstration. Yeah. He went to the fucking psychotic "Let's Kill More Babies" march that they did, where John Hagee, famous anti-Semitic, psychopathic, far-right evangelical televangelist, was speaking about how, Israel has a right to Judea and Samaria because it's like, Armageddon is going to happen.
If you say, by the way, that Israel has a...
And just so just in case anybody's missing the connection with Hagee is the guy that said that Hitler was a force for bringing, like, Jewish people into Israel to fulfill the Jesus-based end times prophecy, right? Somebody that's literally like talking about using Jewish people as a part of a plan in which, like, what, 2/3 of them will die and the other 1/3 of them will convert to Christianity. That is what that is what the right-wing evangelical Zionists have in mind, and they make common cause and they work together, with the far right in Israel. But obviously this is, this is shit that's just, I don't know how else to say it, but hardcore anti-Semitic. If you see a silver lining in Adolf Hitler, you fucking suck.
Right to Judea and Samaria. True. It's the same thing as saying river to the sea. It's pro-genocide.
And that's not even how he said that. He was like basically describing Hitler as like God's tool. Like, right? This is a messed up like guy.
It's way past River to the Sea, because River to the Sea in its inception and consistently has been an emancipatory slogan that does not mean killing Jews. Like, I don't know if you're an anti-River to the Sea guy. I'm not.
I don't want to, like, it's not a useful thing. So
I've defended it unconditionally and continue to defend it.
I understand that it could be interpreted in different ways, and I've said that. Having said that, it's not a helpful or productive thing to say. But if you say that Israel should have Judea and Samaria,
how is it not helpful or productive? Like, I think Jake just concedes points because he doesn't want to fight because he's straddling that fence.
Yeah, he does that a lot, doesn't he? It's look, I'm not super invested in like one slogan or another, but the point of it is that that people, Jewish people, Muslim people, Christian people in Israel deserve to have the freedom of a secular state to live in, right? And they shouldn't be pinned down to like one area of that land, right? We want to move towards, like a secular state, not like this is a weird thing here. I'm going to praise John Kerry for a second, but he said, in talking about negotiations, he said you can have a Jewish state, or you can have like a you can have peace in the Middle East. You can't have both, right? This is
right. And I think like ultimately it comes down to like, with that slogan, it's not my slogan to choose a different one. It's not my slogan to like,
I don't even want to say tone
pick
police
apart.
because like, right, this feels like
it's
something
like worse
different.
than tone policing.
Yeah.
It is. It's like taking someone else's like rhetoric and like description of their own liberation and their own oppression and telling them, oh, no, that's too much. That's saying it like that's it's too upsetting. No, like this is not for workshopping. Like,
Okay, I think I said that Kerry quote wrong. The official quote was, "If the choice is one state, Israel can either be Jewish or democratic. It cannot be." So, in other words, like what is a democratic state if it's not secular? If it has a preference for one religion over the other, right? Um, that's what any meaningful political solution should be looking towards.
Nut job, you're a lunatic who should be locked up in an asylum. Number two, you're basically saying you're pro-genocide and have no respect for the Palestinian people. You're against all international law. You're for war crimes.
Here's why I don't think it's an equivalence either, by the way, because it is in the part of the Likud charter as well. The equivalence does not exist there because, like, from the river to the sea, Palestinians are under occupation. And the occupying force saying that is, of course, going to be a little bit different. It's the same dynamic between Black Power, which is an emancipatory slogan, an emancipatory group, versus White Power, which came after Black Power in an effort to do white identitarian.
We see again why Hasan is better than Vaush. Like, he's not always great. I don't always agree with him.
So much
that's
easier
something
to see
that
the
you would not
comparison.
hear from Vaush.
Right.
Politics, which was inherently genocidal and fascist.
There's no need for it. That's all. We're 100% right on this issue.
Yeah,
that's all.
So anyway, I just the reason why I defend it unconditionally is because, well, one, I care about the etymology, I care about the history of the statement, but also because people get fucking fired over it, and I think that's ridiculous. Susan Sarandon just got dropped by UTA, very cowardly.
Yeah, that's a good reason not to sit this fight out, right? There's that is one of the ways in which this new Red Scare is being employed, right? With looking for slogans like that as reason to blacklist somebody or
right, like the actress from Scream who was fired for like speaking out against G-Side, and Spyglass, the production company, just fired her.
And I think that we can say even if a statement like this is not something that you use or say or think is productive, right? You got to be down to fight for people who are getting just completely shut down and shut up and silenced over this, right? You got to at least understand that it's not a it's being used to justify speaking of Vaush, right? The whole idea of retribution, right? That's where the fear of this statement comes from, right? If Palestine is really free, what's to stop, them from enacting retribution? That's kind of where this fear of, that's when this phrase turns into something that it's not. Susan Sarandon has been awesome and canceled her whole career. What's up? What's up?
True.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, Jewish or democratic state, not both. Thank you, Bad Lefty. Yeah, I something didn't sit right about when I said that. I was like, yeah, that's not right. I couldn't think of the words that Kerry said, and not that I'm trying to glaze John Kerry up or any of the neoliberal Democrats, but this, it's pretty surprising that not so long ago we had a presidential candidate actually say that you cannot have you can't have a democracy in Israel unless it is secular as well, which it should be obvious, right? But you just don't get that. You don't hear that. You're not allowed to say that. Have I heard of Paul Robeson? Yeah. We're talking about a communist from the 1950s. Well, actually, no, he did a lot of things. He's like a singer. First NCC stream. Just popping in to say what's up. Well, what's up to you, Squisher King? Good to see you. God, why does everybody in my chat?
Squisher King.
I am blessed with the best chat names. Right? My chatters have some good names. Better than my name. I feel like my name, to be honest, chat, like the reason I'm no comment chick is literally because I made this channel like when I was much younger. Let's just say, and I was just like thinking, okay, I want to comment on some YouTube comments, but I also kind of don't want to comment on them because once you get involved in arguing with chuds, it's just never ending. So that was the that's where the name no comment chick came from. And it's pretty random. It's pretty random that I kept it and everything. I mean, how can you not like what's up? I know, right? Have you heard his testimony? Wait, at the the House Un-American Activities Committee? Is that what you're talking about? I think we ended up listening to him sing. Was it the International?
I think that's
the
what
head
it
of
was.
CAA's like motion pictures division is, as far as I understand, like one of the only like Libyan women of color in a position of power in fucking Hollywood. And she was slated.
So if you're just getting here now, we are in the midst of Cenksgiving, right? That is the yearly event where, and I think honestly, like I get the sense that there's like family stuff going on, right? It's like the part of Hasan's family is over for Thanksgiving, and Cenk is there too. So last year wait, was that right? Did they argue last year?
Oh yeah, they argued hard
What
last
was it
year.
about though? Because it was the birthing persons and all the
Cenk
anti-Kasparian
was
stuff hadn't happened yet, but
Cenk was really upset because he was going on super hard on a tear about how 3 years ago people weren't cranking it on the sidewalk, and he
Tough
was
on
talking
crime.
about being tough on crime, and he had some weird talking points about how like there's no consequences for breaking the law, and he believes that like the police just don't show up and stuff like that. He's very similar to Anna on that.
Yeah. And he was supporting a right-wing candidate for governor of Los Angeles, if I remember correctly too. Yeah, now I
Mayor?
remember last Cenksgiving. So yeah, Cenk comes over. He sits down with Hasan. They hash things out. This time they are agreeing on more things. Like there's a few areas of disagreement that they have, but they're not really lingering on that as far as the what's going on in Palestine. This is not as contentious between the two of them. I from what I've heard though, they do get into it a little later, so
To be dropped entirely from CAA. And then Tom Cruise stepped up and was like, no, you can't do that. This is my agent. I want her to stay.
Isn't that weird? It's just like Tom Cruise is the person that stops like people from getting blacklisted.
And a bunch of like the powerful clients of CAA had to stand for her so that she didn't lose
And
her.
also the fact that Tom Cruise still has so much power, so much pull, like considering all the wacky, Scientology stuff that he's been involved in. Then again, maybe there's some people say there's some power in that Scientology network, so
Job entirely. It is so fucking scummy, so nasty, so fucked up that this is what's happening. You have Melissa Barrera, who was dropped from Scream 7 for literally,
That's what I was talking about, yeah.
It's like comical, for putting forth on her social media profile, on her Instagram story, a Jewish Currents magazine article from Holocaust and genocide historian scholar Ross Segal's article on Jewish Currents magazine on how Israel is a textbook case for genocide. This man is a genocide scholar. He's Israeli, he's Jewish, he's writing for Jewish Currents magazine, and posting that article in the eyes of Spyglass Studios or whatever the fuck was too far. It was a bridge too far.
Yeah, so
yeah, I gotta mention right now that we are now 24 seconds away from the top of the hour ad break. That's right, it's coming at you again every hour at the top of the hour, around the top of the hour, and that means 3 minutes of ads beamed directly to your eyes unless you're able to get out of that through some kind of a sub. You can get that with a Prime sub if you have Prime and you use it for this channel. You will no longer see those ads. You can also get out of it if you are, if you pay $5 to buy a sub from Twitch. You can also get out of it for what? If you're lucky enough to get a gift sub, right? If somebody's feeling generous and they see you in there, and they see that you have no hope other than to be forced to watch another ad, you might just get gifted one. It can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen when you're active in chat.
Number one, let's call it what it is, cancel culture. So now
it's McCarthyism. It's the only real type of cancel culture that like has been so systematized in the United States of America. Historically speaking, cancel culture has never been like a anti Nazi cancel culture in America. Nazis have been historically defended under the auspices of free speech. The only time where we have historically allowed Congress and allowed politicians and allowed organizations to undermine political action that is supposed to be protected under the First Amendment is McCarthyism, Red Scare.
Yeah, and Barry Weiss started cancel culture by going around targeting Palestinian professors.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, how dare you treat Palestinians as human beings? You should be fired, right?
Yeah.
And then she pretended to be aggrieved by cancel culture. No, bitch, you
Yeah, this was as a college student, if I'm not mistaken.
Started it. Let's be honest.
Barry Weiss we're talking about here.
About it. Let's call it what it is, okay? And so this is like the height of cancel culture. How dare you disagree with Israel? You're fired. And it's not. And none of them, by the way, said from river to the sea at all. They said war crimes and genocide. Those are the trigger words apparently. But those are just facts. Srebrenica, 6,000 Muslims killed. That was called a genocide because they targeted them for being Muslim, right? And so it doesn't. It's not Holocaust. It's not the same thing. You're just targeting based on ethnicity and killing a certain number of people and mass relocation. There's no question. It's definitional. But it's such a. There's one hero in that CIA agent story, but it's such a
Tom
bad.
Cruise?
Look, I mean, there's a phrase obviously, associated with the Holocaust, never again. That is a phrase that is interpreted by, some people descriptively, right? They see the Holocaust as being a black swan event that only happened because of the particular evil of a man and, the particular, the nation that went along with it, with his plan, right? That's the descriptive way of seeing it. There's also a way of seeing it as like a pledge, right? As saying that this should never be allowed to happen again. The only way you're going to stop something like this is to stop it before it happens. And so instead of thinking of things as like, well, that's not really comparable to this, this historical event, it's unfair to call that, to typify this as a G side, given that, that we can find a more pronounced, more egregious, more like harmful, situation. But instead see genocide as a process, which it is, according to the Lemkin Institute, breaks it down into steps. It doesn't just happen all at once. It's enabled by certain steps being taken along the way. But by the time that it gets rolling, it's really hard to stop. So if you really want to stop another historical monstrosity from happening, you've got to call it out before it gets there. And look, we've had potentially upwards of 10,000 innocent civilians lose their life in this. How many more is it going to take before people?
It's already too many.
Yeah.
Well,
also,
along with Tom Cruise.
if you have time, that clip was it's in your DMs.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see. We're kind of a little bit pressed.
I know we're
We'll
kind of
see.
pressed for time.
Because you already said Tom. But it's such a bad precedent to set and such a bad look. Like if you're Steven Spielberg, who apparently, if you believe the reporting, I don't know that it's, I wasn't there, but, or any of these other guys who pressured CAA to fire her, that's such a bad look, guys.
Wait, Steven
At a time of
Spielberg
anti-Semitism, you don't go around going, she dared to speak out against Israel, fire her.
No, Spielberg.
Right?
Wait, I don't.
I'm not sure that Jake knows what he's talking about here.
Yeah, I read it in one of the articles. I'm not putting it on Spielberg.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really knows.
Internally at CAA and externally their clients, and he was mentioned.
I feel bad for Hasan here, right? Because it's like, if this wasn't Spielberg, right, you probably shouldn't like.
In one of the articles, he's not the pivotal guy. It's not his name's not important. The point is, a whole bunch of
oh my God, Jink.
people said let's fire her because she's dared to say a political statement we don't agree with, even though it's technically and factually true, right? The other hero other than Tom Cruise was J.J. Abrams. So he apparently stepped up behind the scenes, was like, what are you guys doing? No, don't fire her. And so,
you know what's really
great job.
interesting?
Thank you, J.J. Abrams.
You know who actually, I don't know where they stand now, but you know who actually has been like incredibly critical of the Benjamin Netanyahu administration? And it's someone you would not expect. It's someone whose brother you've called a donkey, and is the reason why you were maybe
Wait, who
you
is
may or may
this?
not have left WME, as a matter of fact. But yeah, Ari Emanuel.
Yeah,
Ari Emanuel.
Oh, brother of Rahm Emanuel
has been like, because I looked into it to see like, I wonder what his perspective is, because like obviously Rahm is like fucking reactionary piece of shit.
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with that name, Rahm Emanuel was a what did Obama appoint him? Was he chief of staff or something under Obama?
I'm not sure if he was chief of staff.
But regardless, he was he was a really important official in the administration, and that was kind of the signal to a lot of lefties who thought that they had done something meaningful by electing Obama over Hillary Clinton, who supported the war in Iraq, right? And was on track to just cruise to a easy nomination until, you know, Obama and his campaign confronted her. A lot of people thought that there was a meaningful difference between Hillary and Obama, and the entrance of Rahm Emanuel and the kind of, you know, neoliberal, you know, machine politics that he really represents was what let a lot of people know that Obama was not going to be that much of a change from what Hillary Clinton had to offer, right? We'll never know what a 2008 Hillary Clinton administration would have been like, but yeah, Rahm Emanuel famously called, yo, Vaush, okay? Vaushites, I gotta call you out for a minute here. You think you're cool saying the R slur. You know who else says the R slur? Do you know, Zara?
Rahm Emanuel.
That's right. That's his name for progressives. That's
Also,
literally
you are
something that he
correct.
said.
He was the White House chief of
Is it the
staff.
chief of
from,
staff? Yeah.
2009 to 2010, and then he went on to be mayor of Chicago.
That's right.
For 8 years.
Yeah.
But did terrible things.
Hated mayor. Yeah. Very much against the teachers' unions.
But he does love the R slur, just like the Vaush.
He's gonna guess it's Keffals. I mean, yeah, Keffals definitely loves the R slur too. But I'm just like, I don't know where this comes from. This idea that like, hey, you know how I'll show like how cool I am. I'm gonna call people the R slur.
Oh my God.
Let me do that. Not as a reclamative thing, not to change how it's used
No,
or anything.
as a pejorative,
like
as a
just
pejorative
to, be like,
to
you're
others.
A piece of shit. You're an R slur. That's how it's used. You're not. You know, you're terrible. You're like it's literally used with a synonym for bad, right? And that shit's cool somehow. Like, is Rahm Emanuel cool? Should we try to be like Rahm Emanuel, Vaush? Like, what the fuck are you even doing? Right? And even the people that don't give a fuck, like, I know that Chud Logic doesn't care about any of this, right? He's left the left a long time ago. But what kind of I don't know how old he is, and it doesn't matter. He's a grown-ass man using a playground slur. Like, even if you don't care about ableism or anything like that, how is that not cringe? How is Chud Logic not the ultimate cringe lord? I ask you, chat. I ask you.
I mean, Rahm Emanuel is 63 years old.
Okay, so Rahm Emanuel has actually got Vaush beat. I can say that firmly. Rahm Emanuel is more cringe than Vaush. There you go, Vaush. That's the one nice thing I'll say about you today. Well, that and the fact that he actually didn't agree with Keffals' bad take. Now, I don't think that they were necessarily. I mean, like maybe the person that was asking him in chat had Keffals on the brain, but you know he wasn't asked in the thing of like, do you support what Keffals said? You know, in this debate, it was just, you know, generally like, do you think like TheyFAB is an acceptable term to use for certain non-binary people? And he said no. So again, you know, broken clocks.
And Rahm served in the IDF too. So
yeah.
Ari,
by the way,
supports
I have
Israel
to jump
200%,
off.
and I'm sure there's a million things we disagree on.
Thank you for.
But that's the great thing about
being
Jewish
here.
culture
Let me
is that
pause
it not
this
only
so
like allows for dissent.
But
did you actually get a chance to take your break though?
Oh my God, I wanted to because I want to get my my hair.
How about you do that real quick? Do that, and you can pause it if you want to just come back in a second.
At this point, I'm probably just gonna write it out. The
Oh
nature
my god.
nature calls up to a point and then it stops calling. I
I
don't know
I'm so
what happens.
sorry.
Do you like reabsorb it? Is what happens?
It's dissent. It wants you.
I
It wants to have these. You're
I
supposed to
don't
challenge the rabbi,
have
etc.
enough
So there's tons and
information.
tons of both Israelis and Jewish Americans.
Thank you, chat.
But yeah, thank you for coming in and helping me get through this Cenksgiving.
I,
It's
I
like
wish I could dig through more of this kind of wild um sighting of a jank, off the TYT set, but
I am only
I do.
slightly curious now, like about the family dynamic that goes on, because we get the sense, chat, that maybe in the other room, people are preparing food for Thanksgiving, for like a family meal together, and so that's the that's what's going on in the background, I guess. Hopefully the
No.
noise gate won't pick up any of the splashing sounds. Wait,
It's an expander, for the record.
I mean,
The
mine is an
expand.
expander. His might be a noise
Yeah.
gate. Yeah, you could use either. Oh my god, chat, you're getting audio advice from somebody that really needs to set her EQ better. But anyway, yeah, thank you
Oh
so
my
much.
god.
What's that?
I didn't realize my EQ was that bad.
No, I'm talking about myself here. I'm the one with the bad EQ. I don't know, either that or just there's something about the like low end of this USB mic that's just never gonna make me happy. I don't know.
Also, keep in mind, do you get your EQ through your monitors appropriately? Because you might be hearing yourself a lot different than you're sounding.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
if your EQ is on the PC
No, because
processing side.
I listen to myself when I edit my videos too, so I'm pretty sure
True. So there's an EQ that
it's
you can
slightly
dial.
tinny on both ends, but I don't know, maybe I could boost something in the lower end. I have never understood EQ the way that I feel like I should.
It's different for every voice, every microphone, and every room.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially if you got like a anyway, let's not get geeky just yet. Vaush was only against the term because he thought it wasn't funny. That's all he said about it, was that it wasn't funny. That's true. Not a super not a super affirmative endorsement there for fighting against ableism. And why would we expect that from Vaush, right?
True.
The guy that literally made the R word cool again. Good job, Vaush. Hasan is
Among other things.
Among other things, yes, he made other things cool that are not cool. Hasan is the frustrated millennial dealing with the boomer uncle. Yeah, he's relatable, isn't he? If Jink was an outright Republican instead of a grifty, self-proclaimed progressive, it would be a typical family dinner, basically. Yeah, it is like the it's all of
It's
our.
so funny. Hasan's so far left, like, and I'm saying this like in jest, that that his Uncle Jeff, that everyone has an Uncle Jeff. And if I just say Uncle Jeff, you probably understand what I'm talking about. The Uncle Jeff,
even if your
at
uncle's
the
not
family
named Jeff, you
experience.
probably have an Uncle Jeff. That's what you're saying?
You probably have an
probably
Uncle
have
Jeff,
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
even if his name isn't Jeff. Jink is the Uncle Jeff of, the Hasan family complex, but he's just like hog takes.
Wait, what's going on?
On
Are
the
we having
left.
problems with YouTube again? Is YouTube still working? Jink used to be a Republican. True, yeah, in college.
YouTube's still
Uncle
working as
Ralph.
far as I can see.
Okay, just trying to make sure. People said something about it if it doesn't come back. So hey, if you're having trouble with the stream, always try hitting refresh. Always try hitting F5. That'll fix a lot of your problems, actually. All good? Okay, good. I'm glad. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Zara. Everybody go over and follow Zara Zarax on twitch.com.
Or YouTube.
Yeah, you or both. Hey, best of both worlds, right?
I wouldn't ask that much of everybody. Anyway, keep hanging in there. I know this has been excellent so far. I'm really excited. I'll be listening, but I have to go cook dinner.
Understandable. Well, Good luck with dinner, and thank you for helping me deal with it's always frustrating with Chink, even if he's not saying anything terribly objectionable. No tall.
True.
What's the deal with tall uncles? Just ate the rest of my lemon meringue pie. Ooh, lemon meringue is kind of good. I mean, I don't think I can
Lemons
eat it. Right?
are
Does it have
delicious.
eggs in it or something? There's something in it that I can't eat.
It has egg, but you can use there are always vegan substitutes.
Probably not flaxseed though. Flaxseed has got to be too mealy. And she
Oh,
cooks too,
probably
says
not
Christy
flaxseed.
Z. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, and yes.
It's true. I mean, Bad Lefty, if you wanted to objectify my voice, there could be reasons where that might be acceptable. Anyway, ta-ta.
Ta-ta for now. Or ta-ta, what is it? Ta-ta till later? T-T-Y, no, T-T-L-Y. T-T-L-Y. That feels so posh to say. Like, I wish that's how it worked, though. I wish that just saying posh stuff would make me, like, financially solvent somehow. Unfortunately, I have to rely on the support of my audience to be sustainable and to be able to come to you week after week. So thank you everybody who's donated to the sub goal, to the memberships, to the super chats, to whatever way you support the show, even if it's just hitting that like button, which is actually more powerful than you might realize, right? Does a lot. It's the like button's almost like the Prime sub of YouTube, right? In that, like, people underrate it. People, oh, Prime sub, what is that? Like, it doesn't even cost me anything. No, it helps me, and it helps the stream, and it helps you not have to see ads anymore, right? It's all stuff that I am very much appreciative to. Yeah, we're actually almost there as far as the goals for today. To unlock that Vaush content, which I think everybody's kind of... What are people like? Okay, so if this was a Thanksgiving feast, right? Let's not say Thanksgiving, because, like, that's... Yeah. Obviously I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but if this was a holiday feast, right? Like, what piece of content would be like the tofurkey? What part would be the mashed potatoes? Oh my god. What's the... In other words, Woonicorn? Am I pronouncing your name right?
Because it was
Thank you
so
for
peaceful up here.
Oh my
but
god.
Now there are freaking communists
Now there are
invading
communists invading radicals. Wait. Thank you, Vamps, for the gift sub to what's up. Wait, are there... Oh my god, I'm so confused now. Who actually got a gift sub? I said Woonicorn. But oh, maybe it's like if you change your name, then it still says your name is like the old version. I don't know, chat. But regardless, we appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for contributing to my sub goals, bestie. Okay, does it get annoying? I did that for, like, I feel like there was 2 months where I, like, just overused bestie. Like, you know, I hopefully I'm over that now, because I know that gets annoying when I call everyone. But, like, you're like, I don't know you. Bestie, what are you talking about? I just got here. And I don't want to see ads anymore, so I subbed up. I chromed the fuck up. Where are the communists invading radicals? They're in YouTube chat. Wait, who is the communist invading radical, though? It should tell me. I believe it should tell me. Yeah, I wrestle Dara. Dara Conrance? Yes, I wrestle Dara Conrance. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube.
Can't stand Netanyahu and who want to get rid of Netanyahu.
Yeah.
So, and Ari Emanuel's in that camp, and bless his heart for that. He's like, how much
So
more do we have to
true,
deal with this
bestie.
shit, right? He's totally incompetent, totally self-obsessed, totally corrupt. Let's get rid of this son of a bitch.
Yeah. It was Maha Dakilis who we're talking about, by the way, who worked with big name celebrities, including Tom Cruise, Reese Witherspoon, Natalie Portman, Ava DuVernay, and Hathaway stepped down from the internal...
Yo, chat. For some reason, like, Jink reminds me of my dad.
board of the Creative Artists Agency following backlash for her incendiary posts.
It's probably because my dad would wear something like this.
What were the incendiary posts, I wonder? Usually it's like, look, It's not a secret. I've been saying this since October 7th.
Chat, what's the your dad thing? Do you remember how like Abigail from Philosophy Tube had, I can't remember, there was something in one of her videos that was like your dad, like YERDAD.
You have to be very careful when you criticize Israel.
Of course
It's
he has
just the truth.
dad
You have
vibes.
to
He
be.
is a dad,
For two reasons.
right?
One, because you do not want
Wait, is he?
you do
I'm
not
not
want to
sure
say
if that's-
anything that can be misconstrued as anti-Semitic, because anti-Semitism is bigoted, is hateful, it's unacceptable. The other reason is because there are certainly going to be people that want to misconstrue your message to say, oh yeah, look at it, he's being anti-Semitic. And when that happens, when your words are cynically misconstrued, if you are especially approaching a criticism of Israel from a callous perspective, because you know that, let's say, morality is on your side, and you say something as callous as like, maybe not even as callous, but like marginally, 10% as callous as like Amy Schumer, for example, who's been like baying.
Good for Gabby says my dad is grandiose like Jink.
And cackling like a fucking hyena about how all Palestinians are fucking rapists and deserve death and destruction. Or Sarah Silverman, who literally said, justified that we must cut the electricity and food and water to the Gaza Strip only to be rewarded with a Daily Show a broadcasting opportunity. Or Brett Gelman. All of these guys were just like saying disgusting, freakish things about Palestinians and how they have to be ethnically cleansed. They will never get punished. You, on the other hand, if you say something that can even be remotely misconstrued, will absolutely get punished. Sometimes by onlookers who don't realize what you're trying to say, and in other instances by the likes of ADL, which in my opinion have openly shown that they do not care about real anti-Semitism. They simply care about anti-Zionism.
Why don't I celebrate Thanksgiving? I mean, it's basically like the whole thing, the whole, story of the cooperation between the pilgrims and indigenous people here. It just seems like vile propaganda at this point, I guess. It feels like a fig leaf, feels like it's covering up some kind of side. I'm not sure which kind of side I might be talking about, right? But it just, yeah.
Jonathan Greenblatt's actions demonstrate this reality. The actions that have been
But I always say it by accident. Like, when I'm talking about like, like, I don't know, any kind of meal, like I'll fall into it and be like, oh yeah, Thanksgiving, and like, oh, no, I'm not really thinking of pilgrims, right? The clip was, we saw Vaush talking about the TheyFAB phrase, went onto the VOD, and there is more. He mentions it has to be funny, and then compares it to showing someone a pic of when you were 2 years old. What? Yo, that Vaush is such a weirdo. Why is he so weird? I left home at 15 and never spoke to my father again. Been 30 years. That's tough, but sometimes necessary, I guess. Colonizer Turkey Day. Yeah. Vaush is such a weirdo.
Criticized by a lot of liberal Zionists as well.
We're gonna get to watch him being weird again in a second. So.
Oh
shit! God. I didn't realize I went so late.
Sarah Silverman said that. That's disappointing. I really like her. I'm hoping that she realizes it was a mistake. I'll look it up later. And
well, she said that she was high.
Okay, well,
she got high when she said.
Okay, at least
it's a classic excuse.
She's like saying my bad. So
wait, who's the guy that sings? Is it Afro Man that sings that song about "But I Got High"? Like that song, right? Is that who's the artist? Does anybody? The guy that's like, because I got high, because I got high. Afro Man. Okay, yeah. He's just trying to Afro Man that shit.
For Jonathan Greenblatt, look, he did great work during the Trump Muslim ban and all that stuff. And so, he's a mixed bag.
It is Afro Man.
Who? Greenblatt?
Yeah, in sticking up for Muslims, Americans, and other people. But whenever it comes to Israel, he thinks that it's his job to defend Israel, and it isn't. You're misconstruing your job, brother. That's AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel, etc. You're supposed to be standing up for Jewish Americans. And so the way that he throws around the word anti-Semitism in regards to defending any Israeli policy.
Okay, chat. Now I want, like, do people know about JoJo? do people know about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? It's like a Japanese I could just say manga. You understand what I mean when I say manga. I don't know why I didn't just call it a manga, but yeah, it's like one of the longest running mangas out there. And the powers of the action heroes in this manga always are named after like a musician or a song. So it's like Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap is like the, literally like it's a stand, right? It's like a punching ghost that stands behind you and beats up your enemy when you say its name and has all kinds of powers. But what if there was one that was named Afro Man and the power would somehow, like, I don't know, get the opponent faded, right? That would be the power. It blows smoke in their face or something and they can't remember anything. I don't know. No, wait, the name of the stand would be like Because I Got High.
Is deeply counterproductive.
No, they fully went back to like 1990, early 90s ADL, collaborating with fucking apartheid South African agents and shit, and spying on the Jewish left. It's basically back to that level of ADL this time around.
Yeah, and you're ruining the credibility of the organization.
No, it's gone. It's just fucking lit on fire. And I think Jonathan Greenblatt openly recognized it. Even the former president of ADL literally tweeted out,
Because I Got High.
Jonathan Greenblatt is a piece of shit, basically. Like, I mean, he didn't say those words.
Because of what he's doing to defend Elon Musk.
Yes.
Too. And so that's like, you know what? I mean, I don't even want to bring him up, but it's a perfect analogy. Rabbi Shmuley, right? So he goes and attacks me in like in an insane lunatic way on Piers Morgan, calls me every name in the book, but then it turns out,
yeah, no, he was completely disingenuous and lying and everything, and it's just like, chat, did anybody see that? I want to put that video out, but here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that I was enjoying Jink getting owned in a debate more than I was criticizing Rabbi Shmuley. I'm afraid that I took for granted that you all know that Rabbi Shmuley is full of shit, and that I was just like enjoying the fact that he was being so bad faith to Jink, right? I mean, just like incredibly, disingenuous and bad faith, like the whole time. Wait, it's been gone? Wait, what's been gone? Yeah, so if I don't put out that video, that's probably why. I don't want anybody to think that I'm like, oh yeah, Rabbi Shmuley, give it to him. Like, I'm not a Rabbi Shmuley, stan by any means, right? The ADL's reputation. Oh yeah, I forgot about that YouTube, that famous delay on YouTube.
he was the guy defending Bobby Kennedy for saying that coronavirus is genetically designed to avoid.
Isn't that wild? Rabbi Shmuley comes out and is like, yo, there's nothing anti-Semitic here. There's nothing wrong with this. This is okay. This is okay. Like, RFK did nothing wrong.
Ashkenazi Jews, and he defended Michael Jackson when he wrote Beat Me, Jew Me in a song.
Oh my God. That's in a Michael Jackson song?
So he's like a little paid bitch to defend
There's one more. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, not anti-Semites in this case, but he's also defended my favorite defender of Israel / defender of the constitutional reasons as to why we should look into lowering the age of consent laws, the Dersh.
The Dersh. I was about to guess the wrong person, and that would have been disastrous, because anybody that I guess, I'm basically like low-key, accusing of some Epstein activities. But like, no, we're totally good in implying that the Dersh was involved in that. I'm sure he never has sued anyone over that, right?
Did you know that?
You're gonna get sued by the Dersh. Do you want to see the Dersh segment come out? Should that be the next one? People really liked my Norman Finkelstein stream, and that was the one I was most worried about, because like it's he's a complicated guy, right? He's saying he's rhetorically great in terms of the Palestine issue, but then when you consult him on like anything else, you're really rolling the dice, especially his horrible takes on trans issues.
He defended Alan Dershowitz when
the Dersh
Jeffrey came out and said Alan Dershowitz.
But yeah, we got to see about Finkelstein's whole just battle with the Dersh, and then the Dersh getting tricked into sitting for an interview where he got asked about the Epstein stuff.
Sexually assaulted me.
And about OJ, and basically confirmed that he thought his client was guilty there, right? To my perception, like in my opinion, just understand that that's how I'm saying it. I'm not stating it as a fact. I'm stating it as my opinion, as my perspective. Your mileage may vary.
Friend to Jeffrey Epstein, Alan Dershowitz, he defended.
Of course he did, right? Because he doesn't have what does he have a congregation somewhere? Rabbi, right? He's like he has this non-profit where most of the money goes to him and his wife and their house, I think. So you can look it up. You can see the exact details.
Oh no!
Right? You don't take my word for it. My opinion is that Rabbi Shmuley is a corrupt defender of anti-Semites and does it for money and is one of the worst pieces.
Oh my God! Daily Wire just released a trailer for their first feature-length transphobic as fuck comedy about trans women in sports called Later. But it's like a Adam Sandler movie, but like somehow more hateful towards trans people, right? OJ himself makes jokes on TikToks about, well, yeah, he had that book, didn't he? Like it was the way that the title was set in that book, that like, because what was it called? Like something If I Did It, but like the if I was really small, or like the if was really small and the I did it was like really big or something. Shmuley, don't be such a Shmuley. The guy is such a Shmuley. My friend made dinner. Yeah, that's America's Rabbi Shmuley.
Of shit there is in media, but you can look it up. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta say. It's just my opinion.
This decision from the CIA was made after Duck Hill reposted an Instagram story on Wednesday, which read in part, "You're currently learning who supports genocide." She added her own message over the repost stating, "That's the line for me." That's it. What's more heartbreaking than witnessing genocide? Witnessing the denial that the genocide is happening. That's why the fucking CIA guys were like, "That's a bridge too far, actually, madam."
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait to make sick ass fucking movies 10 years down the line about how, there were brave defenders of the Palestinians or whatever the fuck. Like, think about it this way. What are like some of the top movies right now? Martin Scorsese's historical rendition of Killers of the Flower Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? Like, you guys don't realize you can't draw a fucking parallel to what's happening? I guess they just like want those in Hollywood just like don't really give a shit about ethnic cleansing happening, because it turns out it makes really good movies. Oppenheimer is another one. Exactly.
And by the way, look, let's be honest, okay? They're doing the same exact thing that Turks do, okay?
Oh, with the Armenian genocide.
Yeah,
100%.
They're like, oh, well, no, it's not a genocide. I mean, yeah, we marched them, and yeah, we moved 1 million people, and we did ethnic cleansing, and we did the war crimes, and we dropped bombs onto buildings where we know Hamas is in the tunnels, and the tunnels are completely unaffected, and we killed 11,000, 12,000 civilians, over 5,000 children. But no, you can't call it a genocide. No, it's like literally the definition of a genocide.
Yeah.
And same thing that happened with the Ottoman Empire, right? Yeah, mass relocations, massacres, that's targeting a specific group.
Yeah, people...
Clearly, that is the definition of a genocide.
People think, I think incorrectly, that there's like a number that you have to hit for it to be a genocide. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
There would be no...
And that's what's so dangerous, right? That sort of mentality is what allows... let's like forget about, like the definition or specification or demarcation of that, right? Like any sort of horrible, like monstrous human rights event, right? These are empowered by people trying to minimize them and try to say, well, it hasn't gotten that bad yet, right? And that's guaranteeing that you're going to wait till it gets worse. That's guaranteeing that it's gonna get closer to being undeniable. So this is with OJ though, wasn't it actually, what was it? It was the cop that was that was, I guess, associated, like his testimony and the evidence that he found, right, would turn out to be a white supremacist, right? So the like it was an issue where the witness's credibility was like massively undermined. That doesn't mean that the guy is innocent, okay? But it's just like, you gotta if you're gonna find somebody guilty, it's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And having a white supremacist cop as part of the investigation is a great way to introduce doubt.
Reason to study genocides and to have any kind of designation for what is a genocide if the only designation is appropriate after the fact. That doesn't mean anything. Then why the fuck are we learning about anything at all?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why would you ever learn about how this stuff works if it was only allowed to be spoken on after the fact? Like the top of the hour break that I'm going to run right now that I forgot to run.
Oh no, Hasan, that was such a good point. And like, oh my God, I don't know how I feel about wrapping it up with the top of the hour ad break, but it needs to be said. It needs to be said. That's what I'm trying to get across, right? Don't wait till it's too late to stand up and say something. What else we got? What else we got, Jink and Hasan? What's going on?
These guys in Washington, they're all egomaniacs.
Wait, it says video misrepresents Biden's departure from White House turkey pardon. What?
Yeah, bullshit. That's just mainstream media covering
What? Chat, do you know what this is about?
up for him. Just watch the video.
A claim. A video clip shows Joe Biden abruptly leaving this year's Thanksgiving turkey pardoning ceremony. False. In a full video of Monday's ceremony, Biden spent several minutes speaking and talking with photos with guests after
No,
pardoning.
that's not the point. The point is what he said when he was talking. I don't care when he left.
Chat. Well, you know what the point is, right? Like, they're saying he was doing a poopy walk. Like, the claim is that he left in a hurry because he literally, like, pooped himself. Jink is calling other people egomaniacs?
You
Yeah.
see when he left. So he's
democracy, or
he's talking about how he's making a joke.
Did he poop himself? I mean, you judge for yourself. I guess we're gonna see the walk.
Joke about Taylor Swift.
The walk of shame. I don't know.
Oh, that's where the turkey pardon. Oh.
Well, I know for sure though that I saw a picture of Donald Trump with a stain on his pants playing golf.
Oh, dude, I saw this. He's talking about like Britney Spears. Like, Britney is really hot out there.
Oh God.
And he gets Britney Spears and Taylor Swift confused. Okay, older politician, who
The
cares?
chairman of the
That's not
National
the point.
Turkey Federation, Steve Lakin, Steve, and your entire family. I got to meet the entire family. And by the way, it's my birthday today, and they can actually sang birthday to me. I just want you to know it's difficult turning 60. Difficult. His entire family raised these birds on their
Get it? Because I'm making fun of the fact that no.
family farm in Minnesota. And Steve, chickens, but no chicken that big, man, I tell you. Just a few weeks ago, I visited another family
What?
farm in Minnesota.
Did he get no?
Where we talked about the pride of small towns.
I thought we were talking about Turkey. I thought we were talking Turkey, Biden.
The communities, rural.
Does anyone have the Taylor Swift quote?
So,
like the clip?
Yeah. So this guy, you know why he's running, right?
Come on, man. Why am I running? I don't know. Where am I? I'm going crazy, Jack.
What's going on?
So he's proposed zero policies so far. None. Zero. Because he's not trying to get anything done. He already got whatever he was going to get done. He wants to be a two-term president because he thinks one-term presidents are considered lame. So he's like, my legacy and for my ego, we need to be a two-term president, not a one-term president.
Surely.
Yeah, you're not considered a lame duck though until after the election.
Egomaniacal geriatric fucks haven't destroyed American democracy in the past 4 or 5 years or so before, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's never
Okay,
happened.
no, I
one's
didn't
ever
say the
died
longest running
when they're in a
manga.
profoundly important position of
I
power.
said one of the longest running mangas. I was talking about JoJo. I was talking about the way that the powers of the heroes in JoJo are named after famous songs, and that's why when you see JoJo anime in the United States, right? You're never gonna hear the original name of the people's powers, right? You know, they got their power, they got their punching ghost that stands behind them and you know does magical stuff to win the stand battle, right? But the names of these punching ghosts, the names of their stands are like things like Limp Bizkit, right? But you can't call something Limp Bizkit in an anime that you translate into English and show in the United States. You've got to call that. You got to call that stand Flaccid Pancake, right? You can't call somebody Vanilla Ice. You've got to call him Cool Ice, right? You've got to change everything up. Like you can't call a stand Spice Girl. You got to call it Spicy Lady,
for example.
Yeah, and what are they going to do with him? They're going to pull a Feinstein if he gets that kind of shape?
And that's like my favorite thing with JoJo is like figuring out what they're going to change the name of the thing that's named after a band or a musician or a celebrity or whatever, like what they're going to change it to. That's
is going to wheel him around and say, oh, he says he's for Israel, or he says he's for this. I mean, this is absurd, man. 77% of Americans don't think that he's going to be healthy enough to finish a second term.
Is not one, not two, but three pop stars. Taylor Swift, Britney Spears, as well as Beyonce.
Sky News Australia.
As he discussed how far the turkeys have travelled to be pardoned.
Had to work hard to show patience and be willing to travel over 1,000 miles. You could say even this harder than getting a ticket to the Renaissance tour or Britney's tour.
That's like Beyonce, right?
Down in, it's kind of
warm.
warm.
Wasn't the Renaissance tour like a while ago?
I'm in Brazil right now.
Oh my God.
Yo, that's my.
He's bringing up Britney.
President. Never mind. I'm back on. He's so sick.
Jesus Christ.
No,
man.
no one. No.
Biden said free Britney.
No demented presidents have ever been awful for America in the past. You know, in the 90s.
Look, the guy's the Mad King. He
Or
won't.
in the 80s.
He won't let go of power. I mean, look at if he thinks democracy's on the line, he's gonna go run, going, Brazil's kind of hot, so's Britney Spears. Malarkey. Come on, dude. You can't finish a sentence. You egomaniac.
You know what's really funny? He says
he said, my dude said, in the conservatorship.
Get out of the race.
It's kind of warm in Brazil right now, and what he's actually making a reference to is the Taylor Swift concert where someone died.
Yeah, exactly.
Of a fucking heat stroke.
And you're not supposed to make fun of that. That's not a joke.
Renaissance tour is Biden's stand.
Oh, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Like if it's Britney Spears or Taylor Swift, he doesn't know if it's Brazil or Argentina. He doesn't know if it's Tuesday or Wednesday, man. This guy's gonna say no one else should run. I'm the only.
I'm surprised he didn't say Renaissance Fair.
One who should run. That's why I'm in the race. JankForAmerica.com. Biden's gonna lose.com. It's so obvious. So
Biden pooped his pants.com.
So look, Haas, my job is to shake people out of their trance, right? So you think like.
Wait, I'm surprised they're not talking about the poop conspiracy theory, right?
Like
they mentioned him like leaving early.
Phillips is gonna like shake people out of this, right?
Whoa, don't come for Dean, dude. If you come for the Dean, you best not miss.
And by the way, and Dean got in after I did. And so great, I'm glad that Dean's
What's
in.
that
My
guy's
point
name
is all the
again?
governors should be in. Governor Whitmer should be in.
This is like a
Governor
guy
Pritzker
that's
should be
worse
in.
than Biden.
Governor Shapiro would kick Donald Trump's
Dean
ass. And
something
would start
or
with
other.
10 points higher than Joe Biden. And Haas, one last thing that's absolutely devastating. When you have an incumbent
Not
president,
Howard Dean, but like, what if Howard Dean popped up? Is he's not good, right? I think isn't he like a lobbyist now? I just want him to come up and for his whole thing to be like, yeah, like I need the yeah, like in my life, right? I can't do it right, but like I gotta.
If gas prices go up in October, guaranteed Trump win. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
And who controls gas prices the most?
The only one who can defeat Trump, it's got to be Howard Dean. The only one more canceled than Donald Trump because he yelled. He yelled, and then he said he's gonna go to and he said like the name of every state.
Saudis.
He's gonna go to all the states.
The Saudis love.
Oh, the Saudis make no.
Dean Phillips, thank you so much.
Saudis are very open about their love for Donald Trump. They just very openly are like, yeah, we want Trump back.
They're going to jack up the gas prices in September and October, and Biden is going to get landslided. He's going to be like
it's called landslide.
To frickin' Mondale. He's going to lose the country on his watch because this egomaniac wouldn't put down the gavel. And
You're going to get Mondaled?
Why I said gavel. It's kind of fun, but so. He's out there, and he's like, no, I don't think any governor should get in.
So what's your suggestion?
And by the way, these guys are going around saying that I should be kept off the ballots. They're using the DNC to try to keep me off the ballots. So Joe Biden's for
Wait, I don't think they need to do anything to keep you off the ballots, right? You being on the ballots would be like a major, break in the precedent of like it'd be a major I don't know, judicial like pivot for
discrimination. Okay, Joe Biden is a loser who can't fight out in the public.
How does Jink know that they will raise the gas prices? I think he's just talking about like the friendliness between the Trump administration and the Saudis, that he thinks that the Saudis want Trump to win.
But does these things in the dark of night, like, oh yeah, we'll use the state parties to keep our competitors off the ballots because our guy can't finish a sentence.
They could have MacGyver run. Wait, how old is MacGyver? Wait, seriously, that's not out of the question, right? Is the MacGyver guy still alive? Like that's what you need an ass pull right now if you want, Donald Trump not to be elected. You need something like, right, because he's a reality star. What if they got the is MacGyver alive? Is MacGyver aliver? Because they could be like, hey, the United States is in a pretty bad predicament, right? Yeah. Doesn't seem to be any good choices, right? Doesn't seem to be a clear way forward, right? But who always got through a situation where shit looked bad? That's right, MacGyver. You need the MacGyver presidency. He's gonna get some bubble gum, and he's gonna get some tooth floss, and he's gonna get a pencil, and he's gonna tie it all together, and he's gonna fix climate change, like, right, with those things. Clearly, we need a MacGyver candidacy. Is he alive? I don't know. Like, how old is MacGyver? Isn't that like from the 80s? Could MacGyver run?
Finish a sentence. Retire. You're going to lose to Donald Trump. You're going to lose democracy, you narcissist.
So who do you think should run outside of yourself, of course? Because you've talked about this. Like, there's people cynically being like, so you're just a spoiler candidate then? And
no, I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand the difference between running in a Democratic primary and running as an independent. In an independent race...
Wait, this got rebooted? Richard Dean Anderson. Born January 23rd, 1950. He's 73 years old. Wait, he's younger than Biden. He's younger than Trump. This guy could really run. Richard Dean Anderson is a retired American actor. He began his television career in 1976 on a soap opera. Let's take a look. Let's see if we could get this guy to run. Here he is. He was in Stargate. He's done Charity. He's got a personal life. Wait, is he even... Wait, maybe he's not American. Maybe he's Canadian. Minneapolis, Minnesota. So he could run. He could run. I don't see any, like, scandals. So he's the Stargate guy, and he's the MacGyver guy. Wait, is he the Stargate guy from the movie? SG-1. No, he's from the show. Yeah. That's even better. They just need to run this guy, apparently.
You could be the spoiler. That's obvious, right? But in a primary, if you say anyone in a primary is a spoiler, you're saying you shouldn't have primaries. You're saying whichever the powerful anoint should be the leader. Hillary Clinton has been anointed by the powerful. You're being a spoiler by running against her. We should all accept corporate rule. Then you're not a progressive. Go be a...
Chat, I feel like that needs to be a video. I feel like I need to make a video about MacGyver and how MacGyver for president.
Establishment, suck off.
That wouldn't be too hard. We could do that.
And go kiss Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden's feet.
We just have to be careful of copyrighted material, but...
I have no interest in you. We run primaries. By the way, strong primaries produce strong candidates. 2016, most vicious primary we've ever seen in our lives for the Republicans, and they win.
Oh, I thought you were going to say...
No.
Yo, if Jink ever gets elected, I'm gonna primary him, and I'm gonna clip that, like, right... I'm gonna clip that, right? Like, strong candidates need a strong primary. All right, Jink, I'm gonna give you a strong primary. I hope you're ready.
Strong primary for Hillary Clinton. Strongest candidate, not so much.
Dude, in 2016, the Republicans are talking about dick size on the national stage, and they won. In 2020, there's 27 candidates.
Oh yeah, they did talk about that
on the Democratic side, and they won. So when it mainstream,
I feel like that shouldn't be their strong suit, right? What do you got? Like Trump, Ted Cruz, Jeb, maybe Jeb. What do you think, chat? Jeb? Of anyone on the stage, right? If it was really a measuring contest, who do you think would have won? If they'd whipped it out and gotten that ruler, who would come out on top? Jeb? I think it's Jeb. I think it's got to be Jeb. It's not Lion Ted Cruz. It's definitely not Lion Ted Cruz. It's not Lindsey Graham. Who else was running? Huckabee. No, it's not Huckabee. Huckabee is no. It's got to be Jeb.
Media tells you, oh, primary.
Trump does have some. Yeah, it's definitely not Trump.
Powerful people who are incumbents and
we got to elect MacGyver.
Off corporate
That's our
dollars.
only hope. That it really feels like, yeah, we got to do this, chat. We got to get MacGyver elected. MacGyver.
Is spoiler candidate terrible? Don't ever run against them.
Who do you think is? Who do you think is being cowardly right now?
He had to ask, please clap, but I feel like after a performance, you know, a performance by Jeb, I don't think he'd have to ask me. I think I would give him a standing ovation. Is that a thing? Can you do that after sex? Be just like, how weird would that be, Chad? If after sex, like, you get up and you're like, no. especially if it's like a slow clap. It's like a slow. You do like a slow clap.
By not running against Joe Brandon when you know they could be popular. Obviously, a lot of people say Gavin Newsom, but I don't think Gavin Newsom would poll
Oh my
well.
God, I feel like Gavin Newsom looks like a car salesman. Like Gavin Newsom is not trustworthy. Am I wrong, chat? I feel like Gavin Newsom would do worse than Biden. Like there's no way, right? There's no freaking way that Gavin Newsom, MacGyver, I will bring down taxes with a paperclip and some gum, right?
Nationally.
So look, that's two different things. Who would be more popular? I think Whitmer and Shapiro would be more popular than Newsom, right?
Yes. Well, here's the other thing, though.
That's my policy, chat. Somebody gives me an O, I give them a standing O. That's
Democrat that is lifeless, faceless, polls 18 points better
and I'm
than
like encore
Joe Biden.
18
So what you're
points
saying,
better.
so what you're saying is backed up by the data. Like you're not coming at this for people who are shitting on you and saying like, oh, yikes, seems like you want the Democratic Party to fail, sweaty, because so many of you are stupid ass DNC fucking mouthpieces and you don't even get paid for it, you absolute fucking dinguses. Assume the position that like you just have to sit there and take it. The DNC telles me who to vote for and I vote for it because that's the defensive posture and that's the defensive voting that we must engage in every time. Okay? Something that you need to remember is that no, this is supposed to be a democratic process.
Dingus Gambit.
Extracting concessions from your leaders is perfectly valid, perfectly just. Pressuring them is perfectly valid, perfectly just.
I feel like most people who see Gavin Newsom like immediately hate him. Am I wrong, chat? Like maybe this is just how he comes off to me. And look, I mean, I don't fucking care. Democrats, you know, like whoever they're gonna nominate is gonna suck. Trump's probably gonna suck worse, but with Gavin Newsom, I have no faith in that guy winning an election. I don't know how he won in California. Like, who did he run against? How does Gavin Newsom beat somebody? How does Gavin Newsom get on a stage with somebody and come out looking like the better candidate? I don't get it. Maybe
demanding a better candidate that is actually going to not lose the election to Donald Trump is also perfectly valid and perfectly just. So just remember that when Cenk is doing this and you're like, oh man, I can't believe he's done this. Like, I don't necessarily like. I've joked around about his chances, of course, but ultimately I think he's right when he says that Joe Biden has
good to see you, New Anna,
to be swapped out with someone else. And I know that like I mean even David Axelrod has basically fucking mentioned this, and I feel like part of the reason why they're not doing it is because they're trying to run the clock.
What do they call him? They call him
we can't do anything. The primaries are now here, and there's no one on the ballots. And
the axe.
And, you know, Joe Biden is the guy.
See, the thing is, though, that David Axelrod would probably beat out Jeb as far as the measuring contest, right? But it's just like, do you want to be intimate with David Axelrod? I don't know. I think I'd take Jeb.
We got to cross him over the finish line.
So the original idea was get more governors into the race, but to your point, you asked about courage, and it turns out they don't have it. So look, they have other things. They'd be 18 points higher than Joe Biden, but they don't have courage. Because if any of them had courage, you know how easily they could have knocked this guy out in the primary? If J.B. Pritzker came in with his $1 billion,
oh yeah,
he would have annihilated Biden.
And also his
he would
physique.
be the president of the United States, but he was too scared.
And also his physique, because he is rotund, and Americans want to vote for rotund men.
Okay, well, then I'm in good shape.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
No, you are nowhere near as big of a boy as JB is, though. Come on.
You know, yeah, I hear you. So, look, Josh Shapiro...
Wait, who is this JB?
Beat a Trump acolyte by 15
Who are we talking about?
points in Pennsylvania. He's...
Gavin Newsom looks like Mitt Romney's brother. Yeah, probably lose for the same reason.
Popular in Pennsylvania, he'd carry Pennsylvania easily. So Shapiro would be 10,000 times better than Joe Biden. I want everybody in the race. But since they were not profiles in courage, new plan is make Biden retire. Okay,
Make Biden retire.
Enough with like being.
I bet I know somebody who could make Biden retire with only like a pencil eraser, a Jolly Rancher, and a AA battery.
And polite. The brother's not understanding polite. We need to all get in his face, and we need to go, hey, cut the malarkey, okay?
Cut the malarkey. Shave your hairy legs.
81 years.
Can we make him shave his hairy legs?
Old. You got to retire, Jack. Okay.
Your legs are too hairy.
No, this
Jack?
isn't political. Let me whisper it for you, Joe. You're being a narc.
He's such a cringe lord. He's such a. I kind of enjoy it though.
Narcissist, and you're going to ruin democracy because you want a second term. You selfish. All right, even I have limits.
Oh yeah, he needs duct tape too. Yeah,
but
true.
But we all got to push him out.
Even do you have limits, Jink? I haven't seen those limits.
No, Joe. Way. No way, Joe. No way.
No, it's Jover.
Hey, no way.
Say Jover. Say it's Jover.
Push him out. Look, I even bought.
It's Jover.
WoundedAntelope.com. This guy's a wounded antelope. He's.
How about it's Jover.com?
He's not.
The Wounded Antelope was freaking Dave Rubin. What are you talking about, Jink? That's already taken.
Everybody knows this, but nobody will say
Stargate MacGyver 2024. Yes.
Say it. So my job is to scream it from the roof.
It's Jovember and it's Jover.
Tops until people go, oh,
shouting on the rooftops.
Yeah, he's 18 points lower than a generic Democrat. We're mental for running this guy. We're
Yeah,
purposely
good
trying to lose to
point.
Donald
Good
Trump.
point. There's no.
It's political malpractice of the highest
It's gonna be really
order.
funny when they run. It's gonna be funny when they run these clips against you and
I mean,
myself.
the Democratic bench sucks. You're not wrong, Medley.
Be like, Joe Biden lost because of you, and not because he was 800 years old. And every poll said that 75% of the Democratic Party don't want him to run again.
I don't
It was
care.
Jink's fault. It was because Jink, you were.
Look, the DNC does propaganda 24/7. They'll do propaganda about that. But even if you said Joe Biden's great, they do propaganda pretending you said he was bad. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in their stupid propaganda. And now voters under the age of 50, they're onto your bullshit. They're not interested
WoundedAntelope.com.
in. Yeah, WoundedAntelope.com.
It's not. Oh my God, it is real. Oh fucking Christ.
What the fuck?
WoundedAntelope.com goes to Jank.
Yo, freaking owned.
For America.com. That's
Owned.
so funny. All right, well, our family's here, and I think we're going to go sit down for
Yo.
dinner soon. So, on a powerful note, thank you so much for coming on, Uncle Jank. The Jank off.
Oh my
this time around, we
God.
didn't really duke it out at all in the marketplace of ideas.
Next Thanksgiving.
Next Thanksgiving, we'll talk about crime again.
Okay. All right. Much love, guys.
Next Thanksgiving in the White
I
House.
feel like Hasan just scrambled his eggs.
Next Thanksgiving in the White House.
Trump started at 1%.
He just made an omelet.
Started at 2%. I'm doubling Trump.
Yeah,
Listen,
but
anything's possible.
Okay.
Anything's possible, brother.
2-egg omelet
Okay.
Okay. But mainly, let's
with
go
extra cheese.
make sure we knock Joe Biden out politically.
And put a different, better Democratic candidate in his place.
What are you
Yes.
playing? This
Much
sounds
more
like
popular.
music. Oh wait, this is okay. This is TikTok music or
Democratic
Wayne
candidate.
Shapiro, Pritzker, Whitmer, any
What
of
are we
those
watching?
folks. Easy. I'm the only candidate.
Oh, he's rating somebody. That's okay. Well, good for her. Like making 672 subs with a ukulele, right? This is like probably like got to be better than Colleen Ballinger, right? But that's not a high bar at all. Ooh, and 2 guitars too. Interesting. Anyway, chat, how are we doing? Look, it's 6 hours, okay? The ads are starting again. Yeah, in 1 minute and 30 seconds, you're going to be hit with 3 straight minutes of ads unless you figure out a way to put a little face right by your name. You can do it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do it by paying Twitch $5 to get your sub, or $6 on what's it called, on mobile, yes, or you can if you're lucky, right, possibly get gifted a sub. You could possibly get a community sub. That kind of thing is going to be more likely though if you're active in chat. Jake, just stick to being a hype man for progressivism and be a good uncle to Hasan. Yeah. Oh my God, I gotta find you. I gotta find this for you. Okay, so 3 years ago, somebody who I think at that time was my friend, I think, debated Vaush. And it's weird because like I'm honestly surprised, right? This is somebody that Vaush would definitely call a woke scold. I have had really mixed experiences with this person, right? Not somebody I would trust, and somebody who definitely did burn the bridge between us, right? Before I stopped talking to her, but I'm trying to find it. There it is. I present you with the debate between Vaush and a veritable blast from the past, Izzy Bear 713. And like I said, okay, oh my god. Despite the fact that I had, a really bad experience with this person, despite the fact that, this is 3 years ago. I haven't talked to Izzy Bear 713 in a long time. I want you to, open your mind and hold it in there that she might be a very different person right now. I hope she wouldn't still talk to Vaush. I didn't know she was talking to Vaush at the time. And something that she says here is like really kind of weird of like, yeah, I could get in trouble. Like she's saying, she's talking about like not streaming on her platform, and then says something like, yeah, I could get in trouble for that. So you almost get the feeling that like, her community is, that's not surprising, would not be too thrilled about the prospect of her talking with Vaush, even if it's to debate. But yeah, here she is. And look, this is going to show us a little bit about how Vaush got to where he was, right? There were people opposed to him. There were people calling out his reactionary shit at the time, but you're going to see the delicate dance done by Izzy Bear 713 here in trying to avoid pissing Vaush off, but at the same time, I guess encouraging. I guess this was like the consensus of a lot of people of like, Vaush is this force of nature, and we can't hope to meaningfully oppose him. Once he knows you're his enemy, it's Jover, right? It's Jover for you. But the best we can do is like encourage him to to be like, I don't know, more responsible to the marginalized people that he's just like literally burning for clout here. Not a very good strategy, it turned out, in the long run. But yeah, Izzy Bear 713 definitely not the only one making this
Dingus Gambit
against Vaush, right? There were a lot of, going back to this 3 years ago, people were legitimately afraid to speak up against Vaush in a way that I think even exceeds like what it is now. Obviously, like Chad, I got targeted by Vaush's sysadmin. They tried to take my channel down. I think at least 3 or 4 times they tried to take my channel down based on what I perceive to be bogus copyright claims. What YouTube seems to have not seen any real claim in these, any real substance to these claims, and which ultimately didn't amount to anything, because I'm still here despite their best efforts to take my channel down, right? And I mean, that's pretty severe, losing your channel over something like that, right? And literally because you're covering like Vaush and Xanderhal in a less than complimentary light. Like that's what happened, right? I started talking about Vaush during the Professor Flowers debate, and kept on talking through the non-compete debate, and then kind of turned my attention to Xanderhal for a few videos after that, and that's what got me targeted. But back in this day, like, I don't know how to explain it, there was a real sense that you were going to get blacklisted if you came out too strong against Vaush. And some people did. Some people absolutely did, right? Just to take us back to the origins of Vaush, Vaush was a Destiny chatter, a Destiny audience member who, would call in and talk to Destiny from time to time. And when Destiny took his turn from being, from seeming like he was like a lefty, maybe open to some social democracy type ideas, to being, you know, basically anti-leftist, that's when Vaush jumped in and really inherited a lot of that audience. A lot of the people that were open to leftism and were in Destiny's community, after Destiny purged that community, ended up in Vaush's community, right? Then there was the scandal with the disabled person that Vaush harassed on Discord. And you know, the people that came for my channel, it turns out, were the very same ones protecting Vaush from those accusations, even though there really was nothing to say, right? There were screenshots, they were acknowledged, they were, you know, at the very least, like being just a really pernicious, like, sex pest to this person. And yet somehow it never mattered. But let me tell you about DJ Mule's abuse apologia. Let me tell you about Professor Flowers and how much of a fan he is for genocide. Let me tell you about non-compete and you know, EJ and Luna, and how they sort of, I don't know, just like, you know, all this slime was spread about all these people that were inconvenient for Vaush. And I saw it happen time and time again. And a lot of people sat down. A lot of people, you know, tried to, I don't know, make, you know, some kind of peace with this guy. And I don't know. I never had the stomach to stand for this kind of bullshit, right? No matter how much danger, no matter how much it's hurt my channel growth, no matter, you know, how many people I haven't been able to work with because of this, right? I just don't think it's worth it to kiss this ring. I spit on this ring, okay? And, you know, I kind of thought that IzzyBear713 did as well, but this brought a whole new understanding to what was going on, right? This was back when, I think Izzy met Vaush back when Vaush was on Twitch. And you can see that they've been talking for a really long time.
What's up, buddy?
Izzy, no! You're not streaming this, I assume.
No.
All right, I wouldn't want you to
I'd get in trouble.
Yeah, you get in trouble. Izzy, we used to be such friends. What happened?
All right. Before we go into all this, it has been ages. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderfully. I'm disheartened as always by the state of the online left, but I personally am doing.
Vaush chat got mad at you over Professor Flowers and Cat Black. Yeah. There's no dissent over there, right? Like here, if you like, I don't know, like I don't really like if somebody comes in and is like, I actually agree with Vaush, right? It's like, okay, you know. Enjoy the chat, right? I mean, you're not gonna find a lot of agreement in here, right? But you don't get banned for, you know, disagreeing with me about Vaush.
Well, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Did the huge push for partner. Twitch waited over a month to deny me.
Is Vaush no longer on Twitch? So here's what happened with that, right? I mean, he was a different sort of dude for actually for better and for worse back in the day, right? His take, there was like less of this like anti-communist, like anti-leftist, you know, sort of nature to what he would say, but there was more what Izzy's gonna call dirtbagism, and really what I gotta say is just straight up reactionary. Now apparently they're friends, so you know, Izzy doesn't want to say to Vaush's face. I mean, I think that she says maybe your takes are reactionary, right? But like, he's reactionary. He's got, at the very least, a lot to unpack. And honestly, like, I don't see how like somebody that was a sex pest in Discord is like your guy to lead the left onto, you know, online or otherwise, right? But
for the 10th time because they had to wait a month to say that I didn't meet the requirements.
But yeah, Vaush is no longer on Twitch because of something that he said about Israel, and I don't want to repeat what he said, right? But I'm trying to think if I can come up with he had let's just say that he had a nuclear take when it came to Israel. Let's put it that way, and I think you can read between the lines and figure out exactly what I'm saying.
So got disheartened, started playing a lot of games, haven't been as politically active over the last month, but it's just kind of like a little break, just relaxing a bit, taking some me time.
That's fair. Fuck politics. I love my video game streams.
Right, sure.
Which are heavily political anyway.
I get asked about you all the time, and I say that we used to actually be pretty close friends, and I feel like that's a fair descriptor.
Yeah, wait, what the fuck happened? Was it the Thought Slime drama that turned you around?
No. Okay, so this is weird because, oh my god, wait, is this chat like misgendering her? Okay, there's somebody that was, yeah, somebody did say something like that, but then the rest of the chat was like, no. So it's not all of the chat. But here's what's weird about what Izzy just said, right? Or what Vaush just said. Was it the Thought Slime drama, right? So some of you have been in here when I watched the quote-unquote Thought Slime meltdown stream, right? That is a stream that happened after the Thought Slime drama. What's the Thought Slime drama? Basically, I can't remember what, the Vaush tried to engage Thought Slime on Twitter, and Thought Slime Mildred was not having it, right? And blocked Vaush. And Vaush blew up about this. And, because he was blocked, he ends up going on stream and, not just yelling, at Thought Slime. Not just yelling about Thought Slime. But just, this toxic, diatribe against trans people. Right? Just, unbelievably toxic, right? This is the one thing that I don't think they really have an answer for. Other than the only answer they can say is that, he was mad, he didn't mean it, it was years and years ago, but this is what happens. This is who Vaush is when he gets mad. This is when, he I don't know, you judge for yourself if you think that, that he didn't really mean this, or if you think that maybe he was just, letting a lot more slide, letting a lot more out into the open than he normally does. But that's what the Thought Slime stream was. So that's why it's weird to be having this interaction after that. Because I can't, from what I know about Izzy, from how I thought about Izzy, Izzy's, somebody who, I think one of the first things that I watched about her was a video that she made called Kill Your Heroes. It was, or basically against hero worship, against blindly supporting anybody just because, they've had some good takes, right? ContraPoints was, I think, who might have been on Izzy's mind more than anything. And, it was a very influential, to me, that video. And here I am, seeing that at the same time as I was like, yeah, Izzy's great. I should have listened to her video a little bit better because to be cool with, to be chasing Vaush's clout after the Thought Slime thing is just something that I can't understand. Now, that being said, chat, I want to remind you again, this was 3 years ago, okay? People can change a lot. We can hope that, I'm sure that Izzy's opinion of Vaush at the very least cooled since this debate. But yeah, I thought that I didn't really realize that this bridge even existed. This is kind of wild for me to see because, like I said, this was one of the first people that, I talked to getting into streaming. Izzy had been streaming for a really long time, seemed to know a lot about streaming, helped Hasan get started, right? And it was somebody who I guess was regarded as sort of a pillar of the trans community on Twitch. That's a community that went down in flames, right? That's a community that got absolutely destroyed by these edgelords. And, even when there were attempts to, call out, for instance, Chud Logic over his inappropriate interactions with his fans on Discord, right? There was this overreach that went on where instead of just saying that, he was, crossing lines, crossing boundaries, with his audience on Discord in an inappropriate way, the claim was made that the person, was underage, and he knew that, and you know, the screenshots indicated that, you know, if he knew that this you know, person, this community member, this fan of his was actually underage, because that's what we're talking about. Chud Logic, you know, rizzing up a fan on Discord, right, which is bad enough, right? But instead, you know, there were people that thought it, you know, went with the you know, grooming charges instead. And you know, had that not been the case, that, and you know, like, this is a weird thing, right, of like Chud Logic, whether his, you know, career goes on or not, right? Doesn't seem like it makes a lot of difference. I don't know. To me, this is what built the infrastructure of right-wing Twitch poll. It was these guys, and I got my own, like, look, I feel like I have a little bit to apologize myself in terms of fighting these battles in the best, most strategic way possible. I don't think that I performed well. I don't think that I really, I think that I gave Dylan Burns some W's that he didn't deserve. Not during the debate, because, you know, I mean, that he got, you know, he got shown for the charlatan that he is in the debate that I had with him. But then I think after the debate, right, I kind of refused to disengage with him. I wanted to convince his audience that that I was right, and that, and I still held out hope that, like, yeah, well, if his audience turns on him, maybe he'll say, you know what, having transphobes on and letting them gallop is just not worth it. I thought that that I could apply some pressure. I thought I could affect some change in one of the biggest platforms in Twitch poll, and that was a strategic mistake by myself. So I'm not guiltless in this either. But I mean, this is just showing you mistakes that were made in the past. The reason that you have the twisted, you know, image of Twitch poll that we see now, when it actually, like, back in the day, it used to be fairly left.
It wasn't specifically just the Thought Slime drama. I've actually, and this is the way I word it when other people ask, because I'm sure people will go like hunting for clips now.
Didn't Chud Logic used to be a leftist? Yeah, and Chud was friendly with a lot of trans, you know, communities, and that ended when some of those trans communities, some of those content creators, made that call out, but then kind of did, instead of just saying what was on the screenshots, there was an attempt to reach and to, you know, maybe exaggerate, you know, what was actually provable on there, right? It's the kind of thing where, you know, like, okay, so for you or for me, right, if you were to ask somebody, are you of age? And they didn't say immediately, yes, of course, right? Because, like, if you ask me if I'm of age, if I'm, you know, if I'm involved in, you know, amorous, like, you know, chatting or whatever with somebody that I'm interested in, and they ask me if I'm of age, I'm gonna have no problem right away saying yes, I'm of age, yes, right? And that's not what Chud Logic got from this person. So I guess the thought is that, you know, how could he continue the conversation after that? Most people, I think, would have ceased the conversation there. But instead, he just waited and pushed until he got an affirmative answer, which most of, you know, I think most people would say is not a real answer, is not like a truthful answer. If somebody's cagey about their age, there's a good chance that you shouldn't be talking to them, right? But Chud Logic, you know, got the answer that yes, she was of age, and basically hangs his hat on that, right? So if your accusation was something like, you know, that he was inappropriately, you know, using his power, you know, over his fandom, and crossing lines and crossing boundaries, and like literally using his Discord like it was a dating app or something like that, I feel like, you know, that might have been what should have been gone with. But yeah, this is
now when other people ask, because like I don't want to like openly shit talk you or drag you, but as someone who was pretty close with you personally online,
why did Chud Logic become right wing? Okay, so you know, it's really hard to look into somebody's soul and know what they really believe, what they really think. There's some chance that he wasn't honest about being a leftist. You know, there's some chance that he got mad at the, you know, the people making these accusations against Chud Logic were from the left, right? And some of his vitriol towards leftists seems to be directed at you know, people like the ones that were, you know, kind of stretching these accusations when really there was something disturbing there. Just like with Xander Hall, right? There's no reason to be like, yeah, he's got a sex cult, when clearly what he's got is an inappropriate Discord. But yeah, I mean, these kind of mistakes, tactically speaking, coming from people on the intersectional left, were immensely harmful to us. And I don't want to victim blame, right? Because there was a concerted effort, right? There were people, let's be real, there were people that were really concerned about the kind of, you know, ACAB mentality that was really freaking common back in this day, back in, you know, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever, right? There were people that really did not want to see the left get a foothold on Twitch after it had taken such a foothold on YouTube. And yeah, you know, the BreadTube was always kind of half-hearted and, you know, not super effective either. But there was a concerted attempt by, you know, by right-wingers, by centrists, by politics Discord members to put a stop to what was going on Twitch, which was essentially the overspill of BreadTube into Twitch. A lot of people really did not like this, right? And so a lot of the targeting just came from that. But I mean, back in this time, he's talking about 2.7 concurrence, right? So at this time, Vaush had, let's say, like his audience was, what's the right fraction? His audience was considerably smaller, right? This wasn't such an asymmetric, you know, kind of battle back then.
It's some of your takes have been pretty disappointing lately, and it just seems to keep going in that arc.
I'm ready. Hit me up.
So yeah, I don't know. Your chat's like fucking flaming and getting really mad at me. I hope y'all aren't expecting blood sports. Like, Vaush still does good shit. I still share a ton of overlapping community with you. By the way, a bunch of the people whose names are in your chat are often in mine. Like, this isn't some big personal vendetta. I just don't think that you take.
What's the date of this video? Unfortunately, when you get past a year, you get it. You get the time in years. Wait, maybe it does say it. Maybe if I open it up, it'll tell me the exact date. I'm not seeing it. Oh, December 31st, 2019.
Any actual critique. I think you ignore it all and assume you're 100% correct from the beginning.
I mean, most critique is really, really bad. I think
so. Essentially, chat, a year and a half before the conflict, before, you know, my conflict with Dylan Burns, Demon Mama, and all the rest of the supposed lefties. And yeah, at the time, Chud Logic was considered a lefty. You know, and he essentially just took the you know, allegations really personally and just had like I don't know, like he still talks about the people that made that act. In fact, I was looking at yeah, here it is. Disabled queer people form compound and abuse dog. That is Chud Logic's video on Ezzybear 713, and you know, a bunch of other people who were involved, and that's kind of why I don't talk about these people in a negative, you know, sense. And I'm not trying to bash on Izzy. I'm not trying to, you know, like these are not people who are, you know, terribly relevant to anything, but they've also been, you know, targeted by the likes of Chud Logic, and you know, this is like literally had Chud Logic hit pieces made on them. Blatant disregard for autism, a house full of disabled queer people. And it's, yeah, it's just like, yeah, he's got a huge grudge. He's got a huge chip on his shoulder when it comes to that. remember when Thought Slime stuff went down and I came into his stream. Wait, you were in there, Variant Sigma? I came into his stream to tell him to calm down and think rationally. Did you get banned? Maybe end of the stream early to avoid saying things that he would later regret. He told me to shut up. Okay, so you didn't get banned, but he did tell you to shut up. And look, like he also said some racist stuff in the Thought Slime meltdown stream. Yeah, well, you know, none of this, like, I don't want to direct any attention or hate or anything like towards Izzy. And like I said, this was 3 years ago. For all I know, you know, Izzy's a completely different person. We all grow and learn in, you know, the time in between. So the point of this is not to, I mean, I am a little bit surprised to see this kind of, you know, like, I didn't realize that, I had no idea that they were like on a friend DM kind of basis, but here it is.
That when you're exposed to a bunch of opinions on whatever takes you're giving, it's likely that the majority of those opinions are going to be pretty fucking misinformed. I try my best to be open to criticism when I see it fit, but this most recent incident was literally somebody misinterpreting a statement I thought was so clear it was to be misinterpretable, misinterpretable. For the 30-second clip that they took, out of context, mind, so this is already being done in bad faith, for them to take from that I'm saying that that you're no longer non-binary if a straight person likes you, which is what I saw a lot of people interpreting from that clip. That's wild to me. I don't think people who are that incapable of critical analysis have any business telling me how to mind my interpretation of trans issues.
Vaush should read Marxist theory. Well, don't you know he's read all theory?
Right. Okay. This isn't just from the one thing for me, and I'll start giving some more precise examples. Let me go give a shout out, tell people I'm on here too, see if we can't bring in a few more people as a result for you. But because hopefully, if you got other critiques and your actual problem, like you were just saying, is that no one will actually come on and talk with you, people absolutely should. You know me, I'm always for actually fucking defending what I have a problem with and actually calling out and explaining, and that's what I'm going to try to fucking do.
Yeah, hit me up. What specific takes do you think I've been misguided on?
So we got a lot that I could go hella deep in on. I'll start with the Stone Toss comic. I disagree that format can't be used in any way that would be funny that wouldn't be offensive to one minority culture.
You don't think there's any way to engage in performative cruelty without hurting minority groups?
They're
okay, so somebody's gonna have to help me on this one. I'm not sure the Stone Toss, as you may or may not know, Stone Toss is a fascist like comic artist, draws usually like I think 4-panel comics, very distinctive style, and a style that's very much like, you know, parodied and copied, but I don't know what they're talking about, which Stone Toss comment and what Vaush is talking about. Like, obviously people have parodied like his comics and tried to, you know, turn them into lefty propaganda, but
potentially could be with other certain jokes, but laughing at that one is just kind of gross in my opinion.
So your issue is with me
what
applauding.
What community could you put that same like joke set up to, like you say, where it would be funny and it wouldn't be like being used as some tool of oppression or punching down?
Oh, easily, yeah. If a cop got a hold of it. Now, finally, we can enact justice, and then 40% of cops' wives disappeared. I think that'd be fucking hilarious.
Okay, so
I'll give you.
Okay, I get it. It's the Infinity Gauntlet, right? There's some Stone Toss comic with the Infinity Gauntlet, and Vaush is saying that it would be funny if, like, a cop, if you change the comic so a cop got it, and then, like, what is it, 40%, the cops got it and 40% of their, like, wives ceased to be alive, and that it's the statistic about, like, 40% of cops are domestic abusers.
That one. Okay. I had not considered the cop. I tried to look at it in as many ways as I could. I thought about Nazis. There's no way. What would they do? Snap and then go on like a shooting rampage and only one Nazi dies for like 30 victims.
I think you could get like, if the Nazis snap it too, then like, I don't know how you would signpost this in the comic because these aren't like immediately visible traits, but every weeb or every like what they would call a degenerate, because Nazis purge their own all the time, you know, and most of them are massive hypocrites. You'd be like, finally, now we'll destroy the degeneracy in society, and they snap and they're all gone or something. I think there are ways that format could be applied. I don't think that the transphobia itself is like the driving element there, but I think the setup and
Yeah, the punchline is dead domestic partners. That's kind of what it sounds like.
Punchline, or a really great example of how performative cruelty can reinforce biases that the viewer didn't previously even know they had.
Yeah, that's my worry with it, is like the way that sharing those little things or laughing or being publicly like supporting of them usually does actually reinforce like biases, whether the person is like consciously aware of them or not, which would also take me to one of my other critiques of you. Like, even when you're like, so I'm not going to take you out of context here. I want to give you full context. And if you don't feel like I am at any point, please like pause and elaborate.
You see like how deferential,
by the way. But like the clip you just reviewed where you were imitating Blair White, being a smartass, and you used the T slur, right? You weren't using the T slur as you...
Yeah, I think I was probably equally deferential at the time. I just didn't, you know, I didn't ever know sort of their relationship was this close, right? That she had known Vaush from way back and was still, you know, still being, I mean, disagrees with Vaush and I think makes some good points in this debate, but
trying to be like openly demeaning, you're making fun of some shitlord. But all studies show, even people in those communities, because when we originally talked, you don't really identify as cis male. I don't think you really fall anywhere on give a fuck of gender.
I generally call myself cis for the sake of I guess normalcy, or for convenience, for reference, but I personally don't really care about gender identity.
Right. So
okay,
I mean,
so I think the explanation for that is that Vaush considers himself a gender abolitionist. And he's you know been called out for that because like you know there's a difference between liberation and abolition and some people have pointed out that that a lot of times like the liberation is something that a lot of TERFs get behind. I don't think that's where Vaush is coming from here, but the point of identity is to allow people to communicate to the specificity that they feel appropriate their relationship with gender unimpeded. So, you know, the idea of, you know, it's not, I don't think it's about abolition. I think it's about, I mean, like the phrases that I, more identify with are things like gender accelerationism, like to, you know, sort of break the power of the social construct through pushing it to its limits, and you know, most of all, to allow people to express their subjective experience with gender, which literally only they can know, to, like I said, their desired level of specificity.
I don't really say that you're like openly trans, but I also don't really like lump you in as cis. And that's just trying to be as, you know, charitable as possible to how you just don't really identify with gender, which I can get behind.
You could probably fair me. Whatever I may personally go by, I benefit from every privilege a cis person could. So I'm perfectly comfortable being called that.
True. But even if you like were openly like me, okay, a trans person, all studies show like if I use dark humor like that, right? If I go into the gallows humor and I use actual slurs, my community is going to understand that joke. My community is going to get that joke, and my community is going to love it, right?
So in other words, it's a thing that makes sense, a thing that works intra community. There's a lot of stress in being, you know, from a marginalized identity, and sometimes the way that stress gets expressed is through things like dark humor, and you don't ever want to, you know, tone police another trans person for something like that, or, you know, allow cis people to tone police another trans person. But that's what gets missed here, right? Because what Izzy is, you know, pushing essentially is some form of intersectional leftism, right? To, you know, not, I don't think it like in a perfect way, but in a way that at the very least recognizes the influence of power, the objective power relations, the gradations of power between marginalized people, between people that are on the the boot heel end of oppression and people that benefit through their privilege from that oppression. And a lot of these concepts just go like in one ear. And this is a sociology major, right? Vaush, sociology major, famously, right? It confuses me. It befuddles me how much he lacks like a meaningful understanding of intersectional leftism. And that anytime that the argument that gets made to him, he sort of mirrors it back, but denude of the acknowledgement of the objective power relations. That's what he's missing in his analysis. That is pretty crucial. That is pretty key to understanding intersectional leftism. So you've got like a whole ass community of reactionary leftists that like hear intersectional feminist, terminology, and they immediately think Idpol. This is Idpol. This is SJW shit. This is why we lost the meme war. And we're gonna win the meme war now because we're gonna be edgy leftist. We're gonna say slurs and we're gonna call people we're gonna right. This is where this comes from, right? And you'll hear him make his argument for
but
like somebody in chat's calling Izzy a big drama monger. Really, compared to Vaush, are you gonna call Izzy a drama monger? That's
all of the cis or cishet or normative people that hear that
gender abolition
and then
bad?
use that joke to go and repeat it and tell a punchline.
It depends on what you mean by gender abolition, right? Because I feel like some people mean a different thing when you say it. But if you're saying that like we're gonna, enforce like a dissolution of the social construct, first of all, that kind of thing rarely works, and second of all, the point should not be like trying to take people's gender identities away from them, right? There's some people that like if you're taking the concept literally, you're like, well, I don't fucking care what you identify as. It's fake and it's not real, and you need to stop identifying with that, right? Instead of like my favored concept or paradigm, I guess, is gender liberation. Let people construct their gender for themselves, knowing that only they can understand their subjective relationship to their gender, that they're the only source that we have as far as what somebody's gender is, as far as what their subjective experience is, right? There's only one source, and that is the person themselves. That's where that concept of like self-identification really comes from. That's the philosophical grounding for the concept of self-identification is that literally no we don't have any other way to know about what somebody's gender is other than their own subjective reporting of their experience, right? And gender, the other phrase that I use is gender accelerationism, which is like allow people to construct whatever fucking gender identity they want. And if you think it sounds ridiculous, well, fine. Like the social construct being forced upon people, I think, is a little bit more ridiculous than anything you could possibly come up with as a gender identity, right? So push it to the point of breaking. Allow freedom for people to push the social construct to the point where it breaks down and reveals something new. That's what my mentality has been.
And sound like it's coming from a trans person, so it's okay, continues to reinforce those negative biases.
TERFs misuse gender abolition.
This is other people, and the bad tends to outweigh the good from all the studies we have seen. I did a full video with like linked sources if you want to check it out. I actually do YouTube now, by the way. I got a couple of actual video essays up with like full cost.
Oh my god, so dismissive.
And shit.
I don't of course I don't have, congrats on the YouTube channel. I don't have the studies in front of me, so I can't engage with those directly. All I can say is that to me it's a calculated risk between two different variables.
But look,
how many more people can I get on board with my arguments by using
if I'm being real, I don't think that Vaush really takes like trans content creators terribly seriously, right? It's his perspective that, you know, that we can't liberate ourselves, that we need people like him to liberate us, and we don't know what's good for us, right? So let me just take that liberatory struggle right from you and show you how to do it right without really consulting you, without really talking to you, without really understanding your perspective, just knowing that my perspective is better.
For an edgy terminology, which I say saying the T-slur in that context undeniably is, as opposed to how much of I reinforcing the preternatural biases that people in my community may have. Now, well, obviously, your opinion on where this falls is going to be determined largely by your opinion of my community.
There's a particularly badly understood definition of gender abolition that comes from the White Leaf Network regularly. Yeah, and it's been talked about by people, even people that are friendly with Vaush, right? I've got somebody in mind who's very friendly with Vaush and yet has a, you know, criticism that they won't exactly, you know, say out loud, or, you know, they have a very different take than Vaush on, in terms of gender liberation.
And I am biased, obviously. My community seems to me like a fairly progressive place with a hugely pro-trans bias, almost to a pathological extent, I swear.
He's not kidding either. He really, like, if you've seen the Thought Slime Meltdown stream, he really does regard trans people as pathological and helpless.
Where they would, if some serial killer came out as trans, they would start supporting them. So when I get that impression from them, I feel as though the potential harm being done by me making a joke like that about Blair White is relatively minor, but my broader appeal is being able to appeal to people who might find that kind of edgy humor appealing.
But you see, that's exactly my worry, right? Because then it's reinforcing the biases in that like slightly edgy, subtle bias that exists in those other people that are going to hear it. And with you having a platform, that's going to get exposed to more and more people, even more than just the ones you see actively chatting. Also to your chat, because I know you wouldn't want them to.
It's just so wild to me that anybody like on, you know, our side of things, anybody on the intersectional left after the Thought Slime stream would look at Vaush as like, you know, a potential asset to the left, right? Like if that wasn't your line in the sand, I don't know.
Doing it, and I don't think anyone's doing it intentionally. It's she, her pronouns, and yes, I am vaping. Get the memes out. Do your thing.
Yeah, you can make fun
of. Yeah, they're making fun of her for vaping. In fact, I think the thumbnail mentions like the big vape clouds. Vaush sees us as weak and fragile and incapable of charting our own course. And he looks at us like pathetic little children that must obey him, which he determined. Yeah, that's why what this is essentially is like a colonized version of the left rather than a true online left movement, right? It's missing the solidarity. It's missing the consciousness of things like privilege and oppression. Excuse me, oppressed people. I understand in the hierarchy of our bigoted society I hold all the privileges, but I believe I can argue for your existence better than you, basically. Guessing it's kind of scary. And listen, if I had him on here, if I was talking to him right now, he'd be like, yeah, he would absolutely agree with that. Guessing it's kind of scary to go against Vaush if you're part of his network. Well, I mean, at this point, like, Izzy at this point is like I guess a friend of Vaush's, but I don't think that she was ever involved in White Leaf or anything like that. Yeah, solidarity is pretty crucial. It's pretty foundational, you might even say.
For vaping, that's fine. I give you all permission. Yeah, I don't mind that much. I think that even though it may initially reinforce the biases of some people, those people are either A, probably me using the T-slur in self-referential, making fun of Blair White way. I'm not like, it reinforces a bias.
So does anybody know when this happened, using the T-slur to make fun of Blair White?
some groups. I cannot deny that. But I don't think I'm lending these people any new arguments or any new perspectives that would reinforce their previous biases. It's mostly just a sort of status quo enabling. Same thing they would see if they just spent a moment on 4chan. But for some of those people,
So his argument is basically this, like, look, I am not for intersectional leftists. I am not for, you know, I don't know. Like I am meant to trick the chuds, the anti-SJWs, the misogynists, and all those people into you know, agreeing with me, into liking me, and then I like slowly ease them into like an intersectional leftist framework. That part never happened, right? I never saw Vaush like this de-radicalization that he claims that he hung his hat on. I don't think he even really says that he de-radicalizes anymore, right? What I saw instead was people that were, you know, had a decent understanding of intersectional leftism. Let's just say like a liberal arts degree, you know, understanding of intersectional leftism, lose even that consciousness. You know, be talked out of that, be told that is cringe and soy, and what's much better is a leftism devoid of any real you know, material analysis, any real understanding of the objective power relations between the oppressed and the privileged. Because I mean, you can see that kind of thing is inconvenient for somebody that wants to take over our movements.
Ability to engage in that irreverent language is going to give them an in where they're like, oh, hey, this guy isn't like the other leftists. He's edgy. He gets it. And then they'll watch for a bit. And that's my in to not only not reinforce their bias, but turn them into a fucking queer. Like
And I mean, this is basically the tactical N-word rationale, right? I don't say the N-word because I'm racist or I like that or I can't help doing that. No, I say the N-word to lull these dudes into a false sense of security, to make them think that there's nothing that they can say to me to make them to make me uncomfortable, and that I'm, you know, willing to be, you know, edgier than they are, and that's how we win. That's how we win. And Vaush did that in a debate with Nazis, and basically, you know, started saying the N-word, and you know, then even defended it in the comments below, right?
And that's what I go for. I think that the potential for a broad, relatively infinitesimal reinforcement of negative values is worth the trade-off of being able to get the really good values saddled onto the few that stay and listen.
So I'm gonna shoot you some of the studies. I feel like it would be like, because we're doing this in like a live public format. I don't think
The issue with people like content creators that supposedly Vaush is de-radicalized, I don't know about you, but to me it looks more like a confessional, right? That they are asking for forgiveness and absolution, and essentially they know that if Vaush puts his arm around them and says, "Shoe on head, she's different now, she's good now, she's changed, she's fighting on our side," that people are going to believe it. And what does that allow? Has Shu been an asset? Or is this just somebody that was allowed entryism by somebody that's got no business in a position of leadership? It's like somebody that needs to like fucking like work on curbing his like weird predatory behavior in Discord, rather than you know, fashioning himself as a leader of the online left, right? Oh my God, Natalie Marie, thank you for the resub. That is 12 months for you. One more month. Wait, I think it says it is a year. Maybe it is one more month. I don't know. But yeah, regardless, thank you so much. Vaush is super wrong to argue. And look, I don't hate anybody. This isn't personal. Like, this is the irony with Vaush, right? Is that honestly, like, I don't want to know how well I would potentially like get along with him if politics was like not, you know, I don't personally like, this is going to sound really bad. I don't necessarily, or at least I didn't until I like knew, until I'd seen enough content, right? I don't really find his like personality to be disagreeable. I don't hate Vaush. I'm not a Vaush, you know, bad person. I you know, I just don't like the Vaush effect. I haven't seen radicalization from the right to the left. I've seen the other kind of radicalization. I've seen him take people that are actually pretty good, you know, in terms of their solidarity, and, you know, make them think that, you know what would be really cool though? You know how you'd be even more effective in fighting against the right wing? You said the R word. You just got to say the R word. Say the R word, and they will know that you're cool, and they will listen to you, and you will be a de-radicalizer, right? This is the kind of fucked up. It's Vaush think that I have a problem with, not, you know, anything, you know, personal about. Because honestly, like this isn't personal for me. Such a self-centered, self-serving, disingenuous, lying douchebag. Oh my god. Automod thought you were bullying there. Don't bully Vaush. No. You'll like it too much.
Either of us is going to want to dig through studies right now and actually break it down. But I do know that you give a shit and you'll look at them. So the whole reason I'm saying this, and it's going to be really hard to like do it in some fast, easy, palatable way, but those exact things you're saying, you are wrong. Reinforcing those negative things does actually harm, even in a community where you think it doesn't, because the people who continually talk like this accidentally reinforce biases of people around them without even knowing they're doing it. Like studies were done on people who use like private racist remarks and things in like a private setting with family or friends that they don't believe to be racist.
They were used in the K Quarantine thing in his discussion with Destiny, were they not? Are these some of the same studies?
Some of them, yes, and more.
I don't think these are applicable to what I'm referring to. I agree that using prejudiced language can reinforce biases in those who listen. I don't think those studies take into account the much broader effect of me engaging in active pro-trans advocacy that can only reach people if they have a reason to listen to me in the first place. I don't think that's a variable that can be accounted for in those studies. If we're talking about individuals privately using the T-slur or other language like that, I would discourage them from doing so because they don't have that counterweight to make their potential reinforcement of biases worthwhile in the long run.
I don't understand how you can weigh that to where like you do so much good that it outweighs the bad. Like you're still doing.
Well, this is what he sold his audience on, that Vaush himself is a good in and of his own. The people that went along with, you know, covering up his like predatory behavior in Discord, right? They didn't do it because they like predators. They didn't do it because they're like evil people. They did it because they interpreted Vaush as like he was like their only hope, right? This is our edgy boy messiah. And we need him to be okay. We need him not to have this kind of baggage. We need him to succeed because only he can do it, right? These people disempower, like trans people. I'm talking about trans people here, right? When I'm talking about the cis admin of Vaush, the person who tried to take down my channel multiple times, right? Just because I'm doing reaction content that's like slightly unfavorable to some of her streamers, right? You know, is a trans person sitting here defending, you know, his weird predatory behavior on Discord because he is become a good in and of himself. That's the problem. That's when this turned into a cult, right? Like by itself, I don't particularly have a problem. I do get that some people are like, you know, dirtbags, and for whatever that's worth, fine, right? It's putting these people in a position of leadership that's like problematic, right? If he really wants to be like, you know, this funnel into the left, right? This like, you know, this de-radicalizing force that reaches out there and it pulls people from the center and the right and wherever else, right? He doesn't need the approval of the online left. However, you see how important it is to him. You see how fragile he is. You see how the kind of like I said, I got attacked. They tried to take my channel down. You're literally not allowed to criticize this guy according to his stands, right? And this is what has been created in the place of a working online left, right? An online left that might, you know, be able to achieve something, that do some good. And instead, like, he's like, no, I am the source of all good. Look, there's Flamenco in his chat. Is that right? Oh, no, somebody's calling. I don't know if that's really Flamenco. I know Flamenco was in Xanderhall's community for a while.
Bad.
Because the like bad allows.
But I mean, that's the kind of thing that they tried to do. Yeah, we're going to open ourselves up to the right. We're going to you know, de-radicalize people. Flamenco was like one of these people who's like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in the leftism. That could be cool. I'd like to be de-radicalized. You know, and what did he do? He fucking tries to dox people in Sander Hall's community. Like they're such suckers. If they think that the the right wing is going to go along with their plan to de-radicalize them. Like, right? They're just going to be, you just haven't been, look, you didn't hear a leftist say the R slur enough. If you'd only heard a leftist call people the R slur multiple times, then maybe you would not be a chud.
People who listen to me and change their mind, and that's the good. Every day I get emails from people saying I pulled them off the alt-right reactionary stuff, and a lot of
What did he say about Blair White? Like, I'm getting something to do with like the T slur.
them say they did it because I didn't come off like the ordinary leftist when they
Oh,
first
God.
heard me, because I was edgy or like
and
dipshit.
we don't play the more of the beginnings of the anti.
Did you see there was an N-word tree going on in his chat? Now I'm guessing, chat, that yeah, it looks like somebody got banned here. So, they did get the. It's not like Vaush is trying to, or his mods are trying to allow the N-word tree to go on, but
The SJW left.
I mean that's who was in his chat back then.
It's becoming more and more prominent. Anyone who does get critiqued when it feels to a community like they're crossing the line ignores that critique. You and Contra are prime fucking examples. I have big takes with Contra. My first video that as my largest viewed one was literally kill your heroes, and it's about this idea that you raise someone so high up on a pedestal and say that they do so much good that you don't have to worry about the bad they do. Their bad doesn't fucking matter.
That was the video, like, and I don't know if we'll have the time to watch it, but like that was the video that Izzy made that actually really did have a lot of influence on me. That really did. I don't know, like how seriously Izzy, takes this, but like, yeah, what she's saying is pretty based, actually.
At all, like that's not a shield. Like doing some positive doesn't erase the harm that you're still actively doing.
I strongly disagree with this. The
chat is
idea that we
honking?
should spend all of
That's
our time
the,
ruthlessly critiquing and taking down our content creators because they do small amounts of harm and leverage to the huge good.
Look, one thing that does not a small amount of harm, that does a great amount of harm to my chat every hour on the top of the hour is in fact the top of the hour ad break, right? Which you will be seeing within like what, 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We're 3 minutes and 30 seconds away from that sucker. And yeah, it'll suck you right out. It'll hold your eyeballs open Clockwork Orange style and force you to watch ads for up to 3 minutes, right? If you do not want to watch those ads for up to 3 minutes, you can get out of that with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that by paying Twitch $5 for if you're on desktop, $6 if you're on mobile, or if you are lucky, you might be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
They do.
I feel like Vaush is allergic to the top of the hour ad break.
In that video and all the way up to this date, I've never said cancel anyone. I've never said stop watching their content. I've never said they've hell. I said I'm not watching fucking Contra anymore, and it's not because she's done harm. It's because she won't actually listen to anything that happens. So I'm no longer interested.
So Zara, you're talking about like that they're typing Hong Kong. So at this time, Hong Kong was it was a fascist meme called Clown World, right? And the little Pepes, the clown Pepes are associated with that too. I don't know what that means. There do seem to be people in here like right wingers that are getting banned, so it could be them.
Because she is doing active harm.
Wait, well, that's tomato. You're no longer watching her because she's doing harm.
Right, but I don't actively call for like canceling and say no one should partake in their fucking content or you're a piece of shit if you do. I don't actively say that like they shouldn't be making content. No, Contra still does do some good, but like it's not okay to ignore the bad. Like content creators should feel open to critique. Content creators should be willing to try and do better. I disagree entirely. That doesn't seem like what you were doing reviewing all those clips.
That's not how stan culture works, Vaush, and if you're going to have a community full of parasocial stans, that's not how your culture works either. And, like that's definitely not how the shit with ContraPoints went down. Like it wasn't like a high cliff that like Contra had to step down from. Because we're talking about, just something that she said offhand from her perspective. And look, they're going to talk about it. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, right? But just to, my only issue with what Contra did, is that when you are so ContraPoints, if you don't know, at this time, if cis people knew about trans people, very likely it was from ContraPoints. for people who don't have trans people in their lives, ContraPoints was a lot of cis people's idea of what trans people think. So when you are in that position, it's kind of a burden. It's a responsibility, right? And when you say something like, oh, you know what, I don't really like the pronoun circles, it's like, I would rather have people just like gender me correctly and know that they're doing it not because of a pronoun circle, but because I pass, right? And great, that's fine. That's, to want to, I don't have a problem with that. But when you are representing the trans community, then what happens is cis people who watch you, they watch you and they're like, this is what trans people think. Oh, you know what? I used to think that the pronoun circles were good, but then I realized trans people don't like the pronoun circles. They don't like and yeah, trans people like ContraPoints do not, aren't fans, but it's only because of the role that was thrust upon Contra that's as problematic as it was.
Clips earlier.
There was nothing in those clips that was a worthwhile critique. They were clips of me taken out of context to reinforce a perspective of me, which is largely inaccurate. They weren't arguments, and for that reason, I didn't treat them as such. ContraPoints has taken into consideration the things said about her. I've spoken to her. Many of the arguments against her are just anemic. I've looked at all of this drama, this purported NB phobia she's engaged in. I agree she's engaged in some bad optics, could have handled some situations better than others. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. And that there are some ways in which she could have done better.
The ad
but
break.
I don't think that's the same as saying she's a pattern of NB phobia, and I certainly don't think it's a justification of the broader persecution that she's seen at the hands of some components of our community.
I think anyone going to the extremist level of death threats and doxing is a worthless piece of shit. I'll give you that in a heartbeat.
Further than that, even much lighter than that too, saying that she's an NB-phobe or saying that she's a bigot or that she's an
I said that she's made harmful statements, and that's what I'll hold true, and no one has ever seemed like they're reacting or responding or considering that in the least. And I know tons of other, like thousands of other, have engaged in the same type of critique that I have. And I wish people weren't dogpiley about it and it wasn't being mass spammed. But once again, she's like the face and forefront of the online trans movement, and she's making statements that harm non-passing trans people. She is making statements that harm non-binary. Yeah, the fuck she's not.
Yeah, this was a really tough discourse for me to navigate because, like, my opinion never was that ContraPoints is, needs to be like thrown away. But at the same time, I can't just say that, like, yeah, no, it's okay for you to speak from a place of privilege when you're talking to your cis audience. It's okay that a lot of them are looking to you for guidance as far as how to treat trans people, and you're literally leaving them with a sense that, these pronoun circles, they're just like, we don't like them. It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, that's when you have a responsibility, when you occupy that kind of space, right? When you are like some cis people's view of what trans people think, you got to say, hey, you know what? Like, you got to say that this is important for someone. And the whole issue of like, I am uncomfortable with this, that's got to take a back seat. That's the responsibility that you take on as a leader, like ContraPoints. And I think she needed that feedback. She didn't need to feel like people were coming for her with torches and pitchforks. But look, if I made a misstep like that, I would want people to let me know.
Yes, she's not.
She can literally be directly quoted that she's seen people with a full beard in full boy mode still saying she, her, as in having a beard invalidates them, as in having facial hair invalidates their fucking gender identity.
The implication of that statement wasn't that the gender identity is invalid, only that their presentation is a contradiction to what.
And you can also put it in the perspective that ContraPoints was new, was relatively had started her transition relatively recently when she said this stuff, right? And you got to be able to find a point between saying, yo, that's a fucked up thing that you said as a baby tran, and and just being like, no, you know what, that's fine. Shit on your own community, you know, use your platform to like that kind of shit. Like, right, it's just, all that's necessary is for her to get that feedback. And I mean, maybe with like a little bit lower of stakes where she doesn't feel like she's, you know,
would expect of that gender identity, which is an inarguable fact. At no point has Contra said their gender identity is invalid for how they presented.
Oh man.
And you can hear from, like, you know, Izzy that like she's not trying to, she's not coming for Contra. She's not trying to end Contra or cancel Contra or whatever. But at the same time, you can't just like let this shit slide.
Why are you misinterpreting her statements so uncharitably?
I'm not misinterpreting your statements at all.
Do you think
I'm
Contra,
looking at
can
how
you
the
find
wider scope of society is going to take the statements that she
well,
says.
Well, then that's a different. Well,
and
for
the
one, that's a
impact they're
different
going to
statement.
have.
Those are different
Because
statements. You can't say
is it really?
she
'Cause
said
that's-
blank and then say, oh, well, actually, this is how society is going to interpret it.
That is what she said, and the problem is how it's going to be interpreted with, as I said at the beginning, her being seen as one of the largest faces of the online trans presence and fucking existence. How many people tell you the first interaction or first like introduction to trans topics was from Contra? I hear it every fucking day.
Yes, and she's done a phenomenal job.
She's not doing the best that
And also notice how Vaush's like opinion of Contra has changed, right? And the real, you know, moment that it changed was when Contra tried to hold Vaush accountable for the tactical use of misogyny against J.K. Rowling. Really kind of a very self-centered move that he made there, right? By literally giving J.K. Rowling what she wanted, what she was looking for, which was a trans advocate expressing misogyny, even if that misogyny was meant ironically from Vaush, right? Which, you know, given his track record, a little bit questionable, right? But you know, that was, I think, Contra getting it, understanding, maybe even seeing herself in Vaush and not liking what she saw. And that's when everything changed in terms of Vaush's opinion of Contra. It was all based on this camaraderie of the accused, that their friendship, the bridge that existed, that was all based on this like mutual you know, feeling of being persecuted by people online calling you to be accountable.
She is actually fucking up actively in multiple situations.
How so?
The statements like that one, the statements about fucking pronoun introductions, the statements about fucking
But I don't have an issue with either of those statements.
Of course, like, why would you? You're not the person who's getting the short end of that stick, Vaush. Contra's not the person that's getting the short end of that stick. Why would I expect you to give a fuck?
I don't know how better to explain to you that you should. I guess why do you take no issue with that? Because I am a trans woman who, you know, for a fact I don't pass. I'm very aware of the factor that I don't pass, and it does actually cause me a lot of shit in my life. And when I did No Shave November as a fucking content creator and had a full beard, I still used
Yo, this is back when Zederhall was Pig Puncher.
She her fucking pronouns while raising a few $1,000s for cancer treatments. Like,
I don't think ContraPoints would tell you you're not a woman because you had a beard.
Oy vey.
Do you disagree with what I just said? Do you think ContraPoints...
I believe her tweets felt really fucking invalidating to anyone who doesn't have her level of passing privilege because they can't afford it.
We're jumping around different points right now. So, to my knowledge, ContraPoints has made multiple statements on how one's ability to present as the gender that they identify as, it's largely affected by physical attributes, many of which that she is privileged to be able to augment through her wealth. She has made videos on that particular subject. And with regards to the pronoun usage, she merely expressed her personal opinion that for her specifically, everyone doing these little pronoun sharing circles can feel invalidating to her because...
Which would be great if she didn't have the ear of the entire cis community. Like, cis people that are allies, there's a pretty good chance that ContraPoints is a channel that they sub to. And when they hear out of context, I am uncomfortable with this, without any other like explanation of like, you know, I am uncomfortable with this, but it actually does make a lot of sense to do it anyway. And like I have passing privilege, and other people don't, right? That's the context that it needed to be put in. If that was gonna be said at all, with the understanding that they are absolutely, if you are the largest trans content creator, which she was, you're gonna inform their opinion of not just how you feel about an issue, but how every trans person feels about an issue. And you could say that that's unfair. You could say that she didn't ask for that, but she got that. That's the position that she was in. That is, the responsibility that, for better or for worse, was on her shoulders, right? And it's not something that I can't forgive her for, that she can't come back from, or she can't learn from. But it at the same time, it's harmful.
In non-trans friendly circles, she is treated plainly and flatly as a woman in all respects, but in hyper woke circles, everyone sort of eyes her expectantly, waiting for the pronoun drop, because they know that she's trans and she gets treated like it. I know that's not everyone's experience, and so does
Vaush,
she. She made that clear.
Thank you so much for showing so much sympathy to trans people that have passing privilege. I wish you could take people who don't have that privilege into the same kind of consideration. Life is, nothing's easy for trans people, passing privilege or not, but there's a huge gulf of how you get treated by even in lib spaces, even in places where nobody wants to be transphobic, even in places where people are walking on eggshells, right? There's still a huge difference between how I get treated, for instance, before somebody knows I'm trans and after they find out that I'm trans, right? It's a completely different experience. So please, for fuck's sake, maybe have some consideration for people who don't have that passing privilege.
Entire statement about that would have been completely fine and just her opinion and not been invalidating.
How I felt about Hunter Avalon. I'm sorry, Palm Dad. I thought I answered your question earlier, but maybe I got distracted and didn't finish my thought. What I said was that he serves as like a almost like a priest at confession for not just Hunter Avalon, but for a lot of rightoids who are coming over and saying, hey, I'm not right wing anymore. I want to be on the left, right? And in a lot of those cases, you've had people that just did harm to the left, right? He basically gives these people a pass. And Hunter Avalon, maybe more than somebody like Shuan had, I'd say, earnestly maybe changed his mind about things. But yeah, no, he's not a great, content creator. I don't think he's a huge asset to anyone. But I mean, it's kind of let me give you another example. All right. Somebody named Aristocracy, who was assumed by Vaush and his community to be on the left, some kind of leftist, left adjacent, and turned out to actually be a monarchist, an unironic monarchist, right? And this doesn't make sense. Why monarchist? Does anybody really believe in that? No comment check. Yes, unfortunately, right? This is Aristocracy, aka apartheid anime girl. Was just horrific takes on Palestine, horrifically racist takes against Palestinians, and actually espousing monarchism, feudalism, right? That's her jam. That's her jam. And it sounds weird until you find out that she's from that same right-wing discord with all the Nazis, right? And the fact that she has what sounds like a meme ideology, just kind of par for the course. But yeah, I mean, the problem with Vaush is that he is the de facto, confessor of your anti-SJW sins. And if you come to him and you get him on your side, then he'll put his arm around your back and he'll say, this one's okay. And they're not always okay. There's a lot of examples of Vaush, giving his pass to somebody like Shuan had, who then turns out, yeah, she's still extremely right-wing. And Vaush himself, like she was almost like the Frankenstein monster that he created. She's become such a liability. I almost think that like definitely Xander Hall and Demon Mama would tell you that Shu on Head never should have been trusted. I almost think that Vaush would tell you that Shu should not have been trusted.
To people if she hadn't added like the last sentence and a half to 2 sentence where this is only for non-binary people, because it's absolutely not. Like actually normalizing and introducing pronouns helps the trans community massively overall, and the trick is to try and get cis people to introduce with their pronouns whether or not they think there's a trans person in the room. If it is only happening because there is a trans person in the room, then yeah, that's really shitty, which is what she started off as trying to portray. But then that extra tidbit at the end is where it just went off the fucking rail.
If you want to see how trans people feel about things like pronoun circles, right? One option is to ask somebody with a lot of passing privilege, like, how do you feel about that? But what Izzy's giving Vaush is like a more holistic, you know, a sense of how a multitude of trans people actually feel about this issue.
And started to make people uncomfortable and bother them
never said
because
that
it's like such an
pronouns is bad.
inconvenience. Oh man, I wish I still had the fuck. I used to have.
So yeah, Izzy doesn't have the capacity at this point to make the argument here, but essentially the argument is that when you are in a position of being the trans person that the most cis people know, you've got a responsibility not to just represent your own feelings about something like a pronoun circle, but to also represent like how other trans people might feel. And to maybe even lead with that when you've got passing privilege, or when you're not the one that, you know, like look, I could say that like on some level, like, yeah, pronoun circles make me uncomfortable too. And you know, I'm a very socially nervous, socially awkward person. I'd rather not, in a lot of cases, unless I know the person really well, like address like the issue of my like gender, you know, status. But I'm not gonna get on a giant platform and imply to a bunch of cis people that this is how most trans people feel, or that my perspective is the important one that needs to be, you know, taken into consideration. And you can see how Vaush does this, right? Just automatically, right? Defending the person that's got the passing privilege, and like, oh my God, but it makes her uncomfortable. You don't want to make Contra uncomfortable. Look, I think Contra her points herself would tell you that she can stand a little bit of discomfort if it makes it easier for, you know, people who don't get gendered correctly to exist in social spaces. I think that she could, you know, if asked about this question, I think she would tell you herself that that's the priority.
All these in a fucking quick file, and I deleted them off my drive.
She just said that she personally didn't like it very much because it made her feel worse. She didn't say they were bad or that people shouldn't do them. And I certainly don't think she said that non-passing trans people don't benefit from those
welcome chatters,
from those little pronoun circles.
She specifically said at the end that this is only for the only people who do benefit from this are non-binary people.
I would
like
need to
it's
see the
and literally
tweet
used the words, it's such an inconvenience to her because she passes. Like it's literally all about her passing privilege.
Wait. That's true. She's tweeting about her experience, and it is an inconvenience to her.
Right, but then she added that extra unnecessary tidbit. That's where that tweet became a problem.
So if I, as a white person, tweet that I don't really appreciate hearing about like this country's like tradition of racism, you know what I'm saying? Like this is the kind of logic. This is the same logic. It's just it's an attempt to approximate intersectional leftism without any sort of objective analysis of power relations.
Yeah, I don't have the links anymore if somebody does.
Okay, so he muted himself.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Chat, if you're free to bring up links of
I thought it was him making noises, but I think it was coming from Izzy's end.
That specific tweet chain, because I'm relatively certain that she also mentioned non-passing trans people.
You kind of gotta like lead with that, right? Because like, listen, the natural impulse of the audience is going to be to please Contra. They have a parasocial relationship with Contra, and Contra is going to be like her opinions, her perspective is going to form what they think about trans people's perspectives. So as sad as this is, and like I said, Contra never asked for this, right? But she got put in this position. Like she's got a responsibility for people that don't have that passing privilege.
For some reason, I have my mute
Anyway,
button on my
I can't
down
believe
arrow.
how long. Like I feel like this is one issue that I have talked about enough, right? I've talked about the, you know, and I don't particularly have a problem with ContraPoints. Like I said, I think she probably gets it at this point. I think I've seen her, you know, say, you know, stuff to that effect, right? I think she's a different person, like now after kind of seeing like her, you know, some of her shittiness and lack of accountability reflected through Vaush. I feel like she's changed it all. So I don't have a problem with Contra. And I don't want anybody to mistake this and say, you know, say that, oh yeah, no comment chick is really like down on Contra, really does not like, you know, ContraPoints, wants to cancel ContraPoints, right? That's not my opinion now. That was never my opinion. But if I, you know, say that there's not a problem with the way that she addressed that particular situation, I'd be lying to you.
Okay, so anytime I'm trying to search for something, I invariably mute
Right.
myself.
If she added non-passing trans people in there, that still doesn't change or invalidate the fact that this is all because of her fucking personal passing privilege, and she's condemning it like it's bad.
No, she's saying that's her personal experience. She's sharing her experience. And
that's all that they're gonna have on their minds if she doesn't make a point to put a line under the fact that it's not most trans people's experience.
Saying it's not bad, just that she personally would prefer this or that.
And that's all you have to say to get people to change the way that they treat trans people. This is not a change that needs to happen. ContraPoints herself would tell you that she doesn't want you know, a situation where cis people stop you know, caring about people's pronouns, right?
I mean,
she was mostly just thoughtless here, right? She's thoughtless, but she's got a huge platform, so you know it has a huge effect, and that's why this shit is important. But no, it wasn't something that she did, you know, because she's an asshole or she's, you know, self-centered or she doesn't care about, you know, other trans people. It was something that she did thoughtless, something that wouldn't be that big of a deal if she was just some random trans person out there. Unfortunately, she wasn't some random trans person out there. She was ContraPoints, right? That's why this matters so much.
I can't believe we're literally
I'm not arguing over just
invalidating
this one tweet, though. That's the thing, is now we're like hyper focusing on it. She's had a pattern of doing these over and over, one at a time.
It's always that. It's
There's
always
been
the
like 4 or
pattern.
5.
Always, every time an example comes up, that example gets blown the fuck out, and then there's a pattern. The same thing happens to me.
This is not,
Vaush has a
this
pattern
is not
of behavior.
about,
Give me an example. Here's
it.
one example. Oh,
this is not about ContraPoints. This is about Vaush, right? This is about Vaush. Like you see him get pissed off like that, right? Because he's seeing himself in this situation. Oh yeah, people said the same thing to me. People say I have a pattern. Yeah, several of them.
Well, that's misrepresented. Oh, that's a stupid point. Oh, well, there's a pattern.
I can browbeat you in a debate and convince myself and my audience that I defeated you in the field of the battlefield of facts and logic. So therefore, that's not a problem anymore. Well, no, it still is. You're just not listening.
I don't care about the patterns. I need specific examples that I can argue over. In this, I don't think she did anything wrong. She, a trans woman,
dude literally thinks that if he can argue something that it's true.
Shared her personal experience.
That is a particular type of debate. Just a particular type of distortion of reality, courtesy of debate pedantry.
When it comes to the sharing of pronouns, I think that's her right, and it seems like she...
And chat, that's what I'm going to call them from now on. Debate pedants.
...made credence to express the fact that other people, like non-passing trans people or non-binary people, do benefit from sharing pronouns in that way. So I don't have an issue with that.
As a non-passing person who read that, and as someone who talks with a fuck ton of the community who represent those people, we don't feel that that was done in a validating way like you're trying to present it.
That's not an argument.
It wasn't done in a positive way, and that is the massive overall impact that came from it. And this isn't just about even just those 2 tweets. She's done this like 3 or 4 fucking times throughout. And like
I feel like I've had enough of the ContraPoints discourse.
Large audience, and that you are
like, just personally, chat, this is something that I've talked about extensively, and it's
specifically aiming
It really does feel like beating a dead horse at this point.
to de-radicalize people. And I think from the very first time we met, we talked about what I believe in, which is like the more unified left. And we do have to have room for like dirtbag left tactics. We do have to have room for like the super woke, and we do need
I don't know if Izzy would agree with that, what she just said now.
like this spectrum and working together.
So what
and we
happened?
need that.
Because I'm not I'm not even remotely reactionary, and I've calmed down with the dirtbag stuff quite a bit. I feel like my content is mostly orthodox. I've gotten less edgy with time, but it feels like the people who criticize me from the beginning have the same criticisms with the same group of people. It feels like it's an identity status thing. It's not an actual response to my arguments, which is why these.
So this is what he thinks. He thinks that I see him and I see this fucking horrendous dude, bro. And I'm like, that's not representative of the left. The left is my social club. I want the left to resemble my social club. And this is a guy that I wouldn't let in my social club because he offends me on some level, just like literally who he is. That's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. And the fucked up thing is with me, like nothing could be further from the truth. I was actually, wanted to like this guy. Oh my God, wait a minute. Sigma variant, are you still in here? Variant Sigma? I do see a chatter with a similar name to yours. I don't know if that's
People don't ever make arguments. They block me on Twitter. They block my fans on Twitter. They have huge block lists. They never
If they block your fans on Twitter, it's because your fans are fucking harassing them.
engage with opposition. They don't respond to my invites to talk about anything, and they don't type out arguments
It's because they don't want to get farmed for drama.
themselves. They just type out laundry lists of my perceived moral sins without having to provide any context other than 3-second out of context clips on Streamable. It's incredibly frustrating.
I will like 100% say I actually cannot stand the people who do that shit. I agree with you entirely. Like if you're going to have a problem with someone, especially if you're a content creator, okay? Like if you're an individual who watches, maybe not so much. But if you're a content creator, like
I'm showing you some of the, the ways in which people on the intersectional left handled Vaush that was obviously a mistake, right? In the hopes of being able to, I don't know, convince him. But this guy breathes his own farts. Right? This guy exists in his own freaking silo, and he's convinced that he's God's gift to intellect, and he's not gonna listen. Like in his head, he wins every single argument. That's the problem, and that's what I think a lot of people, well-intentioned as he might have been, didn't get.
me, if you're a content creator like you, etc., or these other content creators that are critiquing you, and you're going to publicly talk some shit or disagree with someone, you should be ready to back that up and come in here and talk. Whether or not you're going to feel like you won, lost, express, yada yada, or if it was all feels like a huge fucking waste of time. If you're going to run your mouth and say it to your followers and your fans, you should absolutely step the fuck up and do this right here. Vaush and I haven't talked in ages. Those DMs have been open this whole time. For anyone who didn't hear it, I private DM'd him because we have a history. His DMs have been open to me for fucking ages. This whole time when talking about you, I haven't come to you directly, and I haven't tried to start a big fucking between us because I know the memes are going to come from this, and people are going to try to stir the fucking drama pot for ages. So remember, at the end of the day, I love you, boo.
Oh, that's fine. I love the drama pot. I only benefit from it, like algorithm wise. I don't understand. The thing that really bothers me is that and you've done this too, so you can't walk away from this. People say I have arguments against you, and then they provide one or two, and those arguments get run through, and I give my counter arguments, and then they back up and say, well, there's a pattern, or well, other people
we can keep talking about other ones. We really derailed on specific one.
Vaush, if you like Orwell so much, let's talk about Animal Farm. Let's talk about a pig that could turn night to day using rhetoric. Right? I know you love Orwell so much, so let me put it in those terms, right? Are you really convinced that because you're able to win an argument on a topic that you have the best and correct view of that topic?
So like we can keep going in general. Yeah, I don't like the way that when large members of the community do have an issue with you, you seem just really fucking dismissive of the trans community. Now, I know
but he's coming at this from the standpoint of privilege, so look, it's not surprising if his arguments maybe like go over better with people, but this is it's not because he's winning the argument. It's because of people's like deference towards privilege.
You do have like a fucking fuck ton of trans and non-binary people in your fucking audience still. I get it, but I haven't seen any of that. That's not to say it doesn't exist. You're more than welcome to tell me that I'm fucking wrong on this and that you have addressed it. I haven't seen the addressing of it, so it just felt pretty fucking.
He's literally the meme. I'm a white boy. Even on issues completely unrelated to identity politics, he's been incredibly shit on foreign policy, domestic, etc. He offers very little beyond accepted. Well, yeah, I mean, he's been getting more and more State Department pilled.
Cold shoulder to me, but I assume you responded to it. But now that today, because the new drama was so fresh, I pulled up YouTube and it showed you live, so I was watching you respond, and the response I saw today didn't look very fucking healthy. So if that's how you've been responding the whole time, then I don't think you're actually taking any of the critique seriously.
I mean, I don't care whether or not a person is trans if they're making a critique of my behavior or opinions. I just care about the validity of the argument. Whether or not they're trans can inform their experiences leading into that argument. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that arguments are made more valid by them having come from a trans person. What about the earlier NB thing do you think was invalid?
From what I've really fucking seen,
Vaush's perspective is that we're trying to like bullshit him by saying, yeah, but my argument totally doesn't make sense and yours does, but you should listen to mine and agree with me because I'm a trans person. There's this thing called the Oppression Olympics, Vaush, and it means that anybody with the, like, his vision of intersectional leftism is literally like racking up points, you know, and this points define who like wins the argument, right? That's not the freaking point of what's being said. The point is that you are literally not, like, it's like if you were on, let's see, if you're in a valley, okay, you're not going to be able to see what's beyond the top of the mountain. If you're on a mountain peak, you might be able to see what's in the next valley. Do you understand? It's like literally a question of standpoint. And what I mean in this case is that people that are trans, people that are black, people that are women, people that are queer, people that are whatever, are going to be able to see like their own situation, their own issues at a level that you never can. That doesn't mean that they're always right about things, but that does mean that if you bullshit us, if you gaslight us into going along, you know, people into going along with your arguments, it doesn't make them true, especially when you're missing a big part of the text. And that text, unfortunately, isn't written down in a book. It's not on Wikipedia, Vaush. You can't look it up on Wikipedia. You gotta talk to trans people, talk to black people, talk, you know, and you fucking hate hearing that shit because you think what I mean is like, oh, talk to black people. So you say I talk to Candace Owens. She tells me that, you know, she's leaving the left and the left is a big, you know, plantation, right? So I guess she must be right. I talk to black people and that's what black people in the form of Candace Owens said. That's fucking not it. Candace Owens doesn't come close to representing the black experience, and most black people would tell you that.
Like the clip you reacted to and still said is true, like all the fucking trans people against Contra.
And I don't think, like, I think I used to think that Vaush was just not quite, like, he just had not somehow like learned intersectional analysis, that he went through a sociology program and just didn't quite get it, right? I no longer believe that. I think he gets it. I think he just doesn't care.
Our fucking basement dwelling out.
Like, so that was, you know, when at this time I would have approached him a lot more with kid gloves. You know, I would have been a lot like nicer. I would have been differential. I would have been the same way. That when I thought that he was just missing a piece, right? Maybe Destiny 2, you know, I could just talk to these people. You should explain it to them, maybe get through to them, maybe put it in a way that they haven't heard before and they understand the concept and they're like, wow, okay, that's it. You know, if I want to understand, like, you know, trans issues, I got to listen to trans people. Yeah, that's right. And it doesn't mean that every trans person's right. It doesn't mean that if Blair White comes to me and tells me that all these trans people don't really count, they're a bunch of trans trenders, they're whatever, right? You know, that you have to listen to Blair White. It doesn't mean you need to listen to Candace Owens. But I don't think that he's missing it. I think he just doesn't give a fuck.
assholes. When the
and he also knows that what I just described, there's a little bit more nuance than his, ground your axiom shit, right? That shit's straightforward. We're gonna apply the same analysis to every group, regardless of what the group is, and because the group is marginalized in some way, does not make their opinion more correct.
trans community has said you've made some yikes statements in the past. I don't have the exact clips of that, and this has been a while. I'm very sorry. I can't.
Yo, that's funny because I feel like the thought slam stream just happened. I don't know how she's missing this. Maybe I don't know, chat. Like I said, this is also 3 years ago, so please try to, realize that Izzy Bear is somebody that maybe has like grown and changed in the meantime. We could hope everybody in that whole like in that whole like section of Twitch streaming has grown and learned since this time, because like myself included, we really kind of fucked it up.
Give you an exact on this one. I just know it's happened and I can't remember in detail because I wasn't prepared for this to be a big in-depth fucking debate.
Yeah,
I just
you don't
saw
need to
you
provide
live today and
sources or
heard the
links or
shit.
anything. I just want like concrete examples of my misbehavior.
I would have to come back to you.
This is wild. I mean, look, the real thing would be like the real obvious thing that's just standing out to me, right, is that like you were a sex pest. When somebody said that they didn't want to talk to you, they didn't want you trying to riz them up on Discord, right? Your answer was to like propose like more and more extreme sex acts with them. To talk to them about horses. And chat, if you're wondering about the horse thing, because Vaush plays this off as a joke a lot of times, right? I don't think he's into horses, right? Which is the joke. The joke is that like Vaush really likes horses. I'm not accusing him of zoophilia or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying here, okay? The reason that the horse thing came from the fact that somebody that he was talking to, trying to have a sexual conversation when this person wanted nothing more than a debate with Vaush, right? And made that really clear. I don't want to talk about sex, like, right? And instead, Vaush comes back at this person with like, well, what about horse genitalia? Have you ever thought of touching that? Could be fun, could be neat, right? I don't know. But that's literally what it, like, right? So there's a lot that you could like. That's just one example. That's just one idea, right? And this isn't something that Vaush is going to have like really an answer for. His best shot at an answer is to be like, I have admitted to that and I have apologized for that. And I, am moving on. That's the best you're going to get after literally trying to harass this person off the internet, right? That's one thing to say when somebody brings those screenshots to light and says like, wow, this is kind of fucked up what you did to this person here, right? If you say, fuck, you're right, that was inappropriate. And yeah, no. Instead, he and his freaking stans tried to harass this person off the internet. It was only when they were forced, he was forced to say something about it that he even like, made the apologizing statements. Like, it's really bad. Like, however bad you think it is, it's like, probably a few steps worse, right? That's one example. It's just like it doesn't really give him much of a place to go. And like, you can see that Izzy is 100%, if Izzy even knows about this, right? Izzy's handling Vaush with kid gloves. This is what comes from this sort of deference to power. And yeah, Vaush did have power. There's a number of people that Vaush had conflicts with, disagreements with, debates with, that absolutely got shit canned, that are nowhere, that whose channels were not allowed to grow, who were blocked. Yeah, he's talking about people blocking his fans and shit like that. What about the fucking block list you ran on black people, Vaush, for disagreeing with you? What about that shit? What about the content creators that gave up because you literally fucking, you talk about cancel culture. What about all the people you canceled?
probably at a different time with that thing because I don't have the exact fucking receipts up. I just know that what I saw today definitely didn't look very fucking healthy. And if that's what's been happening this whole time, maybe I should have fucking commented earlier that this isn't the right. But
well, yeah, most of Contra's
more
critics.
so like
Oh,
yesterday. All right, you talked about fucking he, him, lesbians and non-binary people, and it doesn't seem like you actually knew what you were talking about. You didn't like go aggressively, intentionally harmful. It just really actually sounds like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about there.
Well,
Has he apologized for this take? I feel like maybe this one he changed his mind on.
I believe I said that he, him, lesbian seems a little bit oxymoronic because lesbian is traditionally meant to refer a woman with a woman. However, words change and that identity is stupid anyway, so identify however you want to identify. I believe
this isn't a new change, and this is what I mean. Like, this is something where you didn't actually know where it came from, and you talked about it, and now it's like this huge controversy, and everybody's like,
if you're going to ascribe, for one, people are
still regularly using gay as an insult. And look, there's like a way that maybe you could do that if you are making fun of somebody that is like, you know, if you're making fun of people by being like, oh yeah, you don't want to do that, that's gay, right? I mean, that's, you know, sometimes I will hear Hasan say stuff like that, but you know, yeah, it's just as often it's like a literal use of the term gay as a pejorative. I don't know.
Putting on me for the thing where they interpreted me as saying that NB people aren't NB if straight people like
good
them.
question.
Not for this lesbian thing.
Okay. Well, we'll get it.
Tribe Called Quest is asking, what type of content does Izzy Bear do today? I don't know. I actually, is that what he's? Well, was he making fun of it though? Like, was he being like sarcastic, right? Because, I don't know if Izzy Bear does any kind of content. There was a scandal that Izzy Bear was involved in there was a charity that she was involved with called Camp Unicorn. They I guess, like, you know, got a hold of some property and you know, tried to set up a housing situation for vulnerable trans people. And there are, you know, twitlongers. There's a twitlonger by Izzy. There's a twitlonger by other people that were staying at the house. You know, some of whom I very much do not trust, right? I don't know like what the truth of the matter about Camp Unicorn is. I just know that it seems like I haven't seen much of any sort of content from Izzy since the Camp Unicorn scandal. And you know, that's the one I was talking about earlier that Chud made a video. Like, Chud loves it when trans people have drama. You know, it's just like, it's the Chud Nation is eating good, right? So but yeah, I don't really like, I mean I looked into that matter and I honestly couldn't make heads or tails. There's nobody in that situation that I particularly trust, right? Some of the people I know to a certain extent and have, you know, had, you know, some weird experiences with Izzy. I'm not super, you know, we didn't leave on the best of terms. I'm don't hold a grudge or anything like that. And like I said, you know, as bad as some of, you know, what she's saying in how she's handling Vaush in this interaction, you know, sounds, I want to leave room for people to understand that, you know, maybe she doesn't, you know, maybe she's grown and changed, right? So don't let this define, like, you know, who she is forever. But yeah, I completely lost track of her, to be honest, after the kerfuffle with the Camp Unicorn. And I didn't know who to believe. I didn't really particularly like trust anyone that was, you know, on either side of that issue.
To that too,
but if anybody knows, let me know. I'm not, I literally do not know. I think people need to be more creative. There's a lot more options than gay. I think so too. Yeah. Well, look, I don't have a problem if somebody uses that. Like, you're making, like, I get irony, I get parody, right? That's, I don't confuse that with like you know, actually like using gay as a pejorative.
But
like
as for the lesbian thing, I understand there are some aspects of like queer lesbian theory that ascribe he/him lesbianism as a possible thing. Whether or not I agree with those aspects of that theory does not mean I do not listen to them.
See, now here's the place where I gotta say that this is like a matter that's best left up to the lesbian community, right? And the you know, the jury's in, right? That like, you know, he/him lesbians are valid, right? So like you're gonna hate this, Vaush. You're gonna hate this so much. But your opinion on the validity of he/him lesbians literally could not matter less. Because it's just not, you know, you're not gonna have a good take on this. You're not gonna like understand this. You're not gonna say anything meaningful or helpful, and like, you know, you got no say in the way that the lesbian community interacts.
Or not aware of them. If you would like to make the argument, you are free to. I don't think there's much prescriptive benefit in destroying the meaning of lesbian, much in the same way that...
Jeez. Much in the same way that, well, I guess if you're a TERF, you'd say that trans people destroy the meaning of lesbian, but that's not where he's going here, right? He's talking about like how he doesn't understand he/him lesbians, and it literally doesn't matter. It does not matter. You are not a source of authority here.
I have made arguments in the past against the creation of new gender terminology. It's consistent.
I feel
with
like
my
it's
broader
something
opinion.
you should like study a bit more because
so there's a moratorium. I didn't know this about Vaush, but apparently there's a moratorium on new gender related language. Is that what he said?
Those aspects of that theory does not mean I do not listen to them or not aware of them. If you would like to make the argument, you are free to. I don't think there's much prescriptive benefit in destroying the meaning of lesbian, much in the same way that I have made arguments in the past against the creation of new gender terminology. It's
arguments in the past against the creation of new gender terminology. I don't think he stands by that anymore.
consistent.
I feel
with
like
my
it's
broader
something
opinion.
you should like study a bit more because he/him lesbian has actually been around for decades, and it started with earlier
That's
feminist
right,
movements
Morpheus.
where
No new
butch
genders.
lesbians were bucking against the patriarchy and started referring to themselves as husbands or he or him with their significant others, because at the time women's identity was only really socially promoted or valid due to their husband and their marital status.
I'm aware that
and
lesbians
that is
have a
where
history.
he/him lesbians actually came from.
Yes, and that non-conformity that has a history of within the history of lesbianism would only mean something if there were people like me saying that lesbian actually has a meaning. If we all just gave up on that.
I mean, look, these are arguments that very much do resemble gender critical arguments. I know that he's not coming from like that sort of a place with this. It's just, I mean, just all I'm saying here is watch how his mind works.
Then it wouldn't be very
And also, like, watch how he inserts himself as the authority on these issues, right?
counterintuitive, would it? It would just be
Well, we need lesbian to mean something, and if there's he/him lesbians, then I don't know, maybe erodes the. Yeah, whatever, Vaush.
Yeah. Another thing you can do. I don't care.
As for the non-binary part, you
really quickly though. What's the argument
okay,
there?
go ahead.
That if a woman acts masculine, that she's he/him then, or she becomes a
no,
man?
it's all about self-identity. That's it. It's about if they choose.
Like his first impulse is like, yeah, like so we're gonna call masculine acting women he/him like just out of the blue. No, it's about self-ID.
To use that terminology, and they feel it's like them going against the patriarchy.
So are they trans then?
That's where it's going to get into way more complicated, subtle nuances. And
You
it's
mean
why
let's be real here. You mean bullshit linguistic semantics that people use?
Look, some people that like are he/him lesbians eventually transition? Quite possibly. But is it like obligatory? No. It's no.
Because it deviates from the norm. Yeah, I don't give a fuck
Yeah.
about that.
It will absolutely get to that because it's like bucking against the status quo. It's trying to break that like heteronormative, cisnormative interaction.
Yeah, I like words having meanings personally.
and you see that to people who fucking identify.
Yeah, you and Rush Limbaugh.
That way, probably gonna come off a little invalidating.
Yeah, and people can identify however they like. Gender is an identity. The term lesbian has a definitive, concrete definition. I know people have bucked that trend in favor of anti-heteronormativity, anti-establishment, self-identification. But what is the end result here? That no word means nothing? Like, it seems to me like an entirely vapid.
I don't think it's as much about the word as you're trying to make it. It's more about the norms and the social expectation.
I mean, eroding the expectations and definitions is part of like the strategy of gender accelerationism.
It's about that social construct and the way we interact with it and the way that society, not really us, but society really worship those fucking gender norms and those gender expectations and the way that they're used as tools of oppression.
Okay.
And that's why I don't go against it.
Well, I mean, I'm a gender abolitionist, so I hate like all of this stuff. I just don't know if
I feel like more than anybody else,
ideology.
more than anybody I've ever seen, like Vaush gave gender abolition like such a bad name.
Trend that's going to lead to the destruction of
like
gender.
To the extent that it's got a really bad reputation, right? It comes from primarily maybe like TERFs embracing some of those ideas and lesser so for people like Vaush.
It's fitting because a lot of those second wave feminists ended up becoming TERFs, so I don't know how well they've actually adhered to their broader attempts to destroy the patriarchy.
You're definitely not fucking wrong there, but I mean it's still a thing though, and like I try to respect that was their way of fighting, that was their way of trying to buck the system. Whether or not it ended up totally effective or not is irrelevant to the factor.
And you can see like that it's difficult for a lot of people to like Izzy obviously disagrees with Vaush, but the feeling that you're getting is almost like, well, I'm not gonna like defend the weird shit they're doing. Like I don't know. I know that this isn't something that Izzy means, but like for instance, the way that like Noah Samson was perceived as like walking back a lot of stuff in his conversation with Vaush, right? That comes from the fact that you've got a YouTuber on stream with a debate streamer and just kind of doing what people normally do, which is like moderate disagreements. If you have a disagreement with somebody, you're gonna try to kind of see it their way. You're gonna try to come to their side, right? This is a mistake with Vaush, right? This is.
That's what they felt they were doing that could or couldn't be useful, and I don't see a reason to like shit on that. Is basically where I'm at.
I mean,
I don't think shitting on it's going to do any good.
I don't think I said anything factually incorrect. Lesbianism traditionally refers to women on women. However,
we got to get back to this traditional lesbianism. Can we get back to the traditional lesbianism, please?
Terminology.
Lesbians. Can we be a little bit more traditional in our lesbianism? Because it would make Vaush so happy. He wants words to mean things.
And gender is complicated. Identify as whatever you want to identify. Am I not adhering to the sentiment of those who referred to themselves as he, him lesbians back in the day?
Honestly, I'd have to really talk to he, him lesbians a bit more. It's actually really hard to find butch he, him lesbians and get their feeling on it. I'm going off of what I could find through a lot of internet posts and through a couple older lesbians that I knew that had a lot of like butch community friends. And that's like, I did this a few months ago because someone came to me with he, him lesbians and I didn't know how the fuck to respond. That's the only reason I know the history of it is because I started studying it. And it's actually really hard to find all of the actual fucking study about it.
Would you be comfortable with me referring to myself as a lesbian? Just because it bucks heteronormativity to use terminology that isn't typically associated with a man, which I identify as going after women?
That would be the thing, right? If you identify as that, then no, that's actually a problem. Like that's like invalidating. Then that's like that.
Wait, so it's invalidating.
Like that's a really reactionary take.
So it's invalidating. No, it's not. So it's invalidating for a man to call themselves a lesbian to buck heteronormativity, but it's not invalidating for butch lesbians to call themselves he, him lesbians because it invalidates heteronormativity. Those are identical.
Just because they go by the pronouns that he, him, they literally say like he, him lesbians still say they identify as women.
Sure, I identify as a man. I'll just go by she, her lesbian. Yeah.
Wow. You're getting, like,
do you not have
really
a counter argument?
Reactionary on this.
Do you not have a counter argument to that? In both
it's
cases,
absolutely not the same thing. Like, you're not a fucking female. You don't
correct, as
identify as a
always.
female. You're throwing out this
So wait,
like vague
yeah,
fucking.
they're butch lesbians, and they're going by he him. They don't identify as a man, but they're going as he him. I identify as a man. I'm going by she her. These are identical. In both cases, heteronormativity is being bucked. You're only supporting one of them because you've been told to support one of them.
She, her, gay, if you wanted to go by she, her, gay to fucking buck, then go ahead. But then, like, you just trying to, like, say you're a lesbian to get in there is going to be, like,
You've been told
cringe.
which one to be in support of and which one is reactionary. They're identical ideologically.
I literally
my
just said if you wanted to go
God.
by she, her, gay, that would be identical fucking binary, right? That would be the identical fucking
Getting
juxtaposition.
called-
So if there were
Not
he him lesbians that
she,
wanted to call
her,
themselves
lesbian, you.
If there were
That's
he
not
him
the
Getting called an ideologue by somebody that knows jack shit about material analysis. This is so wild.
fucking juxtaposition.
if there
to
were
buck
he
the
him
fucking
lesbians
system.
calling themselves gay, would you call them reactionary?
Probably.
Really?
I guess I'd have to actually see that fucking happen and be able to assess it. What you're trying to do right now is just like create this like hyperbolic what if to like fucking completely destroy the idea.
I'm
instead of like
pointing out.
fucking
I'm pointing out.
understanding that
We're
this
gonna
has
read into
existed way
Nabil.
before you.
Oh, I'm pointing
and
out.
it's not an idea that needs
Izzy,
to be fought.
I'm pointing out that you're an ideologue.
Thank
that you
you
don't
for
care about
being
the
here.
underlying ideology. You've just been told which.
Ideologue that doesn't care about the underlying ideology. Yeah, this guy does not get it.
Has historical precedent and which is woke and which is problematic.
Like,
And
the idea is that like what Vaush thinks is like you don't really believe this. You just heard this somewhere and you're repeating it because the left is a social club and I'm here to fight that. I'm the edgy boy messiah. I'm gonna save everything because that only that which stands the scrutiny of my big brain is allowed to continue to exist. And if he him lesbians don't make sense to me, well then they gotta go. That's what Vaush is saying here. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. It has been lovely, as always, to hang out with you. We've only got a few more seconds together. Check me out on Patreon. Also, I'll have new videos coming out for you. Oh my God, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to be getting more videos out for you as soon as I can. Until then, I'll see you later. But till then, much love. Meow.